All right, this time I was ready. Hello, everybody. It is another Sunday and another life. I was a voice actor. I wish. Although voice acting is kind of rough as a career, from what I've heard, but it would be cool. It would be a lot of fun to do it. I've always thought like that would be really cool. Currents being lifted was that important. It was partially that my mic was also not fully connected, so I need to do that too. What's going on, Linda Lou? So we have a whole bunch going on today. Actually, not too much. Like, it's not going to be one of my crazy, you know, 100 slide long introductions or anything like that. Although, let me get my Spotify up. So we have some conversation. Music. But there was some news this week. We did get confirmation that Rebirth will be at Gamescom, so we're going to talk about that. So today's topics, we have that. We're going to go over the new Before Crisis content in Ever Crisis. I also need to we're going to look also at the very end of the Before Crisis Chapter 1 bit, because I just don't remember. I don't remember it too well. Like what happened at the very end of the last Before Crisis, like collection of stuff. Of information. And then let me pull my sound up on my end. So otherwise I'm not going to calibrate this right. Oh, sorry, Revelation at Gamescom. What was I going to say? So we'll talk Revelation at Gamescom because they announced that they're going to be there. We're going to have some fun with it. It's not going to be, I'm not going to quite do a bingo card or anything like that, but I'm going to talk through a bunch of different predictions and sort of like topics, things that they could go over, and then my guess at like the likelihood of it. So then Before Crisis, and then we're going to, I assume, this is a big assumption for me, given how much I can yap, but I assume those two things won't take too long. So I'm hopeful that we can get to some Rebirth hard mode stuff. So get into do a little like world, this like hard mode fun. I miss playing Rebirth. And then we'll jump into the NieR ending E. So what I read online, what I read on Google, let me double check it again, is I heard that the actual like new content for ending E isn't that long. Someone said 40 to 60 minutes once you get to the actual part of it. Or maybe it's like an hour, maybe say like an hour and a half after the new stuff comes in. Because I already got up to the point where ending E will begin. Because you have to get to the second visit of the Eyrie. And so I got up to that yesterday off stream to like be prepared for it. I don't know exactly how long it takes to the new content, it might take like an hour or two, maybe. But it seems like it's short from everything I'm even looking at right now. Anyone who knows NieR would probably be able to tell me more. But that's the plan. So it means we'll get an ending featuring our protagonists like Cloud and Tifa. I mean, yes. Of course. All right, so switch over. Ending D, yeah, would have wiped everything. It was crazy. All right, let's do this. So, very exciting to get a little bit of a heads up. And we'll talk a little bit more about what that means and what you can expect from the show. That I think is actually a pretty solid bet. So, first, before jumping in, again, shout out to my patrons on Patreon. You can join over at patreon.com/subtxt_. Question, yes, I know, Enrique, you ask every stream. I've seen you in other people's stream as well, ask about Tifa in Smash. Again, I think Smash is over currently. They have to do a whole new Smash, but if there was a whole new Smash, maybe there'll be a possibility for Tifa. Again, Stoic, Spartan, the Rayleigh Criterion, Oz, Stefferoff, Ben Bolton, Last Belgian, Silvertooth, and Alex White, thank you for joining. You can also be on the Patreon and the Scroll if you were to join over at the link. Another bit of housekeeping, mods for the remake hard mode run. So I'm taking community input on that. There's a bunch of stuff already in this subreddit. Now the question becomes, or subreddit, sub channel on the Discord. Now you might be wondering, when is that going to happen, right? And I'm trying to figure out the exact timing of that makes the most sense, because in theory I would like the Sunday streams to be, remake into a Rebirth replay into, the third game. So I think we still have some time. But first, I think there's something else to unfortunately get to, and that is they're just Cerberus. So this was a bet during Summer Games Fest. I think it was if it was at, I forget what the bet exactly was, but it was the bet that it did happen that I had to actually play Dirge of Cerberus. I think it was actually showing Vincent's gameplay. I was like, if they actually show Vincent's gameplay, which I don't think they'll do, they will have to, I will go ahead and play Dirge of Cerberus. My plan was to just watch the Dirge of Cerberus cutscenes, preferably at 1.5 speed, because they talk so slow, especially what's her face, Shulk. Shulk talks like this all game. Hi, Vincent. I have an update for you. I need to tell you about everything happening in Deep Ground. Oh no, I can't speak above this monotone or faster than this. In fact, this may be too fast. It's the worst. I did play myself done, Rick. I absolutely played myself. Oh, thank you, Red Mage. It's supposed, I get it, Nick. I get it. I just hate it. Somebody made this comment on my YouTube video. I responded to it live on Thursday, but somebody made the comment of oh, these fucking theory bros, God, because I literally made one joke. I made one joke about the hair eating scene in Crisis Core, because I was like, oh, it seems like the fact that they put out Crisis Core ahead of Rebirth. I'm like, wow, for new players, it's possible you could play Crisis Core and get a pretty major reveal about the truth of Cloud, because obviously it shows Cloud in the game as he actually is, which is the big revelation of the original game. The true identity of Cloud, the actual, who he is and what's going on, why he is the way he is granted, maybe it doesn't go into the why in Crisis Core, but it does show the truth about him, when it comes to Soldier, which is a pretty big fucking mystery. And so I was like, wow, it's pretty big for to spoil that for new players, especially to give people this. And I showed the hair eating scene. I didn't say anything else about it. I didn't say it didn't make sense. I didn't say none of that. And this person commented oh, these theory people can't even just understand why. And it's here's the reason why. It's because of the genetics and and of course, they couldn't just have him eating Zack's flesh, because that'd be cannibalism, and you can't have that because it's a T-rated game. True. But it's so that's why you have to eat the hair. And I'm like, yes, I understand. Look, I get it. I get why Shulk talks slowly. I get why the hair eating happens. He's trying to get a piece of that sweet DNA. I get why Palmer is upset at the gold saucer, and then runs out. It's his fucking hotel got canceled. He's had a shitty day. I think he lost his bet at the Chocobo race. Everything's fucked for him, so he's gonna be pissed off, and he's gonna want to chase after us and start a fight with us. and we're gonna have to fight his stupid ass after the dine scene because his motivation makes sense. I get it. It makes sense. Still doesn't mean I need to like it. You know what I mean? Still doesn't mean I can't call it kind of silly and stupid. So that is, it is what it is, you know? So anyway, we're cashing this in next Sunday. This is like, if everything goes according to plan, if I get it up and running on my PC, you know, the right way. I'm pretty sure, like, when I saw Max play it, it looked like he was playing like a pretty HD version of it. This is like years ago. So I assume there's like, and if anybody knows and you want to drop in the Discord, like, here's like the best way, like download this, etc. Let me know. So, because I want to run it at like 60 FPS, all that stuff. And I know that's possible. So I will look it up. And I'm sure I can figure it out. But in case anybody happens to know, I'll also take that guidance. So that'll start next Sunday. It won't be the only thing we're going to play, but I figure we're in the doldrums of like summer. We're pre-Gamescom. Let's get it out of the way before the next dump of Revelation information comes out. Might as well get it done. So we'll start that next Sunday. Might take 2 or 3 Sundays. I don't know if I could just do an entire like dirge binge. Like, I don't know if I could do like a stream where we do like, I will need to balance it, I feel like, with Rebirth for my own sanity. But it's just because Palmer was fat. Hey, now. It's also not how genetic inheritance works. Rayleigh Criterion. Yes. I mean, in fantasy, yes, I get it. So let's chat. So we had a bunch of stuff come in. Wow, new song dropped as soon as I switched slides. First thing, this won't be long chat. This will be 5 minutes. I just want to point at something. GTA is going to happen on August 27th. They're going to have an extended look. It's going to be on Netflix at 3 p.m. Eastern. It will then be on YouTube 6 hours later. Probably the funniest exclusivity window I've ever seen in my life. Kind of funny, actually. I was on Netflix yesterday and I saw it promoted. I was like, oh yeah, GTA 6, there it is. Kind of crazy. But the reason I bring this up is because I posted about this on the Discord and I was like, I do think this will be more substantial than a trailer. Like, if you're gonna do something with Netflix, like, make something out of it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's just a case of like Netflix being like, hey, here's some money, can you put the trailer on our streaming platform? I think they are an entertainment platform, a streaming entertainment thing. So I was like, at minimum, it'll be like a 10-minute thing, kind of like before Red Dead Redemption 2. But I was really thinking more of this like whole ass 30 to 45-minute production where they go into stuff. In terms of like precedent, it's fine. Drake's Parky, like, it's a 6-hour exclusivity. Like, if this was only available on Netflix for like a month or like weeks or days, that would suck. But it's like, most people are gonna be at work when this drops, and then it'll be up on YouTube then like later that night. It's fine. In my opinion, it's, you know, it's whatever. It's capitalism at its finest, but only a GTA can really pull this off. You know what I mean? Like, not many games can pull it off, and I think that's part of it. I think this part of this move is Rockstar being like, it's more than just any other video game, and so we're able to put it on Netflix. You know what I mean? It is a branding flex, is what it is. Not many other games will have like this kind of impact and this ability to like draw attention by doing something like this. You won't see Rebirth on Netflix, or Revelation on Netflix, for example. Are we streaming Gamescom opening night? Possibly, but also possibly not, AJ, because that's gonna be a work day for me, and there's a pretty big project happening right now at work. So I don't know if I'll even be able to take that day off, or if I'll be able to take that time in the middle of the day, especially because I'm very critical to that project. So I don't know if I'll be able to take it. Long story short. So hopefully closer to the 25th, I'll find out. The other thing that's bold about this, by the way, chat, the other thing that's very bold about this is it's dropping the same week as Revelation at Gamescom. So kind of bold for GTA and Rockstar to choose a week where they could easily be overshadowed by Revelation, right? You know, I mean, clearly the bigger event here is Revelation at Gamescom. So, I mean, both of them, so, you know, step right into that, the nuclear blast radius of Revelation, but, you know, they're confident. They're confident. So anyway, I made this prediction that it'll be like a whole ass, like 30 to 45 minute production, like walking through gameplay things, maybe the ideation of like how, like their whole approach to GTA 6, how it's different from GTA 5, all that stuff. Like I figured almost like a mini documentary. And Jason Schreier yesterday, basically stole my thunder. So if you want to know what's going on in gaming, just come to me first. I mean, Jason Schreier, you know, he's I already got the information.
So I'm going to share a couple more things from Strauss Zelnick, which is...
So sure, he talked to the CEO of Rockstar. Big deal, you know, or Take-Two, big deal, you know. I knew first.
I asked him, I said, okay, look, is there, I know you don't want to talk about the terms, but like, is there a benefit to Take-Two and Rockstar to being on Netflix beyond whatever financial terms you guys are getting? Like, is there an audience you're reaching there that might not otherwise be looking at gameplay of GTA 6? And he said, I do think there's reasoning behind this. I think when the title is launched on Netflix, if you watch it, you'll understand more. And I said, what does that mean? Like, it'll feel like you're watching a Netflix show? And he said, yes, which I thought was interesting.
Called it. I fucking called it. Yeah, it's gonna be like a whole thing. It's gonna be like a whole production. Way more excited for Revelation of New Witcher 3. You know what? I need to play Witcher 3. Back in 2020, Rockstar did a 30-minute short film on RDR1, which aired on Fox. Holy shit. Just though you don't understand the GTA hype at all, it's just a cultural thing, man. It's a cultural thing. But yeah. Not that you have to be into it, but it is gonna be the biggest thing. So anyway, like I said, that's all cool and all. Unfortunately for Rockstar, they're running into the buzzsaw, the absolute juggernaut that is Final Fantasy VII Revelation, which is gonna be August 25th. It says here at 2 p.m. Eastern time. 11 a.m. Pacific, so mark your calendar, Sephiroth. I know you're in Pacific. And then what is that? Europe is like 8 p.m. So get ready, y'all. Looking forward to this, obviously. They have the Gucci Mane himself, Naoki Hamaguchi, talked about it. Where he said, looking forward to sharing what we've been working on with everyone at Opening Night Live. See you at Gamescom. We're looking forward to unveiling to everyone at Opening Night Live what we've been preparing. So sounds like there's going to be something relatively meaty here. Oh my god, is this Chadley's theme lo-fi? Fuck yeah. So in terms of expectations, so one thing that's interesting to know about Opening Night Live in Gamescom is that it's a bit of a smaller show. Like people will tune into Summer Games Fest pretty much no matter what. It draws an audience. Same with, to a bigger extent, the Game Awards. Like the Game Awards is like must-watch stream. Gamescom is a little, it's a lower profile event. It's also sort of at the end of summer. It's like doesn't really have that same draw, that same impact. So what they tend to do with Opening Night Live is they kind of need to tease out what people are going to see. And so last year, for example, they made a big deal out of like Call of Duty Black Ops 7 is going to like be revealed at Gamescom. They also had RE Requiem, Ghost of Yotei, Silent Hill F, Outer Worlds 2, World of Warcraft Midnight, Ninja Gaiden, Fallout. Like all of those were announced to be at the show ahead of time. Because like I said, it doesn't have like a lot of immediate automatic draw as a show. So they use these games to sort of like get people to watch. And of the things that were shown here, 3 of them actually had like a segment where the developers or the creators like walked out and talked to the crowd. And those 3 were Call of Duty Black Ops 7, Fallout, the TV show, and World of Warcraft Midnight. They all kind of came out and showed something, and had developers speak. So there were 3 out of like 5 total. There was like 3 out of 5 total developers came out and kind of talked about their game. So the first was Black Ops 7. They got a trailer and a game over video, like a game overview video. And that segment was about 10 minutes. And this was like the lead thing that they promoted. So far as I could tell, it looks like the only thing they've really confirmed is Revelation. So I wonder if Revelation will have this much of a slot, like if it'll be, you know, a show opener. Like they already announced it, people know it's coming, so just like have it be the thing at the very beginning and sort of give people that information. And so it could be pretty lengthy. You know, it could be, like I said, this was like 9 minutes and 40 seconds. They came out, they talked, they showed more details about the game. So there was that kind of thing. GTA 6 and pull a bunch of people who haven't played games for a while. Drake Sparky, Revelation is nowhere near. Of course. Yeah. I don't know if you were like responding to me or somebody else in chat, but yeah. I was obviously making a joke whenever I made the comparisons between the two. Then Lego Batman was the next game that had a developer come out, and then they showed a little bit of gameplay. So they had a trailer and they had a gameplay overview, and that was about 6 minutes. Next one, Monster Hunter Wilds and Final Fantasy 14. They also had a trailer and like a sizzle reel. It was a little bit shorter. It was kind of like a secondary trailer, but the first trailer was more like the announcement and really seeing everything, like the Chocobos in field, and then the sizzle just had like some more footage. It had Yoshi P was there, and that was about 7 minutes. Fallout, the TV show, had a cast interview and trailer for season 2 of the TV show, and that was about 7 minutes. World of Warcraft Midnight had a developer come out. She talked for a while. She kind of like gave a lot of information, and then they showed a trailer. So there was almost like a developer intro and the reveal trailer. And it was about 6 minutes. Brainbox, we're talking about Opening Night Live, the event that we know Revelation is going to be out next. And I was like stepping through other examples of this. So what's interesting is that there were 5 scenarios last Gamescom where developers came out, spoke, and they did something else. Where at least like developers came out, and every single time that a developer came on stage, it was accompanied by a trailer plus something extra. Fallout was unique because it's a TV show, so they did more of like a cast interview and a trailer. And then World of Warcraft had this, developer come out, gave a bit of an intro to the game, and then there was a real reveal trailer. What's most fascinating though, what's great, is that the shortest one of these segments was about 6 minutes. So in terms of what you can expect, given the fact that it's already confirmed Hamaguchi's going to be there, presumably that means there's going to be stage time. We're going to get like at least 6 or so minutes of information from Hamaguchi. So that gives us a little bit of a level set on, what we can expect, how we should approach like thinking about potential predictions. Love that you always do research. I got to. It's what makes me different. Moon Pendant. Steve is going on. Do you think Tifa will appear in Smash? Why is everyone asking this suddenly? Like, I know Enrique asked it. Well, Smash is currently finished. There's like, they did the last character already, which is Sora. So it's over. If there's a new Smash, sure. Possibly, hopefully. But so far, obviously Street Fighter is where Tifa's gonna be. Oh, you're just pulling Enrique's leg. Gotcha. So with that in mind, knowing that that's what's gonna come up, I think he said it in pretty much everyone's streams that I've gone into and seen him, which is fine. I think he's just very passionate about Tifa and Smash. So Revelation. So with all of that in mind, it gives us a little bit of a level set. We can expect quite a bit of a good amount of info, I think. So I figured let's play a game. Let's play hot or cold. Like maybe go through a bunch of different options of like things that could be there, things that could show up. And I'm going to render my judgment on whether I think it'll be hot or cold. Well, I'll ask you to chat. I'll ask you to say if you think it'll be there or not. If you think hot, you could type hot. If you think cold, you could say cold. You can say whatever you want. But the first topic, what's going on, Mr. Smiley, is release date. I think this is one of the first things that came up in chat. Somebody said I wanted to see the release date in here at Gamescom. So Misty is saying lukewarm. I definitely have my thoughts on this, but I'm curious in chat real quick. Throw out a hot or cold or however you want to say in terms of potential release date. We got a cold, we got a hot. Sephiroth saying, man, I would love that, but I don't know. Got a cold, hot-ish. So pretty split. I'm pretty definitive on this. Mr. Smiley saying gonna go cold, pretty chilly, cold. Okay, actually, more people in chat are aligned with me than I expected. But yes, I'm also ice cold on this one. And the reason is, there's a few reasons. One, you could also say Ifrit or Shiva. That's a good one, Matt. For one, yes, it's only the second reveal. Two, it's still a ways out. But I think the biggest factor, the absolute biggest factor, is that usually when they announce the release date, they also announce all the extra stuff and open up pre-orders and all of that. That's what happens with Rebirth. They announced it in September. They announced the release date, and they put out the collector's edition kind of information. And right now, it's not the time to do it. You have like 37 million games coming out in September because everyone is, trying to get ahead of GTA. So right around the time of this event, you have like every game on planet Earth dropping and demanding people's like wallets and money. And then you have GTA coming out after that in November, demanding people's wallets and money. So I just think it's too early. I think the most likely timing to get the release date at this point is Game Awards. I think it'll be like, that is the time everything will be passed. We'll be past the GTA. We'll be past the September kind of storm of games. Everything will be out. Everything will be fresh. Our heads will be ready. And I think they could possibly do it there. They could do it even later than that, depending on when the release date is. But I think because they announced this in September for a February release. So that's what? October, November, December, January, February, 5 months ahead of release is when they announce the date. So if you're thinking spring, December, then you're thinking, say, April, you're looking at January, February, March, April, 4-ish months ahead of time. Yeah, I'm expecting April, Mr. Smiley. So I think this is cold for Gamescom, unfortunately for everyone, but also the other big hint is, since they usually announce the kind of like full up package that's available at the same time as the release date, you also have to take into account what Hamaguchi's been saying recently of like, I'm really trying to get a physical release. So it sounds like they're still in the middle of like negotiating and figuring out what they're going to do when it comes to their physical aspect of the game. So it's just way too early, I feel like. So there's all that. If you wanted the context, they did announce the release date in September of the Rebirth marketing cycle, but again, that was for a February release. So just ice cold on that one. The player choice mechanics. So they've talked about this a lot in interviews. It's probably the one I'm most curious about in terms of like how it'll actually work. Weirdly enough, I actually somewhat forget what I put on this in terms of likelihood. But curious what you think. Do you guys think we'll get more details on this? Do you think it will actually get some kind of sense of how it works in any kind of way? And you know what? I'll even expand it to like interviews, like Gamescom interviews, because this might be a little heavy for for like a stage thing. But curious on your guys' thinking. Probably an example or two. We got a lot of hot in chat. A lot of hot. Hot, but the details might be limited. Interview seems like a safer bet. Cold, I don't think they can really demonstrate this in a short showing. I think that's where I am, Super Taco. Ironically enough, I'm probably gonna hit the next button and it might come up warm because I forgot what the fuck I put on this. I put cold. Because my thinking is along the lines of Super Taco 2896, who says cold. I don't really think they can demonstrate something like this in such a short showing. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. This is something they can maybe do in a Tokyo Game Show situation, because the Tokyo Game Show stage demo they did for Rebirth was like 40 minutes. It was long. They showed the world map. They showed like exploring the grasslands. They showed doing like Mog House. They showed, I think, even like Queen's Blood. They showed like a bunch of stuff at TGS, and so that's when you have like a space for, this is how we think, this is how it's going to go. Here's like a potential scenario. So yeah, I'm also ice cold on this. Possible they talk about it more in interviews, but he's already talked about it quite a bit in interviews. So I don't know how much more detail or examples they can give us without spoiling the game. It's also something you can see them keeping under wraps because it's a bit spoilery. Yeah, exactly. Did they ever talk about the gold saucer dates before Rebirth, for instance? Actually, good question. That's a really good question. I don't know. I feel like they definitely talked about the bonds system and how you grow connections between the characters. But I don't remember if they explicitly talked about like the dates and how they'll work. I know what was surprising was the dates, that there were two of them. Because I know it was like the one big date, but the first time you go to Gold Sauce, there's also like a little bit of a date night. So that was different from the original, if I remember correctly. Yeah, because the only date in the original is the one before going to the temple, right? What's going on, Neva? I don't think dates was talked about, just the system. Yeah. The North Korea train segment would be a good example if failing is still an option. Yeah, D-Sphere. I do wonder if it's going to be something like, or something like that. But the way they've talked about it isn't just like pass or fail. It's almost like influence over the character's mindset. That's how they've talked about it. So, I don't know. Sort of the first visit to Gold Saucer did involve taking a partner. It was probably supposed to be a Data Swords. Oh, okay. I do kind of remember that, actually, now that you mention it. Yeah. Next one. Highwind on board teaser. So, appropriately enough, using a Dirge image, since we'll get to that, unfortunately, next Sunday. Do we think we'll see a little bit of Highwinds, but inside? We've seen Highwind outside. Where do you guys stand on inside the Highwind? Getting a look at the around the deck, seeing some of the rooms, seeing Chadley's, setup. Getting a lot of hot, absolutely fire. Getting a blazing hot from Nick, getting a warm. Reeving that outfit scorching hot. That's one way to describe it. Hellfire, hot. Oh, wow, everyone. You will be surprised. I agree. Yeah, I think seeing inside the Highwind, I could definitely see that. It would be like an exciting new sort of like thing to show while still being in the realm of like things they've already shown. But it's like, oh, let's go inside. They may even like start, what's going on, Premiere? They may even start like with a shot of outside the Highwind. It's like, and it's not just what could take you around the world. You can step inside, and there'll be like a whole like, not that they're gonna do like a big walkthrough of it or anything, but they'll have like a couple of clips of Cloud or Tifa or whoever walking around the Highwind, which will be cool. I'm looking forward to seeing more of the inside of the Highwind. They can do so much with it, right? Like I would love, oh man, a tour from Sid. I don't think they would do all that for Gamescom, but that would, because they only have, let's say, 6 to 10 minutes. But that would be sick to have him actually do a tour. That is something that they should just have. The marketing team should just drop as like a trailer at some point. They should have more of those bits of content. Like, I was watching Max talking about Tokon before its release, and there are all these like videos of like all the characters. They just drop like deep dives into each of the characters, and it made me realize that I feel like FF7 and Final Fantasy in general doesn't do quite enough of that. Just like drops of information that are clearly just meant for fans, and not even like something that's like around a show necessarily, but sort of like additional information that us will just eat up, like having Sid give us like a tour of the Highwind. It's things that are like more fun, and sort of like fan fueled and like fan focused. It's just exciting. It'd be cool if they did some of that. Needs to include a cup of goddamn tea. So yeah, I'm pretty hot on this. I think we'll definitely see the inside of the Highwind. Highwind exploration details. So obviously this has been a big topic of conversation. What I mean by this is the stuff that they've been talking about in interviews of like seeing the map markers as you're falling and then them disappearing and then getting like more of that information, like how exactly that works. Like he's given us a little bit of details, but we haven't seen it in action. So do we think we'll see like the dive with the map markers and the map markers disappearing, and so a little bit more explanation on that? Is that Mediel? That is Mediel. That like, so I think Warriors of Hype actually did it where they took the map of the original and they traced the coastline from the Mediel area in the original against this coastline, and it's pretty much 1 for 1. So yeah, this is the Mediel area, which looks beautiful. So everyone's hot. We're getting a lot of hot. We're getting some Ifrit from that Matt. Scorching hot. We got 2 exclamation point hots from Red Mage. I'm pretty sure I remember what I said for this, but I'm pretty sure I might surprise you. I might actually surprise you with this one. I'm going cold. I think it might be a little complex for a Gamescom demonstration, at least to explain it in like detail. Like as you're dropping, you know, you'll see map markers, and then as you get closer, like all that feels like maybe too much for Gamescom. And so I kind of expect that more at Tokyo Game Show. They could do it here. This is the one where I'm a bit more like 60-40. I think they'll definitely do that at Tokyo Game Show, like on a big stage demo where it's like they do a full jump out of the Highwind, they demonstrate the jump out of the Highwind, how it all works. So I think it'll be more there. It's also information that's a little more important for like existing fans versus potentially new fans. Now, the thing that could make it a decent marketing point for people who are like not as involved in FF7 is if they want to like present it as, it's a whole new way to experience an open world game, like an entirely different way to sort of like explore a world that you've never done before. Like you'll be able to skydive and pick your destination, but not know exactly where it leads you. Like they could play it up for a more general audience, but this feels a little bit more like a Tokyo Game Show sort of thing for me. That said, field exploration details. So we've seen and heard a lot about the Highwind, and I do think they want to highlight the Highwind, obviously. It's why it was like the first damn thing they showed in the trailer. But do we think we'll get field exploration details? So they've given us some details in interviews, for example, of like, as you're falling, like I said, as you're falling, you see map markers and then they kind of disappear. But they haven't talked much about like when you're in the field and what that'll be like. In terms of like any kind of like emergent gameplay, things that just pop up that you don't expect, or how it is that you'll find your way to like interesting things on the map, or how you use chocobos even more directly. Like they've talked about flying chocobos. Is it actually flying, or is it like the Nibelheim ones? So that's what this is about. So where are we at, chat? Do we think hot? Do we think cold? Do we think Ifrit? Cold is debatable. It's even worth showing. Those have to go together, I think. Shiva, hot, cold for Sephiroth. Hot, they got to keep emphasizing the open world nature of it. Warm, I expect them to do a 10-minute video of Sephiroth drinking tea and rewatching himself killing Aerith over and over again, just a troll video. And text, please look forward to it. I think Richard Black actually just nailed it. Room temperature for Espresso B. That's kind of where I am, but I did lean more toward hot. Not that I think they go into like extreme detail on it, but I think we might see a little bit more of like in the field and showing the world. Like the high wind is hype, but I think getting a sense of like locations and, you know, how you might explore, maybe interesting traversal things. I'm probably more on lukewarm. I don't think it'll go into like big time detail, but I think it'll be more. I think we might see like traversal mechanics, like using, you know, like the chocobos or the grapple hooks or any of that kind of stuff. They might say stuff. They might actually give some detail of like, you know, not everything will be, they probably won't say it in this way, but they might give more of a hint of it not being just a checklist. And you might just be able to discover more things and, you know, you're incentivized to explore that kind of stuff. Side note, just every time I see the Medial region, it's so beautiful. Like the foliage and stuff. Obviously, as we've learned in the shader injector mod, it'll be nerfed on the console, but I can't wait for it on PC especially. Or even PS5 Pro, which might be decent. Like here, the shadowing is actually pretty good. This has got to be the PC version, right? I think it even said PC version at the bottom of it. The non-checklist exploration is the only thing that would be worth showing, and it's questionable if they can even do that without spoiling a secret. You could show areas without being spoilers at this point. They could do something like, unlike Rebirth, you'll be able to explore, you know, they might give some kind of a hint. It would probably be smart marketing wise, since that was like such a major complaint, for them to sort of give a little bit more information on that and to sort of like clarify if the exploration will feel as overwhelming as it has, because I consistently see that. Snowboarding is a good one, actually. So I don't have snowboarding in here in my prepared stuff. But what is everyone's feeling on snowboarding? I have a section at the end of this where it's like, what do you guys think? Like any of the topics. I think for snowboarding, fuck. Cold, no pun intended. I actually think they might show it. They could show it. Even if just like in a trailer form. I'm actually going hot on that. Going hot on that. It'll be like a conversation point, especially if it's cool, especially if it's like SSX in any way. You'll have people theorizing when are they going to do it? When is it going to happen in the game? It's kind of fun. If it looks like SSX, it'll be really fun. Yeah, I think I'm leaning fire. I think I'm leaning Ifrit for snowboard. They might show it. It's kind of fun, you know? Especially for like a general audience, just showing something kind of fun and unexpected maybe for them. That could be cool. If it's anything like SSX, I'll be hooked. Yeah. It's one of the first things we thought that would be shown but wasn't. Has to be some time. Yeah. So I'm thinking hot on that. More fits details. So, God, I actually forgot what I put for this chat. I did this right before stream, and I forgot exactly what I put for some of these. I'm sure when I see whatever I predicted, I'll remember my main point. But how are you feeling about more fits details? Hot, warm? They won't shut up about fits blazing. See if it's casting fire here. We don't know actually, but probably in this instance. Hot. Everyone's going hot. Faraga. I'm gonna feel like an idiot if I put cold on this because I genuinely don't remember. Ah, okay, I was not stupid. Yes, I think it makes the most sense to give a little bit more details. In terms of details, what I want to know more than anything is a diversity of moveset between the fits. Like, if both Cloud and Tifa and everyone have a red mage form, they've given us almost nothing on this. They showed Tifa doing one move and they showed Cloud doing one move. But I want to get a sense of like, is there individual progression with everyone's individual red mage? I hope so. Do they have like, does everyone have black mage as a class, but their black mage moves are all different? I hope so. I just want a little bit more detail on that. Yeah, I can't see what the ultimate spell looks like in action. SubTXT my thoughts exactly. One clarification. Everything you saw was within Zack's timeline during the Junon canon scene. It's obvious, as they made it clear in his timeline the world is dying, weapons clearly succeeding. I don't know about that. But yeah. I just hope to see something other than that Cloud fit. I'm sorry, I hate it. Everyone did. I wonder if they'll alter that fit at all, because like nobody had a positive reaction to that Cloud outfit. I mean, odds are they won't. Probably, like, odds are that's part of like an entire aesthetic that every character has an outfit that looks kind of like that. Like, that's my sense. Like, because I kind of got that a little bit from the Kate Sith Barrett one, even though they were kind of different. Barrett was more of a tanky thing, and Kate Sith was more like summoner, apparently. Which, that's the other thing, is because I've listened to a lot of people, including like Wars of Hype, talk about it, and it makes a lot of sense that yes, Kate Sith outfit did look like a summoner outfit, like based on like other Final Fantasies. But why have so many mage like classes? If you only have 4, like if you only have 4, you're gonna have a black mage one, potentially a summoner one, which I don't even know what the fuck the summoner one would do, because I don't even know what that means. Like everyone can cast summons. I know it's like different now because apparently, like seemingly you can equip 3 summons for an entire like party, and then seemingly you can have access to all of them. But so I don't know exactly how it works, but I don't even know what a summoner class would do in this game, other than casting a summon, which seems like what's the word? Redundant, because everyone has always been able to summon summons. So summoner probably buffs summons or something, yeah, or maybe like you gain direct control over the summons. But that just doesn't sound exciting to me. Some of them faster and they last longer, maybe. Yeah. Maybe only the summoner class can cast Knights of the Round, possibly. Either way, there's a lot of seemingly, like, because then I've also heard them say that maybe there'll be a white mage. It would be shocking to me if like multiple, like out of the 4 fits, they use more than one of them on like a mage type class. That just sounds like surprising to me. Like I would want the classes to be more diverse than just variations of mage, you know? Suspect Kate Sith outfit was a black mage fit. Just looked like summoner. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it fits. Yeah, that's exactly what I think, Richard. Have I watched Denzel's story animated? I have, actually. It's to me, episode Denzel is one of the best things in the compilation. Like, no bullshit. Like, it's actually good. Like, it actually has some drama to it. It has some stakes. You get a little bit more detail about like when the live stream washes over everyone, like how that spreads geostigma. You get information about Reeves and his mother. Like, it's legitimately episode Denzel, even though I don't really like Denzel that much and having children. Episode Denzel is actually quite good. It's also like one of the darkest Final Fantasy VII pieces of media, because it just shows like how geostigma spreads and like how many people die throughout that story because of geostigma. How they like build Edge City, and like how they sort of like kind of you know, in the aftermath of Meteor Fall, there's a little bit more detail that's visualized. It was actually really good. What's going on, Tyler? Sorry, that's all good, man. Denzel pretty much only exists to render certain. It's well written because it's a new story that needs to fit into anything. Yes, yeah, I agree. All right. New fits. So here's the other question. So one is like fit details, but new fits. We've had two confirmed, which is just, I can't even tell if the first one's an actual fit or if it's just like the default. Like that's the other thing. Like, is it 4 fits including the standard default, or is it 4 fits on top of the standard default? That's also a major question. So we've only really effectively seen one, which is Black Mage. Will we see at least a third one in Gamescom? What's the vibe? What's the vibe in chat? Hot or cold? We got a couple of ifrits. Hot. Hot. Let's take a lot of dev resources. Hot, but just one new fit. Yeah. Yes, Tyler. Yeah. He's getting his he's getting commissioned by Cody, by actual Cody Christian, the actual Cloud. And some of his best art too is what he's using. It might show up better than Kate. Hope it's more than just 4 total fits. I mean, they've already confirmed Fate that it's 4 total fits. That's what they've confirmed. And they've said that like it would be too difficult if they had different fits for all the different characters, because then you would be like 20 to 30 variations, like 20 to 30 different classes. And so they said they couldn't do that. That's too much. So they pretty much confirmed it's just the 4 fits. I think everyone gets the same 4, but they probably work differently. Like Tifa's Black Mage probably feels different from Cloud's Black Mage, different abilities, all that. But it sounds like there's just 4 standard classes that all the characters can use. So you're basically thinking it's going to be 4 including, so Richard, you're thinking it's going to be 4 including whatever your default is. I'm hoping it'll be 4 additional on top of your standard. 4 makes you think each one will be quite different from character to character. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. Otherwise, it'll just be kind of boring. So for new fits, I think I came in cold on this one. I wasn't sure if Gamescom was big enough. It could. They could show another class. They could save it for Tokyo Game Show. I'm back and forth on this one. I'm probably more like 60% cold. It's very possible they show an outright new job. Just wasn't sure. This is probably the one I'm most likely to be wrong about. So they could probably show a new one. I think showing off new fits in combat is a great way to sell a game. Yeah. I mean, that's true. It'll give an opportunity to show a different outfit, like a new aesthetic too. So this is probably actually hot, but at least in the 30 minutes before stream, I threw a cold on it. New weapon fight details. So far we've seen a little bit of weapon fights. They've talked about the weapon fights in pretty much every interview. But in terms of specifically new weapon fight details, so seeing an actual fight with the party and the weapons, because we haven't quite seen that yet. We've seen them using like the harpoons or whatever, the lasers. Sapphire fight tees, that'd be crazy. I love the way the director spoke about it on Max's stream, that each person had 4 fits available. I think we'll see see some overlap like Black Mage, but I think it's going to be more unique than we know. I mean, I hope you're right, but I do think it's going to be the same 4, but just different executions of them. Because they also said, Yume, that like, if they did truly like like a lot of different classes. The reason why it's only 4 is because they couldn't do 20 to 30. That would be too much. And so if you were to be 4 different jobs for each character, that automatically gets you to like 32 jobs. So I think it's just the same 4, just used differently between the different characters. We're getting Ifrit, we're getting Hot, Shirley, got a Cold from Infinity's End. I think they want to save this for TGS. They could. I think it's a Gamescom demo, the entirely this exact video weapon fight. They've already shown a lot of it. Possibly. Not worried about weapon fight details. They've shown that they can do most weapon fights and do it well with the Whisper Harbinger. I don't know if Whisper Harbinger is a great example. Look, Whisper Harbinger is kind of boring. They haven't really shown off weapon fights yet. Yeah. I went hot on this. The reason I went hot on this, and I could be wrong, like just as much as I could be wrong about this, and I probably am, I could be wrong about this. But what they said in interviews is they don't want to make it feel like a mini game. Like they don't want the weapon fights to feel like a mini game. So right now it did look like a mini game because all they showed was the Yuffie pointing lasers portion and also like Tifa running out. But even when Tifa runs out here, there isn't really a fight that happens. She just runs toward the weapon and then like falls back. There's no like, you know, UI here for a battle or anything. So I'm hoping to see, I think they might want to show that it's an actual fight, not just a minigame thing. Because right now it does look like just a minigame thing. And that's something that they explicitly said they didn't want it to look like. Now, the problem with this prediction is Gamescom might be too short. It just might be too short to show, unless it's just part of a trailer. But so they might save that for Tokyo Game Show. My general feeling is that anything they show Gamescom will be extend the looks of what we've already seen in the trailer with this medieval fight. Yeah, I mean it's a pretty decent bet. Oh shit! I forgot to add something. I know one more thing that I want to ask you guys about. Getting to story stuff real quick. Will we see the new Sephiroth speak? Now, this is a very specific question. Slap Fight's a good one. I'll add that one too. Will we see? So people have said, especially I know Max is talking about, like, I need to see him speaking out of his lips. You know, like I need to see the new voice coming directly out of Sephiroth's lips. Do we think we'll see the new Sephiroth talk? What's going on, Real Gaming Chat? So we're just going through predictions. Nick says cold. Linda says no. Richard says this is needed. Cold. Got a hot from Mr. Smiley. Drake thinks the new voice is too deep. Got a warm, got a cold. I don't think we need much Sephiroth yet. Imagine we see Sephiroth speak, but it's Tyler's voice when we see Sephiroth speak again and Travis's voice. They show the two Sephiroth side by side. Well, it's not what's going to happen, Graphs, just because we know in Japan. In Japan, it's the same voice actor still. There's not a new voice actor, so it genuinely is only a US thing versus like using the voices to differentiate between different forms of Sephiroth. It's the one voice in Japan, so that's the hint that that's just an American or an English issue. Cold. Pluto. That's one way to say cold. A lot of people saying cold. I agree. I'm also cold on seeing the new Sephiroth voice. But that opens up, do we hear more Sephiroth dialogue? And I'm just gonna go straight to it. Yes, I think we might hear more Sephiroth in like a trailer. Because I kind of do expect they'll do like a little trailer. Gucci will say some shit, and then there'll be like a little gameplay video sort of thing, because that's how a lot of the Gamescom stage things happened last time. Open with the trailer, got the director out, talked to him a bit, showed a little bit more gameplay. So I think we might hear more Sephiroth VA in a trailer. I just don't think we'll see it coming out of him, especially because they've so many times in trailers for this whole trilogy. you'll hear a character saying something, but you won't see them actually say it, you know? I think a good move could be Sephiroth narration for the trailer. That's actually kind of sick, Richard. I don't know if for this trailer, but for one of the trailers, if it's completely narrated by Sephiroth, that'd be kind of sick. Like his perspective on this, like him just, that would be kind of cool. That would be really cool, actually. I don't know if we'll see him in Revelation. In Rebirth, he exists to coax them to the crater, but in Revelation, he's kind of absent. No, I don't think so. Because if you just use the original, for example, then Sephiroth would have only been in Rebirth almost. Plus, he has a lot to do. He has to like play mind games in the crater. Like when you're in the crater in the OG, that is when you get the most Sephiroth, because that's when he does the whirlwind maze. Like you weren't actually here. He shows in the picture exact. It's like it's the most Sephiroth in the game is in this too, at least up until getting the Black Materia. Then once you get the Black Materia, he kind of disappears. But his biggest like star moment is coming up. When I first heard the new Sephiroth voice, I thought it was Vincent, and I wonder why he would say that. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, they're kind of similar. Yeah. See, I think we might hear the new voice. Zach update. Chat, we have yet to see the puppy in Revelation. Do we think we see any Zach? Just see him somewhere in this trailer. Do we think we get it here at Gamescom? Getting a cold, getting a frigid. Ume saying yes. Faint Wind saying cold. Nick saying cold. Not yet. Middle of the road for Mr. Smiley. Ice Ice Baby from Sephiroth as she breaks out the shit. Why am I Vanilla Ice reference? New key art. I guess it's a whole other prediction to ask about. New key art, I would say yes. I'd probably go hot on new key art. Nipples are hard as granite. Good lord. Engine saying ice, cold, cold, lukewarm. Okay, so the majority of people here are saying cold. They think story stuff will be held super tight to the vest. All very logical. All very logical. Most people, okay, this makes a lot of sense. Kind of what I expect. I'm going crazy, chat. I'm going crazy. I'm going hot. Just to see him somewhere doing something. I'm going hot. And I think because I think Espresso B said it earlier that, you know, they think whatever they show at Gamescom will be like just additional stuff versus what we've already seen. And I don't think they want to give any like big bangers away. I don't think they want to show off anything too crazy. But I think they want to show something new. And yes, it'll probably be more gameplay focused, but I think in the trailer that opens up everything, we might see a wild Zack. I know I sound crazy, but you know what? I have sounded crazy many times throughout the length of this FF7 trilogy, and more times than not, I've been pretty on point. So I could be wrong. But I think they might give us a taste of Zack. Especially because Tokyo Game Show will be extra gameplay focused probably, with their whole like stage demo and shit. So I think we see him somewhere. I'm going crazy. We might see him, but no context. Exactly, Gaz. That's all I'm saying. We'll get a tease. We'll get a taste of Zack. So similar. The other character we have seen nothing on. Aerith update. What are we thinking, chat? This I already know where you guys are gonna be. They did say he'd have an expanded role. Icicle in. Cold, completely frozen. Shiva. Cold. TGS or later. 0 degrees Kelvin. I'm shivering and cold. You're expecting a voice at most. Absolute zero. Ed. Hell is frozen over. More likely than Zach warm. Wow, Bulb. That's a shot. Kurt this cold. I appreciate that reference. She'll be the last shot of the trailer. What a Hail Mary from D-Sphere. As cold as Aerith is. Ever cold. I'm cold too. I think there's no shot. I think you might get an Aerith tease at like a Game Awards. Like that would be kind of fucking crazy. Like a platform like the Game Awards. And in terms of her role in this game, I think it'll be smaller. I think the absolute earliest would be Game Awards. But yes, closer to launch is like any kind of tease of like anything Aerith related. I do think we'll get something. She'll be in the game in some way, whether she's in the live stream or whatever the fuck. Like we're gonna see her in some way. I don't know exactly how, but we'll see her in some shape or form, and it will probably show up in the marketing at some point because they'll want people to be like, oh wait, how the fuck is she gonna fit in now? Is she just a Cloud's illusion? Is there something more to it? All that. Do you think they'll still ride the line of is she dead or not in marketing? Yeah, I think so. Very possible. They'll want to tease the possibility probably that, you know, she's still around in some way, shape, or form. Final trailer shit. I mean, it could be that late. It could be that late. For sure. So yeah, ice cold for this one though. It's way too early for that. So anything else, chat? So there were some other things people asked in chat. There was we already talked about the snowboarding one. There was one that was I thought would be cool to touch on. Where was it? Can't find it. One that came up while we were chatting was Submarine. Ooh, Rocket Town tease. Oh man, Rocket Town tease. Oh, slot fight. Yeah, slot fight. I'll give it a hot. I'll give it a sure. We might get a slap fight tease. Rocket Town tease though. Why not? You know, why not a Rocket Town tease? Because I don't think it's big enough to like hold off for too long. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's big enough of a thing that you need to really save it for Game Awards or save it for like closer to launch. I can see finally getting a look at Rocket Town. I'll go hot on Rocket Town. Playable demo at Gamescom. I think for like press and influencers or like creators, that's a good chance. I don't know if it'll be publicly playable though. I'll go hot on it for like at the very least press. Submarine tease. I could actually let me actually address it since I brought it up. Submarine. I'm gonna go cold. Like maybe they might like put Submarine as part of like a big exploration deep dive at Tokyo Game Show or something, but I'm gonna go cold on it for now. What do you think about how they turned Sid into a wuss? I think you should probably play the original game a little bit more. I mean, yes, he is like softer for sure than we're used to him in the original. I've talked about this a fuckload already. There's dialogue when you go into the Highwind, when you get the Highwind for the very first time in the OG. There's dialogue from one of the characters. There's like from one of the crew members. So you steal it. I could show you the fucking dialogue. And this is from the original game. Let me find it. Have their roots right here in the original game. Hold on. Find it. So after you steal the Highwind, You get this dialogue with this dude. He was just a crew member. And this is when you have Tifa, like, running the party. Remake trilogy. But the president. So there was like all this stuff, right? Of like, so you talk to this dude. This is after you first get the high wind. And you talk about like, I'm working on the high wind. You listen to a story. Working on the high wind, we spent every day slaving under Heidegger. Whenever he got yelled at by the president, he'd immediately take it out on the crew. So he's talking about Heidegger being an asshole. Everyone, including the president and Scarlet, got on. This is like right before you steal the high wind. And with them, I saw Sid, a legendary pilot. He was looking inside the ship, you know, looking really, you know, nostalgic. He even talked to us. I couldn't believe it. I was so impressed. He was every bit as warm-hearted as we'd always heard. So there was a perception of Sid at one point within the lore of FF7 where he was described by people as being like warm-hearted. He had this reputation, like through hearsay. This is what people heard about Sid, is like he's warm-hearted. And we've only seen Sid in a completely different context than the way that we meet him in the original. So when we meet him in the original, think about what happens when you meet him in the original. You meet him in Rocket Town, in his rocket, you know, when he's about to sort of like make a plea to, he knows Rufus is coming to town. His plan is to sort of like convince Rufus to start up the space program again. It's a big day for him. You know what I mean? Like he's standing in his dead dream. He's standing in the ship that he was never able to take into space. And so shit is stirred up. You know what I mean? So in that context, he's a bit of a dick, right? And especially when he gets home, like he's agitated. It's one of his like, it's not a good day for him. He's worked up. And so in that context, he was definitely a bit of an asshole. Then you get, but throughout a lot of the rest of the game, there's like a couple times where he calls Yuffie, you know, a brat and stuff like that. But he's probably the most venomous, like in Rocket Town. And other times he's just like sitting his ass on the high wind, like kind of like ignoring people or kind of being lazy or whatever. Like he's an asshole towards Shera. He's an asshole towards Shenra, but he's not just completely that all the time. And the only way that we've seen him in Rebirth is as like the pilot that we've hired to take us to places. And there actually is a bit of dialogue in Rebirth that's like similar to where he says, fuck, where was it? I have it saved somewhere. There's a line of dialogue where he's like, he says kind of a dickish thing. Working at a nightclub on Saturdays, waking up to your streams has become my routine for my morning recoveries. Thank you. Thank you, Lizzie. Let me see if I can find this dead moment. There's a bit of Sid dialogue when he's flying, where he's a dickhead in Rebirth. Take a screenshot of it at one point. Fuck, I don't know where it is. Oh, right here? Yeah, right here. Shenner don't own the skies. Shitheads couldn't stop me even if they tried. So we get a little bit, we got him saying shitheads. You know what I mean? Now, is he on the whole way softer so far? For sure. But I'm waiting for, you know, when he's in a bit of a different context. This is at one point, you know, when he's like, when they're crashing, before heading to, like when the tiny Bronco crashes, where like during the fall he kind of is a little bit, he's like, you know, sit down and shut up. Like he has like a little bit of it, a little bit, but not completely yet. So there are like a couple of hints at the Sid that we know in Rebirth, and hopefully we get more of that in Revelation. Hopefully we get more of that in Rocket Town. I hope that we get more of that like whenever he's really agitated, like once he has to control the party, like if Tifa, you know, when Tifa stays with Cloud and Mideel, and then he's like party leader, and shit's going down, and there's like weapons attacking, and it's like we got to go here, we got to go to Corel, we got to do, you know, all this shit is happening in the world. If he like in that moment is like agitated, like he is in the cockpit in Rocket Town, like in the ship, when he has to make the decision about saving Shira or not, you know what I mean? He also makes like some funny jokes, like in the original, he's like, you got brains, so don't be so fucking stupid. You know, like he'll give like an underhanded compliment, so everyone just sees like Sid as just like being a complete fucking dick skull. It's not even a word, I just made it up, but like everyone just sees Sid as like, because it's your first impression is him being an absolute dick to Shira, it becomes like the one register that people have for like what Sid is. It's like, oh, Sid is just a fucking prick all the time, until finally he goes into space and gets saved by Shira, then he stops being a prick. But it's like, that's not really, that really isn't his character. So you also have the moment, for example, when he like gets told to like be the leader. Look at his dummy. He's just like sitting his lazy ass over here. This is Sid a lot of the game. Ah, shit. I lost it. I really lost it. Like, this is Sid for a lot of the game. Like, this is his ass. Whatever. Not really paying, but he's not like being a complete asshole. He's just sort of checked out, which is kind of what he is now. He actually does the same like sitting thing outside the Temple of the Ancients. But speaking of, I wonder if we get any of this. This was a wild part of the I totally forgot about this door until I was replaying. This is for a replay I did before Rebirth came out. Sorry, it's just the thing and it broke. Key? You mean the one to that door? That's a good one. Of course there's no key. It's a wall. Painted a door on it. My audio was so much worse back then. Say what? You drew that door on the wall? That's right, we drew it on there to make it feel like you could pass through to another world. Sorry to have surprised you. It's not much of an apology, but please take this. I forgot if I talked about it, but yeah, it's like pass through to another world. That's right, we drew it on in there to make it look like you could pass through to another world. I'm like, motherfuckers, are you kidding me? That's right, it's not a thing to me. Pass through a door. There was another bit of dialogue right here. We're hoping to pass through a door like that into another world. I was like, what, brother? Yeah. It's like being upset that Tifa didn't say that one word on the stairs of Shinra building. I mean, I think that diminishes it too much. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. Like, we were all thrown off by Sid in the Rebirth trailer, for sure. You know what I mean? Like, even the first trailer that we saw him, it was a bit like, wait, what? And I didn't have this perspective on Sid until I replayed the original before Rebirth. And then I remembered more moments with him other than just him yelling at Shira to get the goddamn tea. Which I hope we get. And if we don't get, we'll riot. We got to get the goddamn tea line. So like, I get the criticisms. I just think people are judging him as too one-dimensional. You know what I mean? Only villain smokes, so changes character is all I'm saying. I don't know what they'll do with the smoking. I mean, that might be more of a cultural thing at this point, even though like weirdly enough, like smoking is incredibly popular in Japan as far as I understand. Like, but I think in media it's maybe not as accepted as it once was. So, I mean, I don't know. what kind of artists do they have that can draw a realistic door? I mean, they have like they also have I guess it's maybe a little different, but they have President Shinra smoking the cigar. Yeah, we probably won't get Sid smoking, unfortunately. I really think Sid being overly nice has to do with the fact that he may eventually snap. I think it's part of the reveal, Rashana. I think we're supposed to like see Sid a particular way. Well, here's what I hope. I hope what they're building toward is like seeing Sid in this like warm-hearted way that we've seen him so far, and then see that flip switch when he's in a different context, like when he's in the context of like Rocket Town and being surrounded by his like the bullshit of the situation. Like when he's looking at his dead dreams, and he's around Shara, who reminds him of the failure of that mission. That side of him will come out, or like if he's really agitated on the high wind as like something big is happening, like there's a weapon attack they have to rush to, or there's like two weapon attacks happening simultaneously. Part of the player choice thing is like, which one do we go after? Do we go after this weapon over here or that weapon over there? Like, what do we do? And he gets agitated in that moment. There could be that kind of a situation too. So we'll see. Plus the chance of being the new leader of the group. Exactly. I think like in those situations, you could see that part of Sid come out. You should see that part of Sid coming out, you know? So that's my read on it. He was more overtly nice to Aerith because of his connections to Afalna, which again makes Aerith's death affect him more. He's going to change character. And that's part of it. It's like, that might be part of the reason why he is, that might be part of the reason why, did I close Spotify? That might be part of the reason why he joins the party and like decides to help, is because of what happened with Aerith. At least it gives him a reason to get involved, because right now he's doing what he should do, which is like, this is your guy shit. I'm just a pilot. I'm not going to get involved. But then having what happened to Aerith happen, you know, given his connection to Afalna, which is maybe a little strange, but it is what it is what it is. That's why they changed his past to connect with Alfana. They changed him. Yeah. And there's part of it in the traces it to past, apparently. I have to reread that part, but apparently it is mentioned too. I think at some point there's a mention of Sid and Alfana in the book, but I don't remember exactly. I gotta reread it. Speaking of predictions before Rebirth, I was rewatching this and I'm like, damn, dude, I was like kind of on top of shit. These were like my predictions before Rebirth came out. Things that are like overarchingly like in my mind, they're somewhere in this. So this is like, these are the thoughts that I had. I published this before, like right before the game came out. Trilogy. And in that he talks about, I published this right before February 23rd. The game came out the 29th. Like, so these are like my hot takes like after playing the original game. This is like after I played the original game. I'll put myself at fast speed because I don't want to hear myself for like 6 minutes. But I talk pretty fast once I'm in the zone. But I try to make this as digestible as a 4-hour video could be, including how I run through sort of this little introduction. And with that in mind, I want to jump to sort of like the big picture thoughts before young subtext 2 years earlier. Get into the playthrough. So, sort of things that are like overarchingly like in my mind. They're somewhere in this video, but they're not said so specifically. So I just wanted to cover them like right here before you dive in and sort of enjoy everything. So the first is, it's very clear to me that new things from the remake trilogy and from remake itself from part 1 and even from Rebirth, as you'll see throughout the video, maybe aren't so new. Like there are things that really felt new because they were just very easily missable within the original game. Even things, for example, from part 1, like Shinra propagandizing Avalanche, or which seemed like new content, but if you ran around and you talked to an NPC here or interacted with a TV set and a newscast there, you would sort of get sort of that propagandizing. Jesse's sort of death monologue about her guilt. It's like, because of our actions, many people died. This probably is our punishment. I totally fucking missed this dialogue in the original the first time through, or at least the weight of it. It's like one line of dialogue. And they turned this into like the crux of her arc. About the deaths that happens as a result of the reactor bombings is in the original. It was just one line and I wasn't attached to Jesse as much. I honestly just missed it and forgot about it. So lots of things like that, even the concept of like fate, you know, Bugenhagen talks about it a lot in Cosmo Canyon, as you'll see in that part of the video. So there are lots of things. There are even things that when I saw it, I was like, oh my God, I thought that was new to Rebirth from stuff we've seen in trailers. But they may have their roots right here in the original game. And so it's not a surprise that the second biggest thing that I took away from all of this is that I think the remake trilogy is going to be more like the original than a lot of us think. And I've talked. this actually came up this week, where please explain and help get the elephant out of the room. Is FF7 Remake a pre-sequel to Advent Children? I have a whole video, Sky, that I'm working on that'll clarify it even more. There, fuck, I don't want to spoil that video though. I mean, it's not the, I guess it's more the intro of the video, so it's fine. There are interviews with Nomura after Advent Children came out, after Dirge of Cerberus came out, where he explicitly says, we need to find a way to conclude all of this. Like, we can't just end the compilation on a whim. I'm trying to figure out a conclusion to the compilation. And he said this after Advent Children was already out, after Dirge of Cerberus. Like, so a lot of people treat the compilation as if it is the ending, the solidified ending, even in the minds of creators. So how in the fuck could they possibly deny the compilation as being the ending? They wouldn't deny their own work, right? They wouldn't deny their own work. They have to honor it the way that I honor it as a person, right? The way that I honor it as a fan, as the end of Final Fantasy VII, is the way the developers have to honor it as the end of Final Fantasy VII. But the thing is, even 20 years ago, they didn't see Advent Children and Dirge as the conclusion. And I kind of included that a little bit at the end of my video, the big video, where I have Nomura talking at the end, in the Advent Children special features, where he's like, this doesn't feel like the end. It feels like we can build towards something even bigger. There's their Ultimania interview from 2020, where he says, like, the origins of the remake project were to be the 5th part of the compilation, was how it was originally planned. It was supposed to be after Advent Children, after Before Crisis, after Crisis Core, after Dirge of Cerberus. This was like the 5th thing to sort of like complete the compilation, was the original ambition of this project before it became the remake project. So they have been thinking for 20 fucking years about, how do we put an end to Final Fantasy VII? Advent Children's not enough of an end. Dirge is not enough of an end. This is Nomura's own fucking words. This is not me saying this shit. This is not me feeling this way. This is Nomura saying, I don't think, I'm just gonna pull the fucking quote up. Hold on, let me find it. Because now I'm into it. So I guess a little bit of a teaser for one aspect of my upcoming video. Talked about that a lot. This is the interview. This is from 2005. It's November 2005. Interviewer. By the way, if you were told you had to remake Final Fantasy VII or make Final Fantasy VII 2, which would you choose? Nomura. I'll just put on music too. Nomura. I feel like Final Fantasy VII 2 would be difficult to make with AC in the picture. However, after seeing the Dirge of Cerberus, I also feel like it would be rather easy. Laughs. Advent Children is pretty straightforward and self-contained, but looking at Dirge of Cerberus, I feel like there's still a lot of room left to expand. That said, I feel like Final Fantasy VII 2 would be more of a risk, than the remake. Either way, I don't think we would straight up do a remake or a sequel. Granted, 2005. I've been thinking for a long time now about how to bring the compilation to a close, and I'm finally starting to get a vague idea. Interviewer. Do you mean something that would bring together and wrap up the compilation as a whole? Nomura. I think we have to create something that would serve as an ending to it all. It's not enough just to end it on a whim. I really think we need to figure out a real way to conclude things. Let me read that again. I think we have to create something that would serve as an ending to it all. It's not enough to just end it on a whim. This is after Dirge of Cerberus already exists. I think we need to figure out a real way to conclude things. Interviewer. In wrapping up Final Fantasy VII, would you also want to create something that would surpass it? Nomura. That's right. I think we have to create something that would surpass a phenomenon that was Final Fantasy VII. The compilation has only served to strengthen FF7 further. It's kind of like chasing a ghost cart in Mario Kart. We haven't overtaken it yet. Advent Children has only improved the ghost car's track time. Like, they've held this feeling about Final Fantasy VII, what the compilation is, what it does, what it accomplishes for 20 years. And as a creative person, like, you just don't let that shit go. Especially somebody like Nomura. This is fucking Nomura talking. Nomura got Final Fantasy Versus 13 ripped out of his fucking hands, ripped directly out from underneath him, and has been trying to do it ever since. He's injected into Kingdom Hearts as much as he can. He's like, it's everywhere in like his projects. Like Nice Guy Prince has sort of like outlined it a lot more, and has a lot more information than I do about it. But like, when Nomura has a thing that he's chasing, he tends to try to do it. You know what I mean? Even if he like in the case of Versus 13, that was like ripped out from under him by the company itself. But like, this is like not even the first time that he said this, right? Like he also said this in my video that I put. Let me find it. But in my video, big Rebirth,
and not evidence that the event.
There's this Nomura quote where he said the same thing around the same time.
All the rest, and it was because
this has been his white whale when it comes to FF7.
There is one unrealized dream that may matter more than all the rest, and it was expressed by the creative director of this entire project, Tetsuya Nomura, in the behind-the-scenes documentary for Advent Children.
完結した感がないというか、なんかまあこれで終わりじゃないぞという予感的なものでしょうか。なんかそれを言っちゃうとなんか単純に受け取られると、じゃあまた映像を作るのかっていうふうに取られるかもしれないですけど、そういう意味でのことじゃなくて、これがあったから多分できることがこれから増えそうな気がして、なんかそういう、意味で完結したものということではなくて、何かここから先の大きなものの一手目っていう作品になったかなと思ってます。
Like, take that into consideration. Take into consideration. I think we need to create something that would serve as an ending to it all. It's not enough to just end it on a whim. I think we need to figure out a real way to conclude things. Advent Children is only the ghost. It's like a Mario Kart ghost. It's like the ghost cart in Mario Kart. It's only improved the track time. Like, I don't think we would ever, either way, I don't think it would be just a straight up, remake or a sequel. Like, fuck, man. It's everywhere. It's been on this dude's mind for 20 years. Anyway, so that's part of the video. And for an update, I've been working on this a little bit. I finally figured out, because originally I was planning on making 2 videos. One about like the Revelation reveal and like my thoughts on the title. Like basically the concept of it was, I never really cared about the Revelation title, the part 3 title. I didn't think I was going to give a shit about the title. And then now that we actually got the title, I actually do think it matters, because it's all about doing this. Like the Revelation is about this. The 30-year cook. But then I was like, well, it feels a bit incomplete. Like it's a kind of an interesting little video. Like this is like a cool thing. Like we just talked about it, right? I'm sure many of you are like, oh fuck, that's a kind of a crazy quote. But similar thing happened with my big Rebirth video, where I had the idea of the synthesis, like the thesis, antithesis, synthesis thing. I was like, that was what the video was going to be about. That's all I was going to do, which is like up to that point in the video. And then I was like, well, shit, if I only say that, I don't think that's quite enough. Like, I feel like people will want to know, well, what could that third thing be? And so I had to like come up with some kind of example of what like a synthesis could be. And so a similar thing happened when making this video, where I was going to use this as like the crux of the like why the Revelation name matters more than we might think. But then I was like, okay, people might want to know what that revelation kind of is. So I don't know how much of a specific theory there will be to it, but I have a lot of thinking on like basically the Sephiroth video is merged with the Revelation video. So it's gonna be one long video. I don't know when it'll be done exactly. I have a big work project. I hate to leave a story unfinished. Hamaguchi, D-Sphere, yes. I that was the other meta comment. Yeah. That was such a great like meta comment on that. Summer Game Fest 2026. Like they've been teasing this shit forever.
Is that right? A story ended the video too early. I hate to leave a story unfinished.
It's everywhere. It's fucking everywhere. But anyway, I have a big work project that takes up a lot of my time outside of streaming. So I don't know if I'll have a lot of like spare time to be working on it in the next month or so, but my goal, I would hope, is to drop it maybe like mid-September, like right around Tokyo Game Show time would be the ideal for me of like when I would get this video done, but we'll see. We'll see. Oh, Jesus Christ, chat. Yeah. There's just no way. Okay, I could also talk about this too. I might as well. Because I talked about it, like talking about the whole, like, will it be a different ending or not? I hinted about something in the Discord that I ended up explaining some more, because I think the people who don't believe in a meta sequel of any kind already have their answer for what around this contradiction. But I noticed a contradiction in hold on. I noticed a contradiction in Hamaguchi's interviews where he keeps saying, I won't talk about the ending, right? There's actually one interview like recently, this past week or so, or the week before. It was the one with the smaller creator. It was kind of like a small YouTuber and wherever they were. And he was doing the interview, and he was like, and the interviewer asked like this crazy long question. It was like 2-minute long question. And so it prompted a very long response from Hamaguchi. And in the response, he answered it in like 2 parts. And so he was basically asked about like the enormity of like taking on this project. And Hamaguchi said, well, you know, I'm not going to talk about the ending. I'm sure you understand that I can't tell you how it's going to end. He said, and he said that in multiple interviews. In multiple interviews, like, okay, I can't tell you how it's going to end. I won't tell you how it's going to end. It could be exactly the same. It could be completely different. It could be something in between. Like, he's used a lot of different ways to describe, I can't tell you the ending. Obviously, he can't tell us the ending. But then, at the same time, in even the same interviews, in that specific instance where he said, like, I can't tell you the ending, I'm sure you can understand that. About 2 minutes later, he then said, you know, a lot of people have brought up Advent Children. And, you know, they keep asking about Advent Children, how it'll connect, because maybe some comments like that were said at some point. But what I can say, well, I can't say everything. What I can say is that Advent Children is part of this, right? It's wrapped up into this. It's sort of like we encompass Advent Children within this, within the remake project, within the remake trilogy. We're encompassing Advent Children, Dirge, everything is getting like encompassed in it, is sort of or integrated is how he's talked about it. So it just brings up a question in almost like a Socratic method kind of way. So you're saying that you're not going to talk about the ending, but then you say Advent Children is fine. Advent Children's part of this. Don't worry about that. Advent Children is part of this. So wouldn't that, in theory, kind of spoil the ending? Like, if the ending just ended the same as the original, and you tell us Advent Children is part of this, if you take that very literally, you could make it sound like, well, what if this ends the same, and you just spoiled it by saying that Advent Children is part of it? So it's clear in his mind that Advent Children is not a spoiler. Like, knowing Advent Children is not a spoiler to the ending. Like, this new process of thinking through the contradiction itself, like how those two statements work together. Now, that could mean that they time jump ahead of Advent Children and whatnot, and there's like a new ending past the sequence of events that we know. And so technically he wouldn't have spoiled the ending because there would be something beyond Advent Children that they use as the actual ending. Or it could mean that there's a whole new ending at Meteor Fall that incorporates what we already know of Advent Children at some point within this story, which has already happened. Like, they've already had Advent Children as part of the story directly. We literally fight them. We fight them at the end of the remake, and that's been confirmed. So Advent Children is already part of the story. There's no contradiction itself, but the question is Advent Children the ending? And I feel like by him continually saying, yes, it is part of everything, but I'm not going to spoil the ending, it kind of gives away a little bit that Advent Children, and knowing Advent Children ahead of time does not spoil the end of this game. But I mean, they haven't been treating it like a spoiler for all this time anyway. They put it in theaters before Rebirth came out. They haven't been treating it as a spoiler, so. Nomura said in 2019, we'd gone through Advent Children before Crisis Core, and Dirge of Cerberus, and I was planning this by myself for about a year and a half in the final entry of the compilation. Yeah, I think that was the, I don't know if that's a different quote, but there's also that like a version of that quote exists in the Ultimania too, Mr. Smiley. Threats howl outside of Midgard technically post Advent Children. I mean, in the timeline, yes, but it was part of the original game too. If Advent Children and Dirge of Cerberus are part of this, it's definitely something different. I'm definitely pro no space cancer ending. Yeah, I mean, so am I. Because with Stamp, you can't. You can just tell any story you want and pick and choose the connections. There's no contradiction because of the Stamp situation. Well, that's assuming that the Stamp situation is an outright multiverse, which I don't think it is. I think eventually we will have kind of like a final set world, you know? Like, that's effectively what was said in this interview. Going back
and
to
not
my
evidence that the events
original ending video. They kind of spell it out here in that interview that got privated and kind of pulled down from the internet.
a final possible fates, which is how the developers have described it.
I mean, this is why they don't let Katase talk anymore. Spoiler City, like when you really think about it, because he basically outlines this concept of like Sephiroth has one way he wants the world to be, and the party have a different way they want it to be, and that's really what this is all about. Is this sort of like war of possibilities, these multiple possibilities, possible worlds. Fucking Ever Crisis leans into that. Ever Crisis is like all the different possibilities for a remake. So I think, like, at the end of the day, I think the plan is getting to some ideal final state of the world that is dictated by the party. They're not Sephiroth. But either way, I think there will be one final set thing. Right now, everything is set adrift, so there's all the possibilities are out there. We're literally walking through them as Zach. But I don't think it means that the end is going to be so open-ended that there are going to be multiple strands that are like answerable in different ways. Narratively, the team has set up things such that they have the tooling to do anything they want and still be coherent. I mean, yes, I agree with that part of your argument. Noctis saying, I'm Team Sephiroth. This VOD got pulled so fast, yeah. It's gonna be the ending where Cloud drives into Midgar Edge on his motorcycle, nothing eventful happens, then goes on a happy joyride and ends credits from AC. I mean, they already re-released Advent Children in Crisis Core. I felt the events of Advent Children are the precursor to remake Sephiroth's Goals, which has been long been speculated. I agree, Brainbox, yeah. So, I don't know. Nobody knows. The only thing I do know is that this doesn't feel like a regular... It doesn't feel like... It feels like it's going to be some kind of ending we don't 100% see coming. It's not going to be exactly like the original. It's not going to be completely different either. It's going to be that third in-between space, right? I think the conclusion will be us locking Sephiroth inside of Materia and using him as a summon in New Game Plus. Yeah, I don't know. You might be joking there because of how you ended that statement, but I have heard people say that theory of like, oh, you know, since Materia contains memories and knowledge, what if you use the empty Materia to sort of contain Sephiroth? It would effectively be like you'd be Jafaring Sephiroth. Because that's what happens with Jafar at the end of Aladdin, spoilers, is that he gets trapped in the lamp, right? I don't think that's what they're going to do with Sephiroth, though. Like, I personally think that would be kind of a lazy... it doesn't seem that interesting to me if it's just like, let's lock him in the white materia, in the empty materia. It'd be a lazy ending to that. Aladdin spoilers. But I do think the empty materia, because when you think about the way materia works in this world, it's used to cast magic, right? Something that shouldn't exist is made possible through the materia. And so just like the Gi prayed for the ultimate destruction, I think our party will possibly put their ideas for whatever the great world that they have into that materia, and that might be how it materializes. I don't know, but Sephiroth needs to go. His goal is immortality. I mean, the other thing too about the white materia and how Holy is supposed to work. Holy is supposed to remove everything evil from the world. Like, I was going through Ultimania stuff in 2005, and that was the description that was given. It's supposed to remove anything evil in the world. And the question that is proposed by Bugenhagen in the Forgotten Capital is like, is humanity itself also considered evil? And so do they get wiped out too? So I don't know. That was like a kind of a thread that didn't fully pull at or resolve super well in the original game. This video still shows up on all our goals. Yeah, I know that. I noticed that. I'm so dry. I think the video was removed or privated due to spoilers. Maybe problematic due to the setting. Possibly. I mean, either way though, this is a hell of a fucking quote. And it's very difficult to find now. So whether it's because it was spoilerific or not, whether it was because of spoilers or not that they pulled it, I know that they pulled his ass. Because I have not seen bro talk since this event, I think. I could be wrong. There could be another interview since this interview. But loose-lipped Katase is seemingly not allowed out of the house recently. The video on this topic that should be done soon that might convince you. What are you talking about? I think it's thematically fitting to make Sephiroth into a memory since he specifically states he will never become one. Yeah. How do I just don't want him Jafar'd is my one thing. I just find that lazy and uninteresting. Can't have him enter live stream again. Unless he resolves similar to Kadaj. But yeah. Before Crisis. Giraffe tubes. I'm surprised people haven't dug into the Gi imposing their will on a materia from Gaia and turning it black. The imposed will upon the planet. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen with that empty materia. Lord Crisis, Chapter 1. I want to like refresh myself on how Chapter 1 ended. So I know in Chapter 1 you meet my girl Elfie. Get more details about the turrets, how they operate. God, I forgot that they called her Afromia. A terrible name. That's Elena's sister, I believe. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Giraffes. I agree. Like people haven't made enough of that fact. Like building out that lore to add, you know, putting your will into a materia. What do you think about the Cetra Temple actually being a method of putting the Gi to rest? I don't know exactly how, considering the message that appears in the temple when the materia is taken seems to be for the Gi. I didn't know if it was specifically for the Gi. I thought it was like for any intruder. But how would they use the temple to put the Gi to rest exactly? They would then be trapped inside the black materia because that's what the temple is. Possibly. I mean, I don't know, because now we're talking about multiple Jafar scenarios of like putting the Gi into the black materia, putting Sephiroth into the empty materia. It just, God, I personally don't want that. Just personally, it feels too convenient of a solution. I just want them gone. I just wanted those things erased from existence the way Holy is supposed to erase things from existence, you know? Gaz, what are you talking about? Or who are you calling babies? Why are you talking about Holy? Are we spoiling ourselves? Who does that? What do you mean by spoiling ourselves? We're speculating. We can't spoil something that's only speculation. I could be misreading who you're talking to and why you're saying what you're saying, but they do it all the time. What are you talking about? I just genuinely don't know what you're talking about, Gaz. Like, I don't know how we spoil ourselves. We can't spoil ourselves. We're just taking guesses. Maybe that's the mechanism for Holy to erase things from existence, stuff things into the Holy Materia until it's erased. How else can they be given eternal rest? The Materia is where their dreams reside. Well, that's also not giving them rest, though, Notorious. Like, sticking them inside the black materia is not really a way to give them rest either, you know? It just gives them a new containment, a new thing that contains them. I think you mean Gi. Gi are the solution to the Genova Sephiroth conundrum. Materia now become Pokeballs. Yeah, they're not Pokeballs. Alright, so how did this end? Romeo infiltrates Avalanche base once again, looking for Zach. Unable to find him, she finds herself back in the laboratory where she has found Sebastian and SIE. Am I on every Sunday? Yeah, every Sunday I stream at 12, like noon Eastern. And so now, we moved on to Before Crisis. We're gonna check this out, and then we're probably gonna fuck around in Rebirth a little bit on hard mode, and then do the NieR ending. Kaine talk narrating the original 2015 trailer and the recent 2026 one is so much weight. Yeah, possibly. Yeah. NieR's last ending is so good. I can't wait. Yeah. Do you know, Mr. Smiley? I was talking about that earlier in stream because for ending E, that's the last ending that I'm going to do today, is ending E. It's a new one that's part of Replicant. It wasn't part of the original release of NieR. Do you know how long it is once you get to it? Because I already got to the point where it happens. Like, because I know you have to play a couple hours to get to the return to the Aerie, and then that's when the new stuff happens. So I did that yesterday, and I'm curious if you know, like, how long from that point to like the end of ending E or Path E. Not too long, maybe a couple hours. Okay. Wait, stop! It's me, Afromia. GE aren't just a solution to Sephiroth Genova problem. The GE are the solution for Sephiroth Genova to effectively become the planet and own the live stream. GE are kind of the most busted OP characters for the whole series. They open the door for the whole conflict, given the Rebirth lore. I mean, yeah, I mean they open they create the Black Materia. Something wrong? Did Avalanche do something to you? Romeo, fall back. Yeah. Sai, Sebastian. Oh yeah, that's right. These guys were like mind controlled. These guys weren't behaving like this until something happened and they started acting like this. They feed him again. This guy was basically running them. Answer my question. That's Shinra. Do you not have any human thoughts? Or a monster's hide? Oh yeah, she shot him in the ass again. I forgot that Elena's sister just continually shoots this guy in the ass. Say, Sebastian, come on, stay with me. They're gone. Zach, it was always fun with you around. The Lord is sitting here so they could blow the place with us inside? No wonder it's deserted. Zach, we have to evacuate. You go first. I'm gonna be a hero. Oh, that's right, he creates this grave too. That we see, I think even in Crisis Core. We should get back, Zach. He needs to go back to base. Got one last job to do. Make sure to come back before you freeze. With the operation ending in failure, Rufus suggests there is a leak and heavily criticizes the president. The president, in turn, puts the blame on Verdot, who is stripped of his position. That's right, all this machination was to get... I was wondering who was buried here. Yeah, it's these guys. So yeah, Rufus is doing all this to try to get political pressure on the president to force him out. Why are you being dismissed, Director? The operation's failure wasn't your responsibility. That's right. This guy gets removed. Verdot gets removed. Press made their decision. And then that's when Sung takes over. Hey, what's going on, Andrew? Yeah, I stream every Sunday. Every Sunday and every Thursday night, actually. So Thursday nights, Sundays are usually anything FF7 related. then we do something else. So today we went over the Gamescom Revelation stuff that we might see. We talked right now we're doing Before Crisis stuff. Then I might play a little Rebirth, like hard mode, just like side world cleanup stuff. And then we have NieR, the final ending of NieR Replicant. I haven't played Automata yet, but we've been going through NieR every Sunday. And then Thursdays we play something else. For a while it was it on Thursdays we were doing OG FF7? I can't remember. I think so though. And then we did FF8 most recently. And then I think I'm gonna start something new this Thursday. We'll talk a little bit more about 8, but we'll also do something new. So Thursday nights and Sundays are when I stream. Hey, you platinum the Rebirth? Nice. I mean, I know that is incredibly hard. Let's check out chapter 2. Let's do it. So they just put this out there. This is the new chapter for Before Crisis, which was stuck on Nokia phones for the longest time, and now is available in Ever Crisis, aka on YouTube. With Fredo removed from his position, hold on, maybe it might be a good time to use the bathroom. I think I could run ads too, which might be smart. Because I've heard about that before, like, oh, I can't run. Yeah, never mind. Because I've heard before, I was like looking on Reddit of like people talking about ads on like streamers talking about it. And I know apparently there are people who like schedule or try to like time their breaks with ads, which is smart, or like they run an ad before they go to the bathroom. But apparently I recently ran an ad, like, or I guess one already ran, so I can't do anything with it. Give me 1 second. Oh, Silly Dabbit, so subscribed 2 hours ago. I missed that. It might have been right before stream, maybe, or right at the start of stream, but I missed that. But thank you for the resub. So the only thing not canon is the anime. Yeah. Just that one anime. Last Order, I think it was called. Yeah. Did you see they recently emulated Dirge Cerberus mobile game? No. It's like a first-person shooter. Really? If you have the link for it, I know you're on Twitch, so I know you can post links. So maybe you can do that. But real quick, let me run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Let's do full screen on this. As Avalanche attacks Junon again, Heidegger's reckless orders leave the Turks reeling. Hold on. Oh, it's kind of cool to see Junon fucked up. It's too bad. There's too many of them. I'll probably see Junon like this in the weapon attack. Sir, the enemy's numbers are massive. At this rate, we'll be overrun. Ha 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 ha! Then it's time to deploy the army. I am covering the dialogue in this view. Again, we'll go back to this. Hold them off until the units are ready to move. Hold them off? We haven't even briefed the overall plan, sir. Please respond. That's the point, Richard. Yeah. Sung, this is bad. Shinra is losing ground. You two, I'm glad you're safe. Everywhere we go, they're waiting for us. It's like they know our every move. Still, we have to hold the line. In a situation like this? How? Director. Shinra Building, 70th floor. Mr. President, I need to speak with you. What do you want, Fredo? You know how much information I carry around in my head. If I were to go public with it, Shinra could collapse. Are you threatening me? What is it you want? Command of the Turks. I removed you for your own sake, so you could focus on finding the traitor leaking our secrets. Verdot. I like saying Verdo. Rest assured, I will complete that mission as well, sir. Fail, and it is your life. You know too much, as you said. I am fully aware, Mr. President. I just used it to try to blackmail you. What's my favorite part of 8? It's probably mixed between time compression and the ending, and then actually, yeah, probably time compression and the ending is actually really strong. Like in hindsight, other than that, like the Ragnarok stuff, like the everything in space with Renoa and Squall was really good. The assassination attempt at the end of disc 1 and like the drama of it, and why am I blanking on dude's name? Irvine, like his inability to do what he's supposed to do in that moment, had some good drama to it. Probably my overall favorite stuff. Yeah. The anime calls him Velt. Yeah, they changed his name around a couple times. Verdot makes the most sense to me. Because Verdot sounds stupid. What do we do? Attention, all Turks. Director? Attention, all Turks. I am once again assuming command. Director, you've returned. That's a little silly. No time for getting sentimental. We repel this attack no matter what. It's like, all right, so the big ending, like literally, this is 3 minutes into chapter 2. The end of chapter 1 was supposed to be the big reveal of like, oh, Verdot is no longer heading things, and then he's just back now. Sung, the absence of the Ravens troubles me. Investigate their movements immediately. Romeo, Rod, clear out the troops aboard the airship. This could be because the pacing is different versus the actual original game, but Reno, Rude, head to the tower and secure the airport. Teamwork will see you through. Shotgun and Nunchaku teams. Oh, they actually named Shotgun. Understood. I have faith in all of you. Move out. I have very mixed feelings about 8 and need to replay it with adult eyes. That's exactly, Richard, that was exactly my situation. I didn't like it as a kid. I was like probably 13 when I played it, and didn't like it. As an adult, I liked it a lot more. I mean, there's like some issues with it for sure. There's some pacing issues with it, but I overall liked it a lot more than when I was a kid. With Verdot restored, the Turks regain morale and drive Avalanche from Junon. Verdot simultaneously searches for the mole within Shinra and sets the sights on the aloof Hojo. Soon after, Hojo is abducted by Avalanche. To prevent further leaks of information, the Turks are sent on a rescue mission and are even joined by Sephiroth, but Hojo returns of his own. Oh, the Mobile Dirge article. Let's see. a video or is it? Here, give me this. This is the original. This is the original Dirge mobile thing. I honestly don't think I ever knew this existed. Is this the thing? Two seconds left. 1 second. No, this is a Lenovo thing. Oh, is it just this? This is what it is that they made playable? Oh, yeah, 6 days ago. So yeah, this is what they made playable. Yeah, it looks like a little bit like a first-person shooter here. God, what a terrible era for Square. What a terrible era for Square. It even has his voice acting. It's kind of crazy. That is nuts. Fujitsu reveals Elfie's powers to Hojo and asks him to join Avalanche, but Hojo refuses as he held more interest in Sephiroth. This incidentally clears him of all suspicion. Meanwhile, at Avalanche headquarters, arguments erupt over the failed operation. This had not been a plan arranged by their supporter, but one solely hatched and carried out internally. That has loved to release 7 compilation games on obscure platforms. To be fair, this is on Steam and iPhone and Android. It just is now obsolete itself. No more rogue operations. When I warned you about Sephiroth, you'd be all dead. Remember that. Now then, I have new information. We've located the Cetra girl. Cetra? I thought they were extinct. One survivor remains. This is top secret Shinra intel. Without me, you'd never have learned of her existence. We're grateful for your support. As a student of planetology, I am deeply interested in the Cetra. And that's our next target. Who is feeding them this info? Secure the Cetra before Shinra does. Make a reveal where the Promised Land is. Yeah, they showed a promotion about the game manual, or inside the case 2. They also said you could play Dirge on your PC. Had mouse and keyboard controls. It's crazy. After a hard day's work, Euphromia rescues a girl named being chased by Avalanche's troops in the Sector 5 slums. The two hide and wait for the pursuers to leave the area. This kind of doesn't totally stack up with from what I remember before of Traces of Two Paths. Like in Traces of Two Paths, it kind of outlines, I can't remember if there was a period maybe where Aerith was on the run, but they effectively created like a zone for Shinra that was like, it was known that Aerith was there and they were not to sort of like fuck with her. Obviously they tried to sort of recruit her in to, be part of everything multiple times, but the book outlined like this whole concept of like kind of a safe area for her because she's such a valuable asset. Unless this looks like Avalanche was maybe after her. Oh, that's right. Avalanche was after her, maybe. It's Rideau, Elfie, or Avalanche. That's right. Never mind. This is more Avalanche maybe trying to get her as like a key to like as a chip against Shinra. I don't know. Why were they chasing you? I don't know. I've never seen them before. I see. In any case, we can't let them find you. I'll escort you home safely. Oh, you'll take me home? Of course. You don't need to worry about anything. I've got a name, It's Aerith. Eris? I'm Euphromia. Aerith, hold on just a little longer. Wow, that's a weird name. Thank you, but I'm a little disappointed. I wanted to see the world outside Midgar. Have you ever seen it? Also very strange that she wants to see the world outside of Midgar. just because she expresses the opposite in Remake. And even Crisis Core. Yes, mountains, forests, the sea, snowy lands. Traveled to many places, but it's better to see them for yourself. Yeah, but I'm a little scared. Okay, here's the scared part. Okay. She does say she's scared too. That adds up. Oh, my ribbon. It must have come loose. My materia is gone too. Oh, shit. I have to find it. Wait, if you go out now, we'll be found. The ribbon's over there. It's Aerith, that's right. It's right. It's over here. Right over here. I see it. I see it. Afromia. Afromia, look behind you. Right there. Just go grab it. Go grab it real quick. The material was left for me by my real mother. I thought I had it wrapped tight in my ribbon. Alright, I'll go look for it. You stay here, okay? Okay, Aerith? Thank you, Afromia. How come Elena didn't remind Aerith of Afromia and Rebirth? Good question, I don't know. Afromia, she must not know about me. I never knew there were Turks like her. You're Aerith, right? There's someone I'd like you to meet. Please, come with me. After finding the ribbon and materia, Afromia searches for the missing Aerith and eventually arrives at the church. I think she always wanted to see the world, she was just afraid of it. Makes sense, Tony Macaroni. Going on. Alright, Avalanche making the pitch. I'm Elfie. I lead an anti-Shinra organization. Please allow us to protect you, Aerith. We seek to obstruct Shinra's operations and prevent the wasteful consumption of Mako. Protecting you from Shinra is part of our anti-Shinra activities, because at the same time, we are protecting the Promised Land. You want to know where the Promised Land is? But I really don't know. You lie! Cetra has to know where the Promised Land is. Stop it, Shears. You're being disrespectful to Aerith. Your voice, it sounds so familiar. Really? Really? Have we met somewhere before? Unfortunately, I remember nothing about my past. I don't think we've met. What's familiar is the voice resonating inside you. But it sounds like you're... This is such compilation era dialogue. This is the most compilation era dialogue ever. I don't think we've met. What's familiar is the voice resonating inside you, but it sounds like you're in pain. What the shit does this mean? What does the voice resonating inside you mean, and why is that familiar compared to her actual voice? Oof. Yeah, this is that era of FF7. That is proof the planet is in pain. We are all part of the planet. As a Cetra, perhaps you are hearing the planet's voice. Like, the remake trilogy could have had this kind of dialogue. Thankfully, it doesn't. Not often. Give me 1 second. Hot. Need AC. There's kind of reason you'll find out. Sure. Hopefully, because yeah, otherwise it's a weird line of dialogue. Cetra? So she's the one that Sung has been searching for. So wait, this is acting like, because Aerith is older here. Like, this is a fully grown Aerith with her ribbon, and with the materia, the ribbon she got from Zack. So this is like an older Aerith, but then in the remake games, and even in the OG, right? In the OG, Sung visits them. Yeah. So in the lore otherwise, Sung already knows where she is because Sung found her when she was just a child. Then Afromia is saying, so she's the one Sung has been searching for, but Sung had already found her. Oh, the compilation. Company. Now that is a bad line. Weird they refer to her as Cetra and not Ancient. You're stepping all up in the flowers. Eric, please don't worry. We'll dispose of her immediately. Don't step on the flowers. She does say it. There's nowhere left to run. This is where you die. No! That's enough. Eric, this woman is a Turk. She means you only harm. I don't care. Don't step on the flowers. Okay, but we're not talking about the flowers. Okay, right now we're talking about a person's life. Elfie? It's the usual seizure. It looks like we're out of time. We should withdraw. Okay, so she has seizures. It's probably related to her powers. Aerith, please consider what we discussed earlier. Considering remake his issues because Sung should have been about 10 years old when he first met Aerith. Or I assume Sung might just be older than we assume. Like Sung could be kind of like Hamaguchi where he's 40. But 20 years prior, he was like in his 20s working in the Turks. So it could be that. Dubbing Aerith is something I never knew I needed. Don't step on the flowers! Romeo, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. I found this. It's important to you, isn't it? Thank you. You wanted to see the outside world, didn't you? Aerith? Then go. Escape somewhere no one will find you. Thank you, but I won't. I have to take care of the flowers in the church and the garden, and I have another mother waiting for me at home. Funny way to say that, another mother. Bree should take notes. So that's your choice. Let's get you home. She got the ribbon back. Got the ribbon back. In Ultimania, they even had a young model of Sung for remake in that flashback scene, but for some reason never used it. Oh, really? That's funny. Here he is. Speak of the devil. Romeo, why are you with Aerith? Aerith, please run. I'll take care of this. Romeo, thank you. I mean, her relationship with Sung isn't really like this in the... Okay. Calm down, Ephromia. I'm not going to harm Aerith. It's true the company ordered me to secure her, but all I've done is ask for her cooperation. Alright, so yeah, he says that too. The knowledge of the Cetra will bring hope to the world. If we could find the Promised Land, people everywhere can have better lives. A softer side of Sung. That's why I want her willing cooperation. Though for now, she doesn't seem interested. So I wonder how much of like, so this adds up. I wonder how much of this is Sung his own, like, because that's what what's her face? Elmira says. Elmira says that she needs to come willingly or it won't work. I wonder how much of that is actually Shinra saying to do that, or if it's just Sung doing his own thing. Where he's like, that's why I want her willing cooperation. Like, he has orders, but he's doing it a certain way that he finds more ethical, weirdly. Even though he also has no problem just slaughtering, like, millions of people in the slums. So there's that. So that's why you continued your mission to secure the Cetra. And even when he's pressed on it, he's like, oh, this just balances things out. It's like, goddamn, he's seemingly fairly cold-blooded otherwise, but no matter how many years it takes, I'll continue to wait for Aerith to give me a good answer. He did show a softer side of Zack, so perhaps. I mean, yeah. Meanwhile, Verdot receives word that all the workers at the NieR Maka reactor have vanished without a trace. The Turks are dispatched to investigate. Yeah. To investigate the disappearance, Euphromia heads to the NieR reactor, but after a helicopter accident, she must climb Mount NieR. She meets Tifa, who is looking for her cat. She continues toward the reactor with Tifa, but her path is blocked by a dragon. Sung, commanding in Verdot's absence, suspends the investigation and orders the Turks to descend. Oh, there's Fluffy. Sung is a company man 100% and isn't afraid to kill people for it, but I can tell he has loyalty and honor, which is why he keeps his words to Zack even after the years and knowing what happened. Yeah, good point. Hey, Euphromia, do you know a guy named Cloud? Cloud? I was once assigned to the same mission as him before. Are you acquainted? Oh shit. Yes, he's my childhood friend. He left the village 2 years ago, saying he'd become the greatest soldier ever. Before he left, we made a promise. I became soldier, and I was in trouble. He would come to save me. I didn't know she got intel on Cloud at some point before meeting him again. To quote Aerith, professional bad guys. Yeah. What's going on, Kofi? Euphromia, I still can't reach the director. By the president's decision, Sephiroth's unit will handle the reactor investigation instead. Shinra's private route can't be used, so arrange for someone to guide them through Mount NieR. Understood. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Tifa, I have a favor to ask. I'd like you to guide the Shinra investigation team to the reactor. Just doing the same thing she did in the Nibelheim. You don't need to worry about monsters. Sephiroth himself is leading the investigation team. That's the one thing about the compilation, is that sometimes it just like repeats particular beats. So this is doing the same thing. This is like she's having to, I mean, from a trauma perspective, this is kind of fascinating. She's having to relive. Oh, or maybe this is the Nibelheim incident. For whatever reason, I thought this was after the Nibelheim incident. But you might be right. Sephiroth? As in Soldier First Class Sephiroth? Yeah, she hasn't met him yet. I don't think. Yeah, she hasn't. This is before. Yeah, it was before. Oh, of course it's before. She's in Nibelheim. Duh. She'd be in Midgar if it was after. Never mind. So this is how she becomes a tour guide. Got it. The timeline's a little wonky for me in Before Crisis. When Sephiroth's unit arrives in Nibelheim, Zack and Cloud are with him. For the first time in a long time, Euphromia has a chance to speak with them both. Picture. It feels kind of forced to make this a setup for Tifa guiding the team. I mean, that's the compilation. The compilation puts a lot of things in place just to be in place. The team departs from the NieR reactor the next day with Tifa as their guide. Sephiroth returns alone after the mission and mysteriously shuts himself inside Shinra Manor. It's a little bit like Star Wars 2. Like Star Wars had a similar issue where it's like they need to make everything connect. Got to make these puzzle pieces connect here. Isn't that kind of cool how this actually led to that? Like, it's just kind of the nature of doing prequel-y sort of things. Something seems to have happened to him inside the reactor, but details cannot be extracted. Sung decides that Sephiroth needs to be monitored and assigns Euphromia. Where's Tifa's origin story for becoming a bartender? Where's that game, Square? It's actually in Traces of Two Paths, like legitimately. Traces of Two Paths talks all about her getting the bar, taking over the ownership of the bar, paying for the debt of the bar. All that's there. So if they made that into a game, there you go. Yeah, it is. Yeah. And then Sephiroth makes his move. Yeah, she starts out serving steamed buns. That's how she makes her money. And Wedge is like, can't get enough of the steamed buns. She meets Wedge in Traces. She's like making steam buns, and he just eats an incredible amount of steamed buns. Wedge is private financing. Wedge bankrolls Seventh Heaven, basically. Interesting they use the Sephiroth footage from AC then for remake. Interesting. While Verdot is away, Sung is left in command. He is consumed with guilt, believing his own misjudgment has led to a major disaster. Meanwhile, Euphromia tails Sephiroth and arrives at the Nebel reactor. Wow, so they have Euphromia tailing all of this during the Nibelheim incident? This fandom cannot get enough of Tifa's steamed buns. Sephiroth! Why did you set the village on fire? Wow, so they had initial confrontation between Sephiroth and Euphromia before, I guess, Zax. That's pretty dumb. But okay. Prelude to the punishment I am exacting on you humans. A penance for stealing the planet from my mother, its rightful ruler. Stealing the planet? I am now the chosen ruler of this planet. I will reclaim it from your kind. Then, all of you pillagers will be punished by my hand. I don't know what voice I'm doing. Killing innocent villagers for such a reason, it's unforgivable. Romeo, are you still alive? Wait here a little longer. I'm gonna check on Tifa. This is Zack, I assume. Or it could be Cloud, I guess. It's Cloud. Sephiroth, I'll make you pay. Will we see Euphromia in the live stream sequence of the Nibelheim incident? Yeah, and Fluffy is here too. They fucking put Fluffy in the reactor. That's crazy. How little did we know Euphromia was right behind Cloud. Cloud, going after Sephiroth is too reckless. Tifa, Zack. She's the other Genesis. Next will be the singing chef. If Romeo survived the Sephiroth attack, yeah. Sephiroth giving Fluffy cuddles on his way out. Tifa, stay with me. Someone's here to save you. It's Cloud. He kept his promise to you. Oh my god, they just, like... You don't need this dialogue. He literally tells her, like, this. They have this dialogue together. Like, Tifa's like, oh, you came, you kept your promise. Oh, this is the compilation, chat. This is what the compilation does. It just, like, overdoes it sometimes. Like, to have Euphromia deliver that, it's just so forced. Meow. So it's because of Fluffy that Euphromia isn't there. Maybe, oh wait, oh Zangan. Fuck, a lot happened. A lot happened while Cloud and Sephiroth are doing their thing. Tifa? Thank God Fluffy brought me to you, Tifa. Are you alright? She's lost consciousness. Her injuries are severe. She needs immediate medical treatment. I will take care of Tifa. You're that martial artist. That martialist. I'm Zangon. I'm Zangan, Tifa's mentor. It was this cat that led me all the way here. Please take care of Tifa and be careful. Don't worry. Euphromia? Zack, are you alright? Take care of Cloud. Understood. Leave it to me. Does she actually go to... No, she doesn't, dude. Don't test me. Oh, mentally and emotionally preparing for Afromia to walk in and get involved in the most peak moment of Cloud's life. No, impossible. 30-year cook with the easy bake oven. Whoa, Cloud. That was so cool. Let's get medical help for you. Sung, Sephiroth. Sephiroth has. Romeo, calm down. Continue your report. I mean, I was trying, Sung. I was trying to tell you, and then you interrupted me. Sephiroth fell into the reactor. He has most definitely died. Perished. Romeo, you totally threw that guy down the reactor. Turks and the other Shinra personnel rush to Nibelheim and begin dealing with the aftermath. Hojo arrives at the reactor and takes Zack and Cloud as research samples. Sung commands under extreme pressure in Verdot's absence. Reno and others search for survivors, and Afromia is assigned to repairs for Shinra Manor. Where are the repairs in Shinra Manor, by the way? Because I haven't seen them. I went there in Rebirth. I still couldn't go upstairs. Where are the repairs? I can't even go to the second floor of the Shinra Manor, the gunked Shinra Manor that you guys ruined. Absolute affront. Who the fuck is Afromia? It's Afromia right there. You don't know Afromia? She was in the Nibelheim incident. Claus, she was in the Nibelheim incident. She's big time. She's important. According to the compilation. Fluffy just flew down and saved Sephiroth, brought him to the Northern Crater. But technically I think she's actually Elena's sister. But yeah, she's like the lead of Before Crisis, apparently. For this version of it. Classified documents marked for incineration. These the ones? Attempted experimentation on the victims of XXX. The goal was fusion between human bodies and materia. Result, failure. Direct fusion between humans and materia deemed impossible. Thank you for the follow, Adrian Digital. Ordinary humans process is not feasible without prosthetics made from specific materials. You know, maybe it was okay that Before Crisis wasn't really widely available. It's kind of rough. I love the Rufus parts of Before Crisis, and I love Elf or Elfie, however you say it, as a character. But man, around the edges, there are some choices. They were really conducting experiments like this? Unbelievable. No. Right now I need to stay focused on the assignment. Writing is so bad they sped up the end of service. Yeah. It should be sealed off in a vault and thrown into the ocean. Rector, you're back. God, you just keep coming in and out of the story, Verdot. Look around, Verdot. Doesn't the scenery bring back memories? I don't know what this Hojo voice is, but I'm just going for something. That unforgettable day, I impressed my magnificent research findings upon you. I've come up with another brilliant experiment. I think I'll get started in that place. You mean the laboratory inside the manor? I thought you had abandoned it. Well, there was a lot of boxes that Hardly a problem. One of your subordinates is refurbishing the lab as we speak. Huh? That place is dangerous. What are you saying? Removing danger is what Turks do, isn't it? Tuh. When I played Type 0, I understood why they decided not to release it outside of Japan, even though I enjoyed it. Yeah, I've never played it, actually. Isn't it kind of connected to 13? It has, like, 13 shit in it, I think. After disposing of the documents, Euphromia begins inspecting the underground laboratory. Your voice is a hint of Mark Hamill Joker. That's a hell of a compliment, actually. So, the documented experiments were conducted here. Professor Hojo, what are you planning to do here this time? This place is as off-putting as ever. I don't know who that is. It could be Hojo, it could be not. It's not. It's Birdo. Director, you finished dealing with the other situation? Yes, I'm sorry I had to be away at a time like this. How's the manor holding up? Any unusual incidents? It's quite cluttered from being abandoned for so many years, but no, nothing that unusual. That's good to hear. Long ago, this place was replete with strange phenomena. That's why its use was suspended. Zach tapping on the tank. Euphromia! Euphromia, help! Yeah, they're not in there yet, right? Director, what is Professor Hojo planning to start here? You don't want to know. Damned if I know. That knowledge is outside of Turk's jurisdiction. What is this? Yeah, what the fuck is this? What is happening? What? They're getting like a Genova vision? This calm? Calm is burning? What the fuck is happening? Why calm? Another director? Is this some kind of VR system? Something along those lines, yes. Ah! Why did Calm come under fire? Damn, is my home still standing? So they had their own Nibelheim incident. Yeah. This, could it be... So this really is that day. That day? You mean this actually happened? I've never heard anything about Calm being bombed. Of course you haven't. As a Turk, I erased this incident from history. Dude, they just repeat story beats in the compilation. Fucking, they do it so often in the compilations. Basically, yes, this is the Nibelheim incident done in Calm. There's Zack falling into the church exactly like Cloud did. There's like, they just redo the same idea multiple times throughout the compilation, which is one of my frustrations with it. It's like interesting media. Just like, oh, here we go again. Anyway. It rhymes. The George Lucas, it rhymes. Anyway. On that day, I bombed Calm and lost my wife. He put the order? Okay, that's kind of fucked, though. That's kind of fucked. That's kind of interesting. I bombed Calm and lost my wife, my daughter, my home, my hometown. My home, my town, and even my right arm. Lost everything. His right arm. He seems like he has his arm. Does he have a prosthetic of some kind? The victims are taken. No. I took the victims to the Shinra Manor laboratory. You firebombed Calm? Why? I mean, it is a 30-year cook. The compilation is fan picking their way to the bad ideas so they can find the good ones. I mean, kind of, yeah. The remake trilogy really is like mining any of the good ideas and leaving all the rest of the ideas. Begin the bombing run. Target. Calm. What? Something's interfering with the comms. Wait, was it an accidental? Oh my... It was an accidental bombing? Oh, fuck. It's 50 kilometers north of Calm. Do you copy? Respond. Nope, they did not copy. You weren't targeting Calm. That's fucked. I watched Advent Children the other day, and it felt like I was watching completely different characters. They're so different from their remake counterparts. I know, Pedro. I mean, that's one of the things that was talked about before remake came out, was like the characters in Advent Children feel so different. Granted, there is like a continuity there. I do think like the shit that Cloud goes through makes sense. Usually it does take a while. You don't fully ever process like people's death. And so I understand the guilts. I understand a lot of things Advent Children has. Just like as characters, just things felt like a little bit off throughout the compilation. And so a lot of fans, like Max has talked about this a lot, of like, man, I don't want them to sound like they did in these other compilation things, because they sound different. They sound a little weird. In the remake project, they've sounded right. You know what I mean? They weren't targeting Calm. Even so, Calm was bombed all the same and obliterated. I turned Calm into a sea of flames. What sparked this? Like, what made it so this was even seen? My wife, my daughter, I killed them. Evil and incompetent. All I had left was this prosthetic arm. He does have a prosthetic. The one Hojo forced onto me in the Shinramana laboratory. Like I said, Advent Children as a concept and plot idea is great. Execution, on the other hand, is pretty mixed. Yeah, I agree. Because of you, everyone died. All to cover up your mistake. You. I'll never forgive you. Slap fight. I think with time to develop the confidence and understanding of the characters that has accumulated in them feeling so right. Yeah, I agree. Also, like Nojima being way more directly involved in stuff with the original writer. Because he was around, but he didn't write Dirge, for example. And I do think, like, yeah, they definitely got way better at characters. I can never forgive myself. What even instigated us to see this? Because you guys were just in the Nibelheim basement, and suddenly this flash happened. Like, how did that even happen? Director, were those visions the truth? Did that incident really happen? This is what a Turk's business is. Even after losing your own daughter, you have to continue working without a hint of hesitation or emotion. That actually is interesting. Like, as a characterization of like the Turks and the plight of the Turks, this is actually like a very interesting thought. Like, this is the Turks' business. Even after losing your own daughter, you have to continue working without a hint of hesitation or emotion. And then that comes up obviously in Remake when Reno and Rude are talking to Sung and they're like, "Oh, how did we, do you think we went too far?" And they have the sort of the moral conversation about it. This is why when they're on the job, they're on the job, and why when they're off the clock, they're off the clock. Yeah. I do like that characterization of the Turks. I'm glad you understand. Now, let's leave this place. And I'm looking forward to them off the clock a little bit more in Revelation. It's happening again. Same tragedy inside this manor. It's an interesting compartmentalization, yeah. See, I can throw the compilation as flowers at times too. God, these two look so exactly the same. Reno and then Rod. Like, Rod is like bootleg Reno. Professor Hojo, preparations in the manor have been completed. It's about time. Now hurry and move all the survivors to the laboratory, just like during the Calm cover-up. All of you begin. Director, what will happen to the survivors taken to the manor? They're gonna receive treatment, right? Rod is picking it up. Oh no, Something far better than treatment. They shall become samples to realize my magnificent theorems. I'm really owning the Hojo. Furthering my research while silencing witnesses at the same time. Remarkably efficient, wouldn't you agree? If a whole village suddenly turns up empty, rumors will spread fast. We'll recreate the village using Shinra personnel. What? Your opinions count for nothing. Now hurry up and carry them in. Thank you, Kofi. They should have just gone into the humor more and given Rod a rod as weapon. I think he does have a rod as weapon. I think that's why he's named Rod. I can't hear Mark Hamill Joker, which I mean is a compliment. Thank you, Espresso. Director, the assignment is too far beyond the pale. I can't abide it. Very well. Your assignment ends here. I'll handle the rest myself. After that day, I began killing every last emotion I had left in order to keep working. See, he has no conscience because he's so damaged from what happened in Calm. Which is a nice little characterization. Work was my only escape from regret and loss. After losing my family, the Turks were all I had left. That's why. I don't want any of you to become like me. Handle this entire cover-up alone. This just leaves too rotten a taste. Is this what the Turks are about? Tell me, Chief. Zack, Cloud, I'm sorry. Actually, I'm wondering, given the like guilt that Rod is going through, I don't know what Rod's story ends up being, but I wonder if we see a disaffected Rod like, after having left the Turks within Revelation or something. Kind of interesting. This is before Crisis, yeah. If I knew this was going to happen, I would have helped you escape. Fluffy! Bring us to Sephiroth, Fluffy. Fluffy, thank goodness you're safe. Friend of yours, Chief? This is the cat that saved Tifa's life. Whisper, you have to run away now. It's too dangerous for you to stay here. So backstory for why Fluffy ends up outside the village. Don't worry about Tifa. I won't tell anybody about her. They just give backstory to everything. They give backstory to the cat. It's crazy. Fluffy is a way bigger part of the compilation than I initially realized exactly. He will be put into a materia chamber and become Rod 13. Notorious. Thank you. If I never read that, I would have been a lesser person. Rod 13. Must be nice being a cat. I was kind of free like a cat before joining the company. Probably every other Turk too, right? Star Warsification of FF7, yeah. If I stopped being a Turk, could I live strongly on my own? Like that cat? It's just a hilarious line of dialogue. Just really think about. If I stop being a Turk, could I live strongly on my own? Like that cat? Those whiskers. I want them too. Be a cat, chat. Live life like a cat. Not bad advice, honestly. Hear you went to Nibelheim. What happened to my special order? I won't tolerate delays. Of course, we've located Avalanche's headquarters. It's in Wutai. Well done, Verdot. That area bears an especially strong resentment toward our company. I suppose it's an ideal haven for them. We have also identified the informant. So, we finally smoked them out. Tell them, who is this traitor leaking company secrets to Avalanche? I feel like I can't really do President Shinra. I feel like my President Shinra is kind of like my Heidegger, but whatever. The informant is... Chat is a cat in a hat, naturally. 2003, January 3rd. Turks move to destroy Avalanche's headquarters. Elfie is made aware of the attack by the informant, who shares the same goal of punishing Shinra and protecting the planet. Avalanche is able to make ample preparations. Oh, obviously the informant even earlier was Rufus, right? Under the command of their leader Elfie, they brace for the Turk assault. We will meet Shinra's attack with everything we have. This is a life or death operation. Those who are afraid or do not think they will survive may leave now. Good, no bitches among us. You will all fight beside me. You have my thanks. No cowards amongst us. I would not be standing here until were it not for you. You helped me when I was a wanderer with no memory. Oh, wait, hold on. Backstory. You helped me when I was a wanderer with no memory and fostered me to become a leader. A little bit cloud-coded, actually. I mean, he has memory. I will repay this debt by protecting you all. I vow that I will protect you with my life. We stand with you, Lady Elfie. Goddamn right you do. Baddest bitch in the FF7 universe. Death is but a brief parting, for our souls will surely return to the planet. Let us face Shinra together. Shinra must be punished! I want to see Elfie fight again. She's so cool. I don't know much about her powers or her disease, though. Another seizure? We need treatment now. Like, I don't remember this part of the mobile game, but... It's alright. I will go. I must protect everyone. If something were to happen to you, who would lead Avalanche? Sure, I guess Tifa's actually the baddest, but... She's very cool, is all my point. I really like Elfie. I want to see more of her. Surviving so Avalanche can live to fight another day is also a worthy way to repay your debt. But do whatever you think is best, Elfie. I'll protect you no matter what. Cheers. Thank you. Oh, the Wutai music. So this is where Avalanche's headquarters are. I have to live up to the director's expectations for assigning me this mission. Why can't I talk? Holy crap. Yuffie! Ow, sorry, didn't see you there. I'm alright. Are you hurt at all? No, I'm totally fine. No problem at all. Oh. Hey, that jewel you're carrying, it's pretty. Why did that have an impact frame? This is called Materia, a source of power filled with the planet's wisdom. It can be used for many different things. Does she not know? She knows what Materia is. Materia, huh? Now that's good to know. No, she knows. She knows. She just has something to steal now. Yeah. Hold on, this area is dangerous, so please hurry home. Fromia infiltrates Avalanche's headquarters and overcomes enemy resistance, successfully planting the bomb. At that moment, the girl from earlier appears before her once again. Yuffie? You're the girl from earlier. Wait, are you also with Avalanche? Don't lump me in with those losers. I'm Yuffie. I came here to get my revenge on them. Look at this Yuffie art, by the way, chat. Look at this Yuffie art. Kind of adorable. They say that before I was born, Wutai was way livelier and stronger, but now Avalanche has moved in and they've ruined everything. But in the end, it's all Shinra's fault. Why does it look like she has Tim's on? Maybe because I'm a New Yorker, I just really locked in on like, looks like she has like Tim's. Almost. Wutai lost a war against Shinra, so now everyone's scared that they might come back. That's why I'm gonna beat down Shinra and Avalanche all by myself. I'll make Wutai strong again. I can grant you one of your wishes, but first we need to get out of this place. It's about to be blown up. Seriously? But the front entrance just got sealed off, so we can't get out. What? Then we need to find an escape route, quickly. If anyone in the compilation is rocking Tim's, it's Aerith. You're in luck, because I know a secret passage. I can escort you out safely, ladies, so be thankful. My name is Euphromia. Yuffie, I put myself in your hands. I don't think so. You're not getting out of here alive. Oh, Elfie. Hito, Shears. Run, Yuffie! You hurt my compatriots, and for that I will never forgive you. The operation succeeds and Avalanche headquarters is destroyed. However, Euphromia never reports back. Sung arrives at the scene. An investigation. Completely wrecked. Wonder if Euphromia is okay. You know Euphromia? Yeah, you know her too? Yes, we're colleagues. Colleagues, huh? The people here were anti-Shinra and you attacked them. So that means... Oh, Euphromia? Sung! And Yuffie too! Thank goodness you're both safe. She didn't realize that she was Shinra? Get away from me! Hate you! You're both with Shinra, aren't you? How did she not pick that up before? Anyway. You came here to ruin Wutai again, didn't you? I was wondering why she was being so nice to Euphromia. It's like Euphromia is Shinra. And literally planted bombs in that pagoda. But now, okay, now she only put it together just now. That was a little surprising. She's a kid. Yeah. I hate anti-Shinra groups. Hate Shinra even more. Get out of Wutai. I just figure that because she might be like briefed on all this, like given the fact they're in war, like even as a kid, she might be like, this is what Shinra. I mean, granted, these are Turks, so maybe the suit and tie, but even the suit and tie, I would think would stand out. I don't think people around Wutai are wearing suit and ties, so you would almost be able to peg them as something odd, but or out of place. The operation was a success. Avalanche headquarters have been destroyed. Credit goes to you, Euphromia. That was Euphromia for a second. I also eliminated 3 top-level members. Elfie, Fajito, and Shears. Damn, wait, what? Is it the bomb that took them out? Like, how did you kill them? I didn't think my being in Shinra would hurt Yuffie that deeply. Like Elfie literally went toe-to-toe with Sephiroth. I know she has some, like, injuries, but... Or maybe she broke a deal. Maybe there's more to be revealed. Because from my understanding of Before Crisis, I thought Elfie and Fajito or Verdot went from what I remember, I thought they kind of like went into hiding, I thought, but I could be wrong. Am I truly where I'm supposed to be? Avalanche is obliterated, and the flames of anti-Shinra sentiment are snuffed out. However, the impact of their activities has shaken the public's trust in Shinra. To restore the company's image, President Shinra decides to broadcast the launch of a Shinra rocket to the entire world. Oh, interesting. So this is how the space mission factors in, I guess. It's the Chao statue. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Shinra believes Avalanche has been completely destroyed. The Turk's director had grown suspicious of me and tightened surveillance, but this should allow me to move more freely again. Shinra has no idea that the leaders they eliminated were mere decoys created with Materia. They must be reveling in their victory. Oh, okay. Yeah, so these, yeah, see, they're alive. They were just decoys. Projected by Materia, apparently. They were sacrifices on our side as well. If I had been able to move properly, I would have lessened the damage. Alfie, don't overexert yourself. Your seizures haven't stopped, have they? We'll finish them once and for all next time. During the rocket launch ceremony, kill my father while his guard is down. Alright, 2003, rocket launch base. Yeah, so much of Before Crisis is like, you remember this part, you remember this part, here's more explanation and context for this part. Which I'm like, that's how you did fan service, especially back then. So I'm not even gonna like fully, hold it against them. But that's why everything like connects and is featured in some way, is like they sculpted it to like, you, fan of Final Fantasy VII, you play this mobile game that maybe you don't want to play, but at least it has all these moments you love, sort of thing. Preparations enter their final stage for the world's first space rocket launch. To witness this historic moment, Shinra executives gather one after the other. However, sabotage at the hands of Avalanche results in the theft of the oxygen tank, placing the entire launch in jeopardy. Wait, it was sabotage? Oh, so they literally work in backstory as to like why the why that one oxygen tank is bad. Because of course they do. Of course they give backstory to everything. Mr. President, the launch should be canceled. Forcing a launch without confirming safety protocols would be reckless. It's too late to cancel now. The entire world is watching this launch. Besides, the rocket's pilot, Mr. Highwind here, says there's no problem. Yeah, no problem at all. The replacement oxygen tank's being checked as we speak by one hell of a mechanic. The problem is you need art to be a bit messy, making everything fold back into itself. Oh, and I totally agree, Graps. I completely 100% agree that this is not a great way to do it. I'm literally like explaining what must have been in their minds when they were making this like Nokia mobile game phone game. Nokia mobile phone game. It was like, well, our way to incentivize it, like it's not art. Like just straight up, like Before Crisis was not art, not meant to be art. It was just like an additional commercial little product they made. All of it is commercial to some extent, but you feel it, especially in projects like Dirge, like Before Crisis. You do realize your life is at stake, do you not, Sid? Mr. President, do you truly not care what happens to your pilot? It's all fine by me. If I can't go to space, I'm as good as dead anyway. If we cancel now, who knows when I'll get another chance. This launch is being broadcast live worldwide. If it fails, everyone will know and our company will suffer immense reputational damage. If the launch fails, we'll simply replace it with footage of a successful launch to placate the public. General will be no worse for wear. This launch must reestablish Shinra's influence and restore the trust we lost during the Avalanche debacle. We need to restore stability to the world. Okay, actually, kind of interesting idea here. Like, I wonder if they use this at all, because I never thought about this in the lore of FF7. But like, I wonder if the world thinks the rocket took off but in reality it didn't. If they were to do that, like I wonder if Sid would have used it in a way. It's like I'm the legendary pilot who, you know, took a rocket into space, and then you reveal the truth that he never did. I don't know. This is all new to me, this dialogue, because I did go through Before Crisis in the past, but not everything, and I don't remember a lot of it. A kind of interesting dialogue to, like, they kind of may have covered up a failed rocket launch and made like an AI generated correct rocket launch. Technically it took off. Yeah. I just wonder if the world thinks the rocket went into space or not. I wonder. Settled then. Guess I'll get going. Needs a lot of fire under those mechanics. Come on, don't scamper around. We'll escort you. The next day, Avalanche's sabotage continues, but thanks to a full group effort from the Turks, the launch countdown finally begins. One strange incident after another, but at last, we're at the launch sequence. We cannot let our guard down until the very end. I'll personally protect both you and the Vice President, but please remain cautious. Rufus wants to get the president killed here. Damn Verdot, never leaving the old man's side for even a moment. Avalanche can't make a move. Seems I'll have to give up for today, but I will stand at the top of Shinra. No matter what it takes, I'll have him removed. So yeah, Rufus is scheming. You guys really helped me out. Tell the other ones, like that martial arts girl and the old ex-detective, that I said thanks. It's all part of the job. I'll bring back a bunch of good stories after romping around the cosmos. I'm looking forward to it. Well, I'll be off then. Martial arts girl? It's one of the Turks. It must be one of the Turks. Well, the OG and remake saga, they don't even mention anything about the successful launch. Maybe that's supporting Revelation. Yeah, I wonder. How the fuck does this rocket stay standing? I will always stick by it because it's so cool. And I know technically one of the things is supposed to be holding it up on the opposite side. But rule of cool. It's a cool image. So I'll let it be. Gravity is really not, should be winning this battle. However, the space rocket, Shinra 26, never left the launch pad. What? Why is it not launching? Maybe that whole faking it is a drop thread. I don't know. Sid aborted the launch after discovering that one of the mechanics was stranded aboard the rocket. He may have been prepared to sacrifice his own life, but apparently not the life of another. Old man, we devoted exorbitant funds to this launch. How exactly do you intend to take responsibility? Okay, maybe it's not. Maybe they didn't do this. Maybe they didn't fake it. I don't know. I'll think about it. You just said you would make it look like a successful launch. Why not just do that? Okay. Later, during an executive board meeting, Rufus proposes a motion following the failed launch to suspend Shinra's space program indefinitely, and it passes. Why have the dialogue about faking the launch if you do literally nothing with it, or have the president like not even follow through with that? Like literally the president had an idea for how to handle a failed launch and then did nothing with it. Bluff, I don't know. I think they mean when it flies. I don't know. Maybe he couldn't fake it enough. Like maybe he needed the rocket to get into the air far enough to sell it in order to fake it. I don't know. I thought they were just gonna like create it somehow, but yeah, I guess it can only like edit it versus do some AI bullshit or CGI. Meanwhile, even after the destruction of their headquarters, Avalanche's sabotage activities show no signs of slowing, and the Turks are made aware of a potentially cataclysmic event. "8:30 a.m. Corral, May 8, 2003. Successfully feigning its own destruction, Avalanche seizes the initiative and occupies the site of a reactor." I mean, it is kind of cool that Avalanche fakes its own, defeat in order to have that element of surprise. That's kind of cool. The site of a reactor being constructed at Corral. To reclaim the site, the Turks infiltrate individually through multiple different routes. Advancing through the mines, Afromia meets a miner eager to the reactor's completion. So obviously, yes, there's going to be a Barrett scene. Again, they make everything connect. This is going to explain why the Corral reactor melted down. I kind of hate that kind of shit. It's just way too much. It's like every scene, they have to tie into every scene and like give a reason for it rather than it just being a thing that happens in the world. Fucking prequels. Sabotaging the construction. You've got to be kidding me. Wait, and Barrett knew about it? Barrett knew they were sabotaging the construction? "Reactor is our village's hope. Once it's finished, Corel will prosper again. I won't let anyone get in the way of that. I've come to reclaim the reactor so that its construction can resume." "Well, that's a relief. Here, I'll show you a shortcut to the reactor." When does Afromia meet Genesis? Probably the next scene, actually. Or maybe chapter 3. Oh, right, I almost forgot. The name is Barrett. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Afromia. Lead the way, Barrett. Mine's exit just ahead. The Corel reactor is right nearby. Whoa! Barrett, are you alright? I'm fine, but I don't think I can get over there. I can make it on my own from here. Thank you for all your help. Corel's future is in your hands. Make sure you take back that reactor. You have my word. I don't like Barrett knowing. About like even the potential failure of the reactor. Like, I really don't like this addition to the Corel reactor lore. Making her way through the well-prepared Avalanche troopers defending the site, Afromia finally makes it inside the reactor. Odd, there were so many troopers outside the reactor, but nobody inside. It's definitely one of those things they expanded more with the series. Like, they could have just had this scene without the Barrett part. But again, because it was a mobile game that was like meant for as much fan service as it was like new like story, they just had to jam in every character. So it's like, let's have this scene with Barrett, even though it kind of recontextualizes the horror of the Corel reactor explosion, because he knows that it was going to happen ahead of time, or had the possibility of happening ahead of time. That said, if they just added to this sequence, where it's like Rufus and Afromia, okay, sure. You penetrated these heavy defenses and made it all the way here. You certainly live up to the Turk's name. It's just disappointing that like now that they have a chance to like rewrite it and reintegrate it, they brought all that stuff back in. They could have just cut the Barrett scene, but they didn't. Mr. Vice President, what is the meaning of this? All of you, seize the Vice President, now! Verdell. It was the vice president who was leaking our information and manipulating Avalanche for his own ends. Mr. Vice President, by order of the president, I'm placing you in custody. Bordeaux, as director of the Turks, I expected you to possess better judgment. Greetings, Turks. It's been a long time. Mojito? Mojito, this is an egregious breach of contract. I never directed you to occupy the Corel reactor. But eliminate these Turks and we'll call it even. That is... Okay. So... I can buy the Turks still working underneath Rufus. After this, like Reno and... Like Reno's there. Stung is there. Root is there. I guess I could buy them still going with what Rufus commands, because at a certain point he just takes over. But that's crazy. That's crazy to just like command this dude to kill these people behind you, and then have these people behind you, then support you later. Kind of crazy. That is most generous of you, Mr. President. However, I must say no to you. You think it wise to defy me? I will cut off your funding. We no longer require your support. We've restructured our organization and are starting anew. You! Well then, loyal troopers, rid the world of the Vice President and the Turks. I actually didn't know this part. I didn't realize that Avalanche then turns on Rufus as well. I thought Rufus was still running everything. This sprite makes Rufus look like a little like such a little shit. Yeah. Because I also thought Rufus was running things when Gigi in the DLC mentions Rufus's name. No, we'll see where this goes. It does make sense though to bankroll. I mean, it's very real life to bankroll a sort of like terrorist insurgent group, and that insurgent group eventually taking over their own ownership of things. And, you know, like literally the US has done this many times, where the US creates a opposition force, like bankrolls it, gets it going, and then eventually that force, you know, becomes its own thing. But yeah. Sector Vice President, we're all escaping the reactor together. You were just trying to take him out, but okay. It's actually pretty good plotting. I do remember the story beat. I actually don't remember this specific part. Mojito, the explosives are in place. We can detonate the reactor at any time. That voice. Felicia? Oh shit, Verdot knows. Maybe that's why Verdot and Elfie are in hiding at the end of everything. Which is the backstory I know. You're alive. Oh, you died in the explosion at Calm. Is that his wife? Huh? Calm. Explosion. Laboratory. Experiment has failed. Dispose of the sample. We'll observe Verdot's progress next. You have to hold on. I'll get you treatment soon. Oh, wait. That looks more like a daughter in this position. Is that his daughter? I'm off duty today, so we have some time to play together. Yeah, it's gotta be his daughter. Father? Oh, shit. Father! I forgot that part of her backstory. I just knew her as a cool character from Before Crisis that I liked. It's finally begun. Recovering her memories has served as the trigger. My preparations are now complete. Wait, so Fajito is like Hojoing her? Like what? Okay. Hear me, worthless peons. You will return to the planet to facilitate its healing. Yeah, I mean, I like this plotting. I like when it stays contained in its own space. Like when Before Crisis does its own thing with its own characters, just leave Barrett out of it. Stop force-fitting all the OG characters into it. Is Fajito the inferior scientist that Hojo references sometimes? I don't know if I heard Hojo. I thought Hojo was talking about gas when he said that, but maybe, I don't know. Alfie, hang in there. I will save you. Yo, go get your daughter, bro. Go climb that ladder. Felicia! Director, you have to go after Go after Felicia. But I'm a Turk. A reunion like this rarely ever occurs. And it's gonna go to waste if you don't hurry. Leave the rest to us. Follow your heart, Director. You're basically not even boss half the time. Sung basically does your job half the time. It's okay. You've always protected us, Director. Now it's our turn to protect you. I'm grateful. I'm delegating the President's secret order to you. Detain the Vice President at Turks HQ and keep him under observation. Turks who are privy to classified information will never leave Shinra alive. You will be eliminated. Mr. Vice President, your misconduct is known only to the President and the Turks. You will protect your secret. None of the brass will know. And the cost of your silence is to let you go. Fine. And as my last duty, I relay this message to you from the President. Confine yourself to Turks HQ and gain more perspective. The President has always planned for you to succeed him in due time. All parents want nothing but the best for their children. He's like, you little shit, you little brat. I leave the rest to all of you. Sung, the Turks are yours. Yes, sir. Thank you for everything. You're going in the wrong direction. She was up there. You gotta go up. Verdot? Right here, my guy. Go this way. I mean, granted, that might be a little bit head-on, maybe a head-on attack. You may not survive that, so maybe that's what you're planning, but you should hurry. Fajito plans to blow this place to oblivion. He's taking the secret passage. There we go. I always dug how they explain how Rufus got influence on the Turks here. Okay, we'll see how that plays out. Reno Rude, carve out a path. Afromia, Rod, protect the rear. We will escort the Vice President safely to Midgar. It's a rare moment where Afromia doesn't shoot someone in the ass. Shoots him in the chest. They're not running despite detonation being imminent. They're actually chasing us. We're all gonna be caught up in the explosion. Afromia, heads up! Was that the ninja guy? Is that the guy that's like, what? Was that the guy that's more like a ninja, or was that Alfie? I don't know. Rod, where's Afromia? She fell into the reactor. Shears suddenly dropped down from the air, and she got tangled up. So that was Shears that fell down. And then she fell into the reactor. So Afromia merged with Sephiroth in the live stream. It all connects, chat. I believe she's still alive. You all should too. Yeah, she's a Turk after all. Maybe Afromia swims like through the live stream, clutching Sephiroth's body and takes him to the northern crater. Like, that's how his body gets up there. There's backstory to everything here, chat. Before Crisis is so peak. Oh my god. Everything is explained so perfectly. Yay. Yeah, she's a Turk after all. (2003) April 8th. Wait. May 8th. Oh wait, she didn't fall. She's not. She didn't fall in the live stream, never mind. Now that was a good idea. This is the lowest level of the reactor. I have to report to Sung. A fascinating story. It's no use. You're too deep to get a signal. Who's saying that? Cheers. Don't move. Relax. I have no intention of fighting. I don't stand a chance against the Turk right now. Not in my condition. What's with the weird algebra symbols for the dates? They have it in Rebirth too, where like Sephiroth reads the dates. And it has like that weird, it's like their weird dating system, I don't know. But you can see it here. He reads it actually. Oh, that's not the scene. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, here it is. He reads the date here. It has the same symbols.
MEGL 77.
MEGL
1977. Genova. Verified as an ancient. MEGL 913-19.
Yeah, I mean they do it here too. You're injured. It's kind. I think it's kind of like AD, like BC sort of thing. You're injured. I felt too, but I'm unhurt. It's also in Genesis Apocalypse Glyph. Could it be that you broke my fall? You don't have time for this casual chit-chat. The reactor's been blown up and all the exits have been sealed off. This place could cave in at any minute. If you don't want to be buried alive, I suggest we team up and find a way out. Team up? You and I? Avalanche and a Turk? Romeo and Juliet? I've been briefed on the layout of this reactor by Rufus. Can you say the same? You're gonna need a guide. Don't move, or I'll shoot shears. Bluffing's not gonna work. Just shoot them. Aren't those guys technically part of Avalanche? They're the Ravens. They're the Ravens. Needs to get out of here before the Ravens wake up. I thought the Ravens were associated with Avalanche. I don't know. It gets confusing. Why are you being chased by the Ravens? I've been banished from Avalanche. Oh, okay. He was banished from Avalanche. That's why they attacked. Okay. Baltimore Ravens. Actually, it's not exactly the same, but it's funny that you mentioned Baltimore because one of my friends is in town from Baltimore. I have a friend in town from Baltimore, although he left this morning. And he just moved to Maryland. And he brought these like cookies that I guess are like a Baltimore specialty. It's like a cookie underneath, but then it's like fudge on top. I forget what it's called like a bear cookie or something. I forget what it's called. Delicious. burger cookies. Yeah, yeah. They're fucking delicious. Vegito's real goal is to extend the life of the planet as much as possible. To do that, he wants to return all life to the planet. Total genocide? How would he even do such a thing? He plans to use Elfie's powers. That's not what she wants. Wait, who's your planet? Vegito. Vegito's real goal is to extend the life of the planet as much as possible. And to do that, he wants to return all life to the planet. Is the other problem with multiple entries in the compilation is that multiple characters basically want to do Sephiroth's plan. Like, I was thinking about this the other day about Dirge of Cerberus. This is like, if Dirge of Cerberus doesn't happen, like down the line of the chronology post remake, I was like, what would be lost, really? And so I was like looking through a recap of the plot points, even though I'm about to play it again. But I realized that, like, basically the big thing in it is that Hojo is trying to get Omega to destroy the planet and, like, do the live stream thing, like, so he can ride the universal live stream or whatever the hell, which is a lot like Sephiroth's plan with Meteor. And then these guys use Zirconia, whatever, Zirconiade, whatever it's called, to, like, do the same shit like days before FF7's events. Like, it's literally the MCU, like, giant, you know, spiral in the sky, like portal in the sky thing, where, like, every MCU film eventually had it. The same thing happened with FF7, where it was like some just world-ending event, some apocalyptic harbinger of doom was, like, attacking the planet like once every month, seemingly, in the compilation, like right before the events of FF7 via Before Crisis, through Dirge of Cerberus, like 3 years later. Like, it makes the stakes of the original FF7 that much less interesting, because it should be a rare thing that shouldn't be happening very often. It happens 3 fucking times in the compilation. Anyway. Total genocide? How would it do such a thing? Elfie's powers. He wants to use Elfie's powers, kind of similar to Dirge with Vincent's powers, I guess. I'm sorry, Sephiroth. You're doing the good thing. Elfie, the director's daughter? If she doesn't want to go through with it, then it won't happen, right? No, there's no telling what Vegito has planned. Look at this. There's a pyramid-shaped crystal inside. It's an unusual materia. That materia is on Elfie. If she activates, all life is going to return to the planet. But Vegito hasn't found the way to activate it yet. I have to rescue Elfie before he does. I have fudge stuck in, like... Damn it. I'll help you. Help me rescue Elfie? How would a Turk do such a thing? Elfie is our director's daughter. Besides that, to end all life on the planet, I won't just sit back and let that happen. Why is someone like you working for Shinra, of all places? You know firsthand how bloodstained their hands are. I don't know why I'm getting, like, being a dick about the dialogue. That's... My parents were killed by Shinra. I was picked up off the streets by a band of thieves, and that's how I was raised, hating Shinra. I eventually became the leader of the band and ran wild all over the world. I was taking on my hatred for Shinra on the week, and then I met Elfie. I was just a stupid kid who didn't even know what it meant to be alive, and she bested me easily. But then she asked me to join her so that we could defeat Shinra together. That's when I made up my mind. I would always stay by Elfie's side and always protect her, no matter what. It's starting to crumble. We should go. I did not expect him to start walking like that. I mean, he is injured, but it just came out of nowhere. The way out is just ahead. Cheers! Ah! Why? I don't know. My body just reacted. I'll hold them off. You should get out of here quickly. You have to save Elfie, don't you? Watch out! Go, and please, save Elfie. Cheers! I will save her. I promise. After escaping the reactor, Afromi is transported to the Shinra building in a critical condition. Doctors say that her chances of recovery are slim. Meanwhile, President Shinra assigns all blame for the reactor explosion to the people of Corel, ordering Scarlet to burn their village to the ground. I thought he just knocked her into the explosion. Rufus is officially announced to be away on an extended business trip. Behind the scenes, the Turks work to conceal his misconduct while keeping him under house arrest in their HQ. Keep Rufus under constant watch. Make sure he never pulls a foolish stunt like that again. So he knew. You can count on the Turks, sir. For whatever reason, I thought it was like everything regarding Rufus was still kept under wraps. Maybe he doesn't know the full truth. I don't know. Good, because from this point on, you're going to lead them. In fact, I have a fitting inaugural assignment for you, Director. Smoke out Verdot and eliminate him. He knows too many of Shinra's secrets. Understood, sir. Hey, and that's the end. We reached the end. Shinra knew about Rufus. That's why he had him in June on his punishment. Interesting. Yeah, I forgot. I didn't realize he knew. Because I need to know before Crisis well enough. I mean, the good thing about this experience is that it does clarify a lot of the before Crisis stuff that's very loose in my head. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, chat. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna throw you to a BRB screen. I'm gonna use the bathroom, and then we'll play a little. Play a little bit of Rebirth. I'm gonna get back. 1 second. It's still a mess. It is. It is. And it has shit that I don't like. Those additions that I don't like I told you about, that I was talking about. But at least they know it now. Just adjusting the audio. I'll be right back. Can I run an ad on Twitch? Can I get that out of the way? Hold on, let me see. I can. Let me run an ad. Let's see. What time is it exactly? It's 4 o'clock. Maybe it's a decent time. I would have preferred if that only took about 3 hours instead of 4. But I do want to get a little bit of Rebirth playtime in. Good. Whoa. I'm in the wrong spot? It is in the wrong spot. Yeah. Gotta move stuff. That up. We're at 805 followers on Twitch, apparently. If you're on Twitch and you're not following, I would appreciate the follow. We're making progress toward 1,000 followers on Twitch, which is kind of crazy. I am using the shader mod. I am. Oh wait, I gotta plug in the controller. I forgot. Yep. Yeah, I'm using the shader mod. Course, yeah, it's great. I was just doing world cleanup last time. That's probably going to continue to do for a little bit. Isn't it ironic the ones that destroyed the reactor in Corel was Avalanche, and then Barrett joins them? I think that makes this conflict even more messed up, because if he knew, he wouldn't join. Yeah, that's actually kind of interesting. I hadn't really considered that, but that is kind of interesting. The one thing about the shader injector mod is I actually don't like it in Gold Saucer. How do I turn it off again? Is it like delete or something? Oh, hold on. The keyboard's not on. There it is. Yeah. So this is with the shader injector turned off right now. Here's where with it turned on. It just kind of kills the brightness a little bit. Actually, somebody sent me an instruction to use on it. Not the latest version of the shader injector mod. Because I heard there were performance issues with the latest version of the performance mod. Have you guys tried the performance mod lately, like since the 2.1 or whatever? Because I haven't actually used that yet. Because I heard it had like big performance problems. Hold on, let me install the latest. Hold on. Let me install the latest. I'll just go into conversation mode while I do that real quick. Let's try 2.1. I heard it kind of had some performance problems with some friends, but that was also when it first came out, so he may have even updated it since. Nexus mods. Shader injector. FF7 Revelation. Shader injector. Two 2.2. Oh, it's up to 2.2 already. This came out July 31st. Let's go straight to 2.2. Slow download. Download starting. Why are you doing it that way? Dude, just download. I don't want to use Vortex, dude. Oh, because I hit the wrong button. There we go. And then I have to check for an update. For the async, I need to look up the async, right? Rebirth. What's going on, Roland? Rebirth async mod. Nexus mods. So there might be an update to that too. Yeah. Oh wow, updated August 8th. Yeah, we're just hooking up the latest mods real quick. Shader injector. How do I install this again? Is there a similar mod for remake? For the async one there is. I do know there's one for async. I don't know if there is one for, I heard it would be like more challenging on remake. Because it's like a very like specific modification. It's not as simple, for example, as like a reshade mod where and you do like specific settings. It's different from that. Hold on. How do I install this? Where the fuck are the instructions? I know it's just a drag and drop, I'm pretty sure. I forgot where I have to drop things. And it doesn't quite say it here in the... Where do I put the D-Sound DLL? This shader injector, I just think I put it in the same... Let's replace the folder. So files. Yeah, shader injector. So I just pull this on top of this. Replace. Oh, dsound.dll. I assume I need to drop this in too. Wait, hold on. Let me back up this file I do that. Now I can replace this file. Okay, there's that. And the other download is for oh, is it really just that? Async. I just drop this file into this main. Yeah. Sometimes you forget just how easy a lot of these mod installations are. They're really not that complicated. All right, let me update the category. Rebirth. All right. Let's give this a shot. Make sure to delete the shader cache files. Oh shit. Do I need to do that? I could do that when it recompile all. All right, I think that did it. Leave this here for a second just to look at the frame rate. I do have the frame rate locked. I think it's 60 as well. Mostly because Max recommended that for streaming.
Hey there, folks, and welcome to the Gold Saucer. Are you
Oh wow, yeah, this looks a lot better. And this is with it on? Oh yeah, that's with it on. Oh wow. This makes a huge difference, chat. We literally just looked at this, didn't we? Yeah, it's running 60. It's good. We just looked at this, and it looked so dark and like lacked all of this. Granted, this was the oh yeah, Collateral was a very good movie. It's not turning off. Delete is supposed to turn the mod on and off. And it's not. But either way, this looks way better now. Because before, with the shader mod on, like it took all the sheen off these balloons. I don't know why it's not turning on and off. Oh, injector disabled. I feel like it didn't work. Oh yeah, face to water, you're right.
Oh my god, this is...
Yeah, it's on. It has some crazy shimmering on it though. It does have some crazy shimmer. It's probably something you need to work through. Okay, now, yeah. Either way, look at the balloons, by the way. Like the balloons before, like with the shader injector on, it turned them like black. And now they maintain the same like sheen on them, which is nice. He's still gonna figure out the shimmering. That's fine. I mean, the trade-off otherwise is still incredible. And there might be like custom settings to figure out that. But either way. Let's check out the beach real quick. I wonder if the shimmering is on the beach water too or not. This is also the maximum one. Let's turn it to maximum. Yeah, it doesn't shimmer on here. Which is good. There's maybe a little bit stutter though. May have some stutter back. My frame rate. Okay, let's All right, what do we want to do? So I just want to like go around the world, do some shit. Sometimes shows in the character faces when you're really close. Got it. All right, so Corel, we have some cards to do in Corel. Nebel, we have like 1 side quest. Cosmic Canyon, we have 3 side quests. Grasslands, we have 2 side quests. Let's focus on side quests. Is it not turning off or is it not turning on? It's on right now. Right, let's check out, let's do some Cosmic Canyon side questing maybe.
Hey, welcome to Cosmo Canyon. May the blessings of the planet be upon you all. That window. Wow. Step right up, folks.
Boom, 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 boom.
May the planet.
Boom, 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 boom. Crazy to think they'll be flying in the world soon. I know. Which we've done a couple, I think. So apparently we've done the Bugenhagen one. There's 3 we haven't done. One is with a free-spirited rancher. Oh, there's the Chocobo writing skills. And the daughter. Sky Watchers. I think it's a picture one, right? Hard Look Traveler. Was headed to an airstrip when I had a run-in with a hell of a fiend. Is this a GGA one? Alright. What do I go for these? That's Skywatcher. This has got to be the GGA one. Rancher's Request. Let's do a little Chocobo gliding. Let's do a little Chocobo real quick. I mean, I kind of had fun with the Chocobo gliding.
A Chocobo Ranch!
Shawnee, that you?
Who's Shawnee? One of your Chocobos? Did they run away from home?
My apologies. I don't believe we've met. I'm Kamaria.
Yeah, the shadows look better for Revelation. I think it's PC. Yeah.
So, Shawnee's your bird?
Goodness, no. Shawnee's my daughter. She's a Chocobo jockey, or was, till she fell off her mount during a race. Since then, she's completely lost her nerve. Refuses to get back in the saddle.
I see.
Oh! Tell me, you kids any good at riding?
Yeah, we dabble.
Wonderful! In that case, how would you like to use my training course? I had everything built
All right,
brand
Alice,
new
thank
just
you.
for Shawnee.
Thank you for
Now
hanging
it's
out.
going to waste. Someone ought to put it to good use, don't you think? And who better than you young go-getters?
I don't know.
Ever run a
You
ring
youngsters.
course? It's simple. You strap yourselves in and fly through a series of hoops. I reckon you won't find a course like mine anywhere else.
I definitely did this
Whoa.
quest.
That
The
sounds
first thing I did in
amazing.
Cosmic Canyon.
You
Because
wanna
when you
try
run
it,
up
right?
from the airstrip,
Imagine how
you run into
jealous
this
everyone will be.
straight away.
I
And I did reach a
say,
point where,
if
like,
that
every
alley
time
guy there caught yourself
I went
flying
into a
bird,
new region, I wanted to get
go ahead and
the
ride her
Chocobo
over to the
first.
training course.
Even though
Twisting paths and
the
bewildering
process of getting the
grasslands,
Chocobo was a
she'll
pain
let
in the
you do it
ass
all with ease.
in like every region. Alright, Appony.
Just hit me. You don't get sick on Chocoback.
Amazing, isn't it? My Chocobo and I share one mind.
Do I just go off this thing? Oh no, it's over here.
One body, one soul.
Either way, I'll fly.
They ought to find a way to make the ride smoother first. But R&D
Think they got other priorities.
Where needs to go? Yeah, the Chocobo sneaking is just not fun. Oh, she's right here.
Appany. You always seem seem to find me,
Yeah.
no matter where I go.
I found the Nibelheim one to be the roughest. The one where you have to like throw the food for her to like get it in the right place and shit. That one was especially annoying.
The training facility she built.
It was at least different, but it was kind of annoying still.
Her exercise.
I haven't done any of those since. I haven't done any of those since 2024 though, when the first game came out. So at least it's gone now. You know, it's in the past.
Chocobo Whisperer Yuffie gets first dibs.
Because I've been living in New Game Plus. And because I downloaded a hard mode save file, so I didn't have to run back Rebirth all the way through from the start. I may have gone too low. Okay. Oh, turn around, turn around, turn around. Oh, no, no, no. Over. Got it. Can't land, he can't land, he can't land, he can't land. I also know that this was like way more sensitive. Like you couldn't hit just the side of it and get credit originally. I missed one. Ah! I haven't done this in so long. I was fine with this minigame. Took me a little while, but I got it. Ah, I missed it. Fuck. You try. The camera is the hardest thing you gotta fight in this. Yeah. That's the hardest part, is the camera, honestly. Because like, to see where you're going, you have to look down, but then looking down causes you to descend. But then you have to like kind of remember and memorize the course a bit. Like now I'm working more based off of memory, you know? Alright, blow me up. Easy money, easy money. Ah, shit. I missed that one. God damn it. Oh, no way.
You like that?
Damn it. Hold on, I got this.
Giddy up, girl.
I'm doing with the motion sensor? I didn't even realize I was doing it. I'm just using the control sticks. No, I have motion sensor disabled. I just use the 6. Which is definitely way easier. It was green, but I missed a couple that I wanted. I'm a perfectionist with the minigames. To my own detriment. Send me up. Beam me up, Scotty. Ah, I missed it. Fuck. Alright, I just missed one. 3,600? What is the target score? 3,600? Because I missed that one shit.
This is great.
I got it, Chad. I got it. I heard that it was way more temperamental, like, before they patched it. Like, if you hit the very corner like that, it wouldn't count originally. Oh, whoops. Thank you. Yeah, because you have to click in the things to make the motion sensor turn back on. And sometimes you just accidentally do it, you know? Yeah, you had to hit the middle before. I never played it until it was patched, actually. Because I skipped a lot of the world on my first playthrough. So I kind of lucked out by not being completionist on my first playthrough. There we go.
You like that?
All right.
You know, if I were racing at the Gold Saucer, I'd bet on me.
Don't let it go to your head. I could do what you just did in my sleep.
Yeah,
Before
then
you
do
start
it.
talking big, you
Show
gotta
me.
At least finish the other regiments first.
All right, but you can talk shit.
Gonna
You
make
can
it
talk shit,
fast,
but I can't talk shit. Okay,
Fine.
let's see how it is.
Whatever you throw at me.
All right, course 2. Big mad.
Hey, Shawnee. Just so you know, if you really want to ride Apathy, that's cool with me.
I'm done with writing.
Oh.
Can you tell me more about
He's
Apathy?
been a part of my family for years. Ever since I was little. We rode together so much we could tell what each other was thinking. And we never had a crash.
Are you done
In
writing?
my last race, I hit another Chocobo and fell. As soon as I hit the dirt, I looked up and saw the feet.
Is that why your arm's all
Paws,
bandaged?
and right at me. Every time I close my eyes, I see them again.
She's got trauma. She fits right into the crew. We all got trauma, Shawnee. We all got trauma.
Okay?
So that's how it's gonna be. Fine. I'll give poor Apathy the exercise she needs.
Oh. Out of my way.
I
Out of my
really
way.
don't feel like talking right
No, I don't want to talk to you either.
Just go.
I wanted to hit this. There we go. All right, 36 is the... Oh, it's 7,200 is the top score. Okay. Trauma buddies. That's what we do.
Girl.
Ah, fuck this course. Okay, let me get a little bit of a look at it. We have the moving 300s. Yep. Then we got dive. There's gonna be a couple failed attempts here. That's all right. Oh, and there's more over there. There's a hard dive into a recovery. Okay. All right, I'm gonna fail a couple times. It's okay. Don't you dare. I do remember this one taking me a few tries. What I really like about Chocobo gliding is actually just the hard diving. I really enjoy the hard diving. Like when you push down and then cover. I do find that fun. Ah! Let me back up. There we go. I may have gone too low. Oh, wow. It's not counting any of this for me. Piece of shit.
Oh, man.
It's like Batman. Okay. Oh. Shit. Wait, there was another one down there I didn't even see.
This is great.
I mean, Cray, she's going through some trauma. Give her a break. There's a 300 hidden down there. I need to get to. I forgot how her story resolves. I think she's better by the end. Yeah, I think I need to dive here. And then come back up. Yep. Dive here. Recovery. Into the fan. Oh, these are moving targets. That's right. They go up and down. Oh, you son of a bitch. Damn it. Maybe I don't like this minigame. Maybe I do hate this minigame like you guys. Okay. Ooh, almost missed that. Oh, are you kidding me? I went underneath it. I still think I got through it, but it didn't count it. At least Yuki's having fun. May have gone too low. May have gone too low. Stupid motion sensor keeps turning back on. Dive. Did I miss a dive? No, not yet. Okay, got that. I hate that this bitch goes up and down. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay. Okay. Ooh. 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 Ooh.
You like that?
Boom. Boom. The gamer.
Not bad, not bad.
Kind of weird that Yuppie doesn't get sick on the Chocobo with the weird. Yeah.
You can't
That's
just
actually a
force the
great
Chocobo to
point.
do what you want.
For somebody who has motion
Should've
sickness, this should be the
established
most
what happened before heading out.
vomit-inducing
You gotta be on the same
experience
page
for
when you're
her.
running a course. Be completely in sync.
You don't say. Then why don't you, a real jockey, show us how it's done?
I never thought about that, but you're totally right.
I can't believe you people. I'm going home.
Oh, crap.
Like, I wonder if this could be a way for her to, like, get over her,
Yeah.
like,
No need to rub
her,
it in.
her motion sickness.
Let's catch up with her.
Like, you could have made this, I guess, into a storyline for her like that, you know? But they didn't. But it is that's a pretty big, that's a pretty big oversight.
Apony, what are you doing? Why are you still following me? You know I can't ride you anymore.
Mama.
Apony, I'm sorry, but I can't.
To be fair, I have, so Mr. Smiley is saying really bad motion sickness, but the one time he rode a horse, he didn't get
I'm
sick.
gonna prove to you that there's no
Fun
other bird
fact.
that can fly like Apony. I will.
Okay, let's do it. This one, a 9,600 for the max score.
This is great.
Oh yeah, this one's fucked. Trying to get a lay of that. You can only read, the only thing about these courses is that you really have to like commit them to memory, and the only way to really do that is to do them and just mess up and retry them. We have this intersecting one, then we have that one over there. I'm gonna have to dive into the fans to pick me back up to get that 100, and then it's another dive over there. The course continues over there, and this is the one that has a really long flight, right? All right. You have to time this start right, which I didn't just now. All right, I'll do that. Let's do it poorly. Start. Just to see where everything is. Oh wow, this one's over here. We need to cut back over here. So that wasn't a dive situation. This is the dive situation. Okay. Through and then punch it. Right. And that gives you enough lift to get to this. And then I think this is another dive. Yep. Into these fans. Blow you up over here. For these moving targets, which is a bitch and a half. Ah, you missed that one. No, wait. Is there any... There's a fan there. Which leads you to this one. Oh, this is... What a ganked run. Oh, man, yeah. This one's tough. Whoa! Wow, didn't even get that one as a joke. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. I did it before. I did it on PS5. Come back, my pretties. There we go. I went too low. Oh, okay, I got it. I got it. Okay, through and then. Okay. All right, fans. And stick me up. Oh, this is tricky as fuck. Can I reach this fan at least? Yep. Okay. I'm gonna come back around for it. I'm gonna come back around for it. I lost track of it. There's one back here I missed. This one. Shit. Where's this fan at? Where's this fan at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where the fuck is it? It's right over here. There's no way I'd make this work. I don't see it at all. Oh my god, it's all the way down there. I should just give up. I missed one way back? I did miss one way back! God damn it. Where was that one at?
This is great!
Oh, too early. Too early. What the hell was that one? Is it? Is it, Yuffie? Is it great? Loaded minigame bullshit. I don't know how to make their games anymore. We need Sakaguchi back to save us from minigame hell. Oh, fuck. This one. This one. Oh, what a sneaky bitch. Sakaguchi would have never let this happen. Little shit. You're clever. doing this before the patch is crazy. Like, this must have been the worst before the patch. It's already rough, but damn. Dude, this is the end game, actually. This is what the whole trilogy is about right here. All of us are arguing about prequel, sequel, nequel. This is the juice right here. This is what it's all about. All right, come to me, come to me, come to me. Ah. Okay, okay, okay. Fans, fans, fans. Ah. Ah. Beam me up. No, you didn't take me high enough. Ha ha! Recovered. Alright, shit, where's the next stuff? Oh shit, over here. No! I forgot how to go back to get to that over there. There's a dive that I need to do. And a return.
You see me? I aced it. And it's all thanks to this Chocobo.
Oh damn it, I meant to retry.
The best of the best.
Don't you think I know that?
There's something on your mind. Just say it.
The day I fell, I got overconfident.
Damn, pulling out one of the best tracks in the
I
game
had
for
the
this.
leash in the bag. I started thinking about all the ways I was gonna spend the prize money. I wasn't focused. But when I was rounding the final corner, Apony and we got out of sync. Before I knew it, I was in the dirt. Apony jumped in front to try and protect me, and because of that, she got herself hurt. So I just can't get back in the saddle. I can't.
I love this track,
What if
this
I hurt
music
her
track.
again?
I used this at one point in my
never
game,
forgive
in my
myself.
video, I mean.
You're up, Mr.
Like toward
Murph.
the end, actually.
Put those Chocobo interpreting skills to work.
It's actually funny to me to hear certain like music tracks like in context of the game, like where they show up, because like literally how I chose so many of the tracks for my video was the FF Music account. Oh, I have the Spotify still going. The Final Fantasy Music account, like, hooked me up with a download link to like a rip from the PC version of all the music. So most of the music I got through that, I was just like going down this list of like 1,000 songs or more, like listening to a bit and then trying to see if it matched the vibe of the moment. It took so long to get the music. It took me a full month to do all the music for the video.
Was a terrible accident, but we've learned from that experience and can grow as Chocobo and Rider and strive to not repeat past mistakes. Once we've healed Shawnee, let's race together again.
You got that?
What the fuck is happening?
Apony.
Is he making it up? He's like acting like he's reading the Chocobo's mind. I was so distracted by the music I didn't realize what Cloud was doing.
I'll rest up. Do whatever it takes to get back in racing shape. Until then, mind looking after her for me?
You serious?
Well, yeah. She still needs exercise, and I won't be able to take her out for a while. I'd feel better knowing she's in the hands of a rider I can trust. I'm sorry for making you worry, Mom. I promise I won't give up. Not again.
That's all I wanted to hear.
All I can think about is getting the 3 stars.
You're going down.
I can't obtain it. I already have 99.
Bring it on.
Shawnee. Do it again. One last time. I don't know. I don't have to do it on stream. I just would like to.
Giddy up, girl.
But yeah. Heartwarming mother-daughter story, the yada yada. Let's get to the fucking course again. So I didn't get the last ones. Me up in the air. I do love nose diving in this. I think it's so fun. That's why I can't hate the gliding, because I genuinely do enjoy this part of it. Give me some height. Ah! So where is it? Where is it? Hold on. Oh, it's right here. Ah! Maybe that's how she's studying herself with the motion sickness. Is that like deep breath she takes? Maybe she needs to do that more. Does anybody here ever gets motion sickness? I don't usually, but I will say sometimes in cars when I'm in the back seat, I get a little bit. When I'm in the front or if I'm like driving, I don't get it at all. But if I'm like a passenger in the back of a car, I could get it sometimes. Not super bad, but it's like a little ooh, you know? And yep. Fan. Okay, I think this is a run. I just need to figure out how to get that last segment. Ah, shit. How do I get enough distance to get over there? I forget. Revelation confirmed for Gamescom. Do you think what's shown would have a lot of story content? I think it'll be mostly gameplay. Mostly gameplay. The only things we talked about, like kind of story-wise, career, was potentially getting a little bit more Sephiroth because of the new voice actor, and possibly a tease of Zack and his whereabouts. It's like a tease, nothing big. But I think their focus will be on gameplay. Yeah, you can't dive at that last part. Do I just need to like turn back around to get the fan? I feel like that's maybe what I did last time. I don't remember. I think last time I went into like photo mode to like figure out where to go. Okay, check me up. If this minigame returns, you riot. Just get gag. You gotta get good. That's really the moral of it. You gotta get good. Ah! Speaking of getting good. Alright, pick me up. Okay. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Pick me up again. There we go. Now I got some height. I did enjoy Chocobo racing, yeah. Gotta make it back to the fans somehow. Dude, those fans seem so far away. Shit. So there are fans there. I don't think I'm getting those fans though. First time through. I feel like I'm missing those fans. Yep. I almost missed that. We get to pull it a bit early in the last part. Ah, this part's tricky with these fans right here. I don't think I got enough height. I have to dive into the fans. Ah, I fucked it. I think these fans would work. There we go. Did not see it. Speed. Jesus Christ.
This is great! Woohoo!
Damn. I really don't need to do this. I probably should stop and go on to other shit. Especially because I do have NieR. I'm there right now. Okay, got it that time. And take me up. This is the hardest part of the course because this really like sets you either for success or not right here. With these 3 gold rings. Oh shit. Those fucking rings. The toughest part of this.
This is great! Yeah!
Okay, scoot around, swing around, scoot back. This, aim for the left fan. Me up. 100 here, then a dive bomb. Around here-ish. Back up. Alright, there's another dive bomb in a second. This. Get the fan on the right usually. It's the closest. Oh, you fucked it. Oh. Wow. Lucky. That's what that was. That was incredibly lucky. Oh. Ah, Jesus. All right, one more time. That's a problem with mini games with me is I get stuck in the like one more time. You can get the 100 and 300 and go back to the fans. Hold on. You can get the 100 and 300 and go back to the fans and arrive at the next 500 with more height on the last part. Okay. That's kind of what I was thinking I would have to do. I thought I'd be able to do that dive bomb and then like. So are you saying that because I have to do that dive bomb no matter what for those last couple before the 300? But you're saying go back to the fans to get more height before doing the dive bomb recovery? Is that what you're saying? Go back to the right fan before the dive. Okay. Yeah, because I'm doing the dive from a lower height. I think this is what I figured out on PS5 as well, but I just have forgotten it since. You're saying get these, get the 100, get the 300, and then circle back is what you're saying, right? No, that can't be right. This 300, then come back, right? I don't think I'm gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. But that's where I need to go. I need to go that furthest one and then come back around, right? I might need to dive bomb and then get myself back over there.
This is great.
Yeah, I gotta dive on the way back, yeah. That's what I figured. After that failed attempt. This is easy though. It'll be this run right here. This is the run. This is the run. This is the run. Baby ass game. Okay. Fan. Ah. Ah, shit. Might not be the run. Might not be the run. I'm gonna try. Okay. Dive bomb and recover. Over to the fans. Dive bomb, recover, and not the run. Not the run. Not the run. That run got messed up right in the middle of the run.
This is great.
Like. This is the run. This is the run. I feel it in my materia. You want to redeem Sephiroth, just tell him his punishment is to play these mini games, and he wouldn't hurt a fly. He would absolutely love, shit, what's a robot one that everyone hates? Pick me up. See, they messed up this last time. They made it so hard. Go back, go back, go back, go back. Dive bomb to get back. Eesh, eesh. Fuck. Ears and gambits, yeah.
This is great.
Like, low key, that one is far as hell. But those fans are far as hell. Like, I actually feel like dive bombing hurt me going back. I probably had enough height to get back. Want to turn back while you're going through the circle. Okay, the fan. Yep. Through. Oh, I didn't get recovery on that. You gotta get me, you gotta get me. Thank you. Turn. Get this guy. Turn. Get this one. Get this one. Back around, back around, back around, back around, back around. Okay, I do need to bomb. Okay, okay. Ah, shit. Still far. Oh! I do think I need to dive bomb to get back. I just need to dive bomb immediately in that turn. I almost had that one. Okay. I kind of see what Hamaguchi is saying about the rewards too, because I'm pretty sure the reward for this is an accessory. And it might be a pretty good one. I don't remember what it was. Take me back. Alright, got that. Got this turn. Get this turn. Get this. Get the 300. Turn around and dive bomb. Back up. Ah. Damn. Damn. I don't know what this gives you. I know it's something. It's a ring. It's like earrings, I think. One of them was a good weapon for Yuffie. The minigame cooked me harder than the Savage tier in the Arcadian. I guess I don't have the dive bomb. I'm gonna try not to dive bomb, yeah. So all it's doing is getting me too low. I'm not getting enough recovery out of it. It's just that because you can't really see, you're like, am I gonna make it? And you want to point your camera down almost to see the damn how far you are. Actually, I think this is still easier than doing the gym workout. Like the hardest, like Jules at her hardest. His hardest. That's the hardest one, still. The gym minigame is rough. Okay. Can we make it? Can we make it? Can we make it? Seems too far. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Ah. People will not speak Jules' name, but the gym around here is supposed to be a safe place.
Girl.
How long ago did I say this is the last time I try? Like an hour ago? I just didn't think I had enough height that time because of my previous dive bomb. Okay. The most dangerous part of the course right here. If you mess this up, you screw yourself. I don't want dive bomb. Ah, Jesus. Son of a bitch. Oh, come on! If I could recover this, that'd be crazy. There are fans here. I know there are. There they go. This piece of shit 300 over here. That's one like turnaround I did successfully. too fucking far, dude. I need to dive bomb, recover, fly back, I feel like. That has to be it. Alright. Let me run to the bathroom real quick. I have a game plan. Actually, you know what I wonder if I could do? I wonder if I could dive bomb, like, past that 300, recover, come back, fly through the 300 the opposite way to get to the fans. I don't know, that's kind of crazy. Here's the thing though, I kind of appreciate a minigame that requires like some level of strategy to get through it. You know? Like you do have to like plan how the hell you're gonna tackle this, which I appreciate, especially in an RPG. It's like I'm trying to figure out a materia loadout, but it's just, you know, totally different. Maybe not to this level. Alright. Oh shit. I'm gonna need to cheat a little bit. Ah. I just want to get a lay of the land. Alright. So I go over here. Pick this. I'm hitting these guys. I'm getting to this 300. And the fans are back here. It's such a long thing. Like to get through this with enough height to get to over here is just really difficult. So I wonder if I need to dive bomb. It's not gonna work. So I was thinking about like, do I dive bomb after this 300, like down here, and then scoop back up, come around with the through the recovery, go through these two, and get back over. I don't know if that's possible though. Pick me up, pick me up. I have a crazy idea. It's not gonna work. Okay. Yeah, that didn't work. Okay. That didn't work. You can try turning and diving at the same time if you want to instantly change direction. Yeah.
Giddy up, girl!
This is legitimately my last try, and then we're gonna move on to other quests. And I'll figure it out. I'll do it again another time. I can always come back to it. The worst minigame is going on Awesome Uno. It's the last one. This is our last challenge. We have it pretty dead to rights except for this final landing. The worst minigame is Gears and Gambits. My opinion. This one I at least have some fun with, even though this part pisses me off. Bring back up. I have an idea. I have an idea. Back to the fans now. Nope.
Yeah,
all right.
that should do it.
Well, we got two of them. We got two of them. Come back to this another time. I'm losing my will. I'm losing my resolve. Right up, NieR. You won't let me go. You won't let me go off of this because it's not. It's only. I wanted to go on Chocobo. God damn it. Alright, where I need to go? He's over there. Over here somewhere. Alright, where the hell is he at? Pretty sure this is the GJ quest, right? Oh, pass it. Am I going the right direction? Oh, yeah, here he is.
Yoo-hoo down there. Looks to me like you could use some help. Wait. GJ? What are you doing here?
It's good to see you too, Yuffie. And who's this?
Oh, this is TJ. He was Avalanche HQ's, guy on the ground? Informant? Right. And these are my helpless yet lovable minions.
It really is a small world.
Hmm? You say something?
Nope, just glad you're okay.
Great. All the plate.
I'll be honest,
When I first caught wind of Shinra's plan to drop the Sector 7 plate, I was pretty skeptical. But after you and I parted ways, I told HQ about everything I'd heard, and went around making sure my friends got out in time. And most of them did, but not all. So many lives I could have saved. I'll never forget the sight of the plate crashing down. Gonna haunt me forever.
The SRC.
I take it you tuned into Colonel Lodbrok's speech. It makes me proud to see folks finally banding together against that piece of shit company. Wutai is gonna be at the heart of this fight, and I'm ready to risk it all to make sure we win.
Give me all the lore.
We were on the run together after we fled Midgard. They decided to stay in Cosmo Canyon. Said they wanted to brush up on their planetology. Though, I don't know how well that'll go for them. All three seemed pretty down. Hope they're okay.
Yeah, they're around. Well, we got them on the Proto Relic
Fate
quest.
has deigned to bring us back together. Mind if I ask a favor? You see, I ran afoul of this big old fiend. I put the pedal to the metal trying to escape, and, well, now I'm paying the price. Pretty sure the sucker's still around here somewhere. Mind smoking him out and taking him down?
Find it interesting that Yuffie isn't aware that GG is retiring.
I suppose I could be persuaded, seeing as we are friends. But don't expect me to lift a finger for free.
Just name your price.
And you got yourself a deal.
So how do we find this thing?
When it's not hunting, it's hiding. So it might be underground.
It kind of has a weird way that she sees everyone. Like, remember, there's the conversation about, like,
Vibration detectors the Moogles sell at their shop.
basically even the concept of immigrants in Wutai.
You mean this?
She's like, oh, because they talk about Colonel Lodbrok. They talk about Glenn. Oh, this is the I forgot there was like a little mini game related to this side quest. I guess this is part of the mini game fatigue, right? Is like even little things like this, like find enemies. I genuinely forgot about this. Like, there's been a lot of these mini games that require you to like use a map or use a device or use whatever. So I kind of get how that builds on the fatigue feeling of like mini games. Even though it's not a mini game, it's still like a unique like mechanic. So I gotta press up to get the vibro detector out. The greater the vibration, the shorter the vertical gauge will become, meaning you are closing on the beast position. 2 concentric blue circles will appear when you're approaching the fiend. Red circles will appear when you are straying. Okay. No idea where I'm supposed to go. Hold on, sorry, I'm just checking something. Is it? Not that way. I could run at least. Give me any kind of signal. Oh, there we go. Is there not more? Wrong way. It was this way, I guess. Remember this fight being a little tricky. Oh my god. Where is it? Holy shit. Get over here, dude. Finally. Oh my god. Well, it's heading in this direction, it seemed like. Come on. Definitely is a bit tiring, this thing. I assume it probably has like a set place it goes every time. This direction at all? Is it straight? No. Going back to GG? Kind of. Feels like I'm going away from it. Not that way. Yeah, you have us running around like idiots, GG. Hope you're happy. Nope. You're setting me straight to a wall. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Well, where, bro? There's like not much room over here. This is where it was getting positive feedback. Not up there. It's not over here. It's giving me a hit. It was giving me a hit by GJ, now it's not. Now it's the opposite. Great. Fantastic. It has to be a big open space because that's where a boss fight would happen. I get it, I get it, I get it. Was going in this direction and then suddenly said I was going in the wrong direction. Gave me a red bar earlier when I was over here. I think it's going far. I think I'm going farther away. So red is getting taller. Oh wait. This way or the other way? Wrong way. Yeah, this is not the greatest side quest design, for sure. Getting closer. God, it feels like it's about to emerge at any second. Now look at this thing. Have to fight these things, I guess. It's the only direction that's positive. To be around here. Oh. The other way? Yep. Yeah, this has got to be one of the least enjoyable side quest mechanics. I just feel like you're running around like an idiot. Is it over this? Yeah, it seems like a boss area. Here we go. I gotta fight these guys first. Lovely. It's gonna jump. Can I self-flurry him first? I did.
Don't overdo it.
Let's thrust him, or trigger strike rather.
Finish him off.
Say a prayer.
You're up.
Need my help, do you? You got this. Taking over.
Alright, Stone Golem is weak to wind. Current. Gale Impulse. strike. Okay, hit him with these ends. Alright, part 1 done. And there are multiple parts to this. That was only the first mini boss. Hold on. Needs to keep an ear out for the food. Give me 1 second, chat. It's in here yet, but I need to listen because I need to give him a code. Direction. Yep. Probably is a predetermined area to go. I think it ends up back at Gigi. Pretty sure. Why does that head in that direction? Still going blue as I go this way. Just look for whatever the boss area looks like. The worst fucking quest. It's pretty rough. Oh. Second. Not being able to use the Chocobo during this is a crime. I mean, yeah, just because you have to like run around so much, you know? Shouldn't the Chocobo be able to sniff this out? No, you have to use this arcane device. You have to use this crazy tablet thing. Ah. What's going on, chat? I just got some food. Let me just eat a little bit. Probably save a good amount of this. Yeah, I hope they do different types of like. I hope the side quest design is different for sure. Like I don't want to have to use like so many maps and devices like this. Everything Cosmo Canyon is archaic. Upside down map and the other side quest. I forgot about that. But yeah, I do remember getting a map. That was honestly probably one of the ways they got so much content done, was they had like certain types of quests. Each region would have a certain number of quests that use a map of some kind. And there were. That's how Final Fantasy XIV works too. How they have such a like consistent production pipeline. Is that they have like their dungeons are like X number of bosses last X amount of time, like every time, you know? Which in that game is also a problem of things feeling a bit repetitive and a bit cookie cutter. They've been working on it, but kind of a similar thing happened with the world design here, where it's like, oh my god, there is a lot of content, but over time the content becomes a little bit stale, you know? Versus more curated experiences, you know? Yeah, 3 or so pulls, then the boss, yeah. And Yoshi P has talked about how that's literally how they do the production, so that like everyone knows the template in a way. Yo, controversial take. Okay, Adam. But I'm still fine with it for Rebirth. Like, this is their first world game, what they've done, like, in this style. And they wanted to be able to fill it with content reliably. I can't help but look at things through the eyes of a bit of a creator. It's like I kind of can intellectualize certain things and be like, well, it's perfectly fine. But emotionally, as a player, it can be annoying. I feel like it's at least somewhat predictable what they're doing with Zack and Revelation. Does it want to ruin it for you people? I'm curious. I mean, so far when it comes to how they use Zack, nobody's called it well. Like, I never thought this, but so many people thought, oh yeah, Rebirth is going to end up at the Forgotten Capital. He's going to help save Aerith. I was like, no, he's not going to leave he's not even going to leave Midgar. And he didn't. So I'm curious what you think they're using him for. There are a few givens, closure with his parents, reunite with Aerith, yeah. Oh, I'm gonna store this food. It's leftovers. Oof. Okay. And that place makes good ass chicken tendies, man. Ah, wrong direction? Damn, really? Out this way. Gotta be out this way. Dynamic with him, Cloud, Aerith, and Tifa will change the dynamic a little bit. It's over here. I can hear the boss music already. Ah, shit.
I won't give up.
Okay, that was not good. That was not Gucci. That was not Gucci. He doesn't have cure.
I can fix
Oh, he ate her. Yeah, this is a bit of a tough fight. And I don't even know if I have assist. I don't think I have assist. I mean, assess, not assist. I don't have assess. Can I eat more than one character at once? It can.
Deal with that.
All right, watch and learn.
And it did. Oh, this is gonna go. Seems like it's going poorly.
Calling wind.
Nothing. Oh, they're both out. Lovely. I have raised at least.
Be careful.
Fuck you. Oh. Okay, that miss.
Keep it together.
Guess it's my turn. Asshole! Give him hell.
I got this. Heads up. Bingo. Got your number. Come on. I see it. Cloud.
You ain't gonna get away. Want some more?
So in theory,
Right here.
Cloud needs to be healed.
Okay, let's go.
I'm coming.
Ah, god damn it, got her.
Barry.
Gotcha.
You know what? I could use a summon. Sure, why not?
All right.
What summon did Barrett have?
Bang bang.
Ifrit? Sure.
Let's have us some fun. Bring it home.
I got this.
Could he plume his ass? Right, Tifa.
Deal with that.
Need my help, do you? Bringing the heat.
Ah, miss, bitch. Shot. Ah, god damn it. She got petrified. That's not good.
Going in.
Alright, got his ass. Come to me, Ifrit. Giga Worm defeated. The Giga Chat of worms. Yeah, Tifa had a hard time in that fight. Shit.
I'm impressed.
As you should be. So, where are you off to now?
Unfortunately, Shinra's been making moves to push back against the resistance effort. Once they tighten up the borders, travel's gonna get tough.
Oh, the music really drowns him out.
To head for Wutai while I can. You're going home too, aren't you?
No, not yet. I can't.
GG rolling up made you angry?
There's lots and lots of
But now that you did my job for me.
Well, try to stay out of trouble. That goes for the rest of you as well. You hear? You're bound to get caught up in the SRC's business at some point or another. You better be prepared.
Bro, I don't know you.
Right.
You only know Yuffie, bitch. Magnify? Oh, shit.
See you back in Wutai!
Oh, shit. Another Magnify? Wait. Wait. That's actually important as fuck. How many Magnifies do I have? Oh, I have 2 Magnifies. I only had 1. Fucking important quest, goddamn. Okay. Let's save. What time is it, chat? It is 6 o'clock. So I do think, unfortunately, I do have to switch to NieR. Even though I felt like I just started playing, but I do want to get ending E tonight. Let me just make sure I saved. I did. All right. Okay. Let's get this started. Switch categories as well on Twitch. So I did everything I need to do to start. So from here on out, everything that we see here is supposed to be new content. I am doing, because everything in your ending E run is the same. Other than up until it's supposed to be the same up until the return to the Aerie. So I got to that point last night. And apparently this is where the new shit starts. I'm also playing on easy, because fuck it. I guess I could switch it to normal at this point, because I was doing easy just to get through it. Yeah, I have the title screen. Yeah, this is an ending that is exclusive to Replicant. final ending of NieR Replicant Journey. It's been pretty crazy so far. I've enjoyed it. I enjoyed the gameplay a lot more than I expected. Obviously, there's a lot of grinding that you have to do to get everything you need to get all the, you know, do all the quests and everything. Time to go to the area. I mean, at least, I mean, what's crazy is how much I blew through most of the early part 1 story yesterday because I didn't have to do any side quests. Unlike my first playthrough. Damn, I beat the, oh, you know what? I beat the boar, but I guess to get the boar as a mount, I have to do it as a quest. Because I just ended up beating the boar. I thought that would unlock it as the mount, but now that I remember, I think it was a quest to make the boar into an actual mount. Automata doesn't require as much grinding to get all 40 weapons and whatnot, so I think you'll enjoy that. Yeah, that's what I've heard from a lot of people. I've heard that from like multiple people. Now, since I have just mainline only story for the most part, I'm a little afraid of
Shades!
Being
What the
underleveled.
hell are you doing here?
We thought you could use a hand.
Yes, and I do believe a heartfelt thank you is in order.
Yeah.
Oh, you should see. I've also remembered about using defense, like using parry.
What could have
So
caused
when I
these
fought
shades to
Kaine,
appear
I
in such
kept parrying
I
her.
don't know, but they're all over the village too.
Then we need to go help. We might be able to find a sealed verse while we're at it.
Yeah, there it is. So that perfect parry. Like, this actually makes the game a lot more enjoyable, actually, like, remembering perfect parry. At least for, like, melee enemies.
This is hardly the time to be...
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, Big Mama's back. Well, I wonder if the new content starts with when Kaine dies. And we get her back. Hold on. Just adjusting something on my other monitor. Because if I remember correctly, this is Kaine's mom.
Keep your guard raised.
As if there were any other choice.
Ow, shit.
Rot in hell, you fucking asshole!
Did you just say what I think you said?
He's like, you're goddamn right I did.
Tear out your goddamn eyes, piss in the sockets!
Oh, sweet Lord. I have never heard such a thing. Kaine struggles. You must hurry.
Oh, it's her grandmother. Her grandmother. Oh, just killed a bunch of people. that little maneuver just cost 10 lives.
I'll take care of the big one. You worry about the rest.
Get out, half-breed. You brought these shades here. We don't want you. Just leave us in peace.
Not the friendliest town in the world, is it?
You disgust me. You disgust us all. Don't you dare
Breeds.
call yourself human. Get out! Get out of our village!
What is wrong with you people? She's trying to help you.
Don't defend me.
Great. These little magic casters got little black mages.
Why are these people saying such horrible things about you?
Whatever. It's all true anyway.
What is that thing it's holding? It appears to be spewing them from within.
Well, whatever it is, we need to take it out first.
Oh, these little guys. Remember these little guys? Oh, little babies. We're killing babies. I hope you feel good about yourself, NieR. Oh, shit. I realize I gotta move chat in my face because I'm blocking the UI. Damn, I forgot he did this. Did he even do this last time? Damn. Hell of a move.
Damn it! Quit running already!
Kaine, I'll drive him to you. Get up there and wait for him.
Alright, watch yourself.
Hey, ComVA, you're right on time. So I'm fighting him on the wall, or I'm going in here, that's right. Hold on, let me also move myself in chat. Give me 1 second. So I'm currently blocking the interface. Chat. Oh, yeah. Move chat down a little bit. You see the health and everything.
Don't let it get away.
I won't. Soon Kaine and I will have it surrounded.
Playing some Galaga type shit. Or Mega Man. Hold on, sorry.
This ends now, asshole.
We should join her.
Right.
Okay. Oh, old notebook. Forgot about that. Yep.
It can escape us no longer.
It's great to have you on our side, Kaine.
Oh my god, shut up.
Shut your
Look,
face.
just try and keep up, okay?
I'm doing my best.
Ah, Jesus. Oh, I lost it. Fuck. There we go. May Laura Bailey voice her forever.
Kaine. It's me.
Laura Bailey?
Grandma.
Hold on.
Oh,
Don't believe her lies.
Kaine, what's wrong?
But this does hit differently now that I know the truth of the shades, you know?
Grandma. Come, Kaine. Come to your grandma's side. You've been lonely for so long. So much pain, so much despair. Why go on living anymore? Kaine?
Is that it?
Hmm?
Are you finished yet?
Don't speak to your grandma like...
You're going to stop talking now. And then I'm going to slowly walk over to you, cram my hand inside your goddamn bitch-ass chest, and pull out your fucking heart!
It's been so long since we've done this dialogue.
She'd never tell me to give up on life. Never! I've spent my entire life searching for a way to avenge her death. She gave me the strength to deal with this goddamn mutant body. Do you know how long I've been like this? How much I loathe myself?
Ah, shit.
Mounting a last desperate offensive, I see.
That attack's bad news.
Now!
I'm on it!
Come on, come on. Got it. Damn, it's a hell of a move. Forgot it. Did we do this the first time? I'm gonna always think we change shit. Damn. Tired of your shit. Oh, put it through the stake. I don't even remember doing that. I said I can't tell what's new or what's not because it's been so long since we played this part. Fucking we Midgard Zormered it.
Kaine!
I think she intends to perish where she lies. And in truth, perhaps death is
Did
the
NieR
greatest
do this?
comfort we can offer her.
That's not your decision. You don't get to decide who lives and who dies. She's alive. She has meaning and worth, and we're going to save her. Everyone has something to live for. Even Kaine. Even Yona.
Perhaps you should save your pretty words for her instead of wasting them on me.
All right. This is the scene that we thought would sound funny with like Papa NieR, and we looked up the scene that did sound funny with Papa NieR because it's like so pleading. It's like closer to a younger kid as like a voice. It just makes more sense for this version of the character.
Grandma, can I rest now? I'm so tired.
Kaine, over here! Don't give up!
Can't let
You're
go,
stronger
Tifa.
than that. Don't you dare give up now!
Weirdly enough, because that is
This woman
the
is more trouble than she's worth.
Zangon voice, is the Papa NieR voice.
That's it. Come on!
Oh, oh. Uh-oh, here we go. Uh-oh. 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 It's different. It's different. It's her in the future, right? After the first ending? Or I don't know. But she has the lunar tear in her hair. She did at the end of ending of B.
Fuck.
Was she dreaming the first part of the game? Don't obviously don't tell me. It's just me talking out loud.
Again. There's that dream again.
Shit.
Every time I wake up from it filled with pain and sadness. With this feeling like I've somehow forgotten something extremely important. When I look at my broken sword, it reminds me of my battle with the Shadow Lord.
Was it your battle? I mean, kind of just part of the fight. But...
Somehow it's been 3 whole years since I saved you.
What?
That was supposed to be it. Goal achieved. Game over.
This must have been mind-blowing for fans of the original release, since this was an all-new ending.
So then, why was I crying? And I still haven't found the answer to that question.
You were losing it? Was it promoted before the game came out that there was an additional ending, or did people just have to discover it? It was probably promoted.
Not exactly the restful sleep I was hoping for.
It was discovered? Oh, fuck, that's sick.
Damn it.
Wow, discovered? That must have been mind-blowing. The community must have been losing their fucking
Guess I'll
mind.
go kill some shit.
Wow. Holy shit. That's so cool.
EMIL.
I guess leave it to Yoko Taro. Square Enix would have definitely given it away, but I guess they let him do what he wants to do. Like, I can't even imagine the feeling of not knowing and then just like fucking running into this. It was pretty much comparable to this one church mod in terms of reactions. Oh man, I gotta find it. If anyone wants to drop any like reaction videos in the Discord to like people who have no fucking idea, we'll check it out after I finish this. Wow, and then your playable Kaine. Holy shit. Probably should have saved over at the Airy. Maybe I should save. She Naruto runs. Didn't quite expect that. Maybe she did all throughout the first game and just didn't realize that she Naruto runs. And the Ares just wiped out still. Yeah. A new save file has been unlocked. Your save data up until this point will be temporarily unusable. Sick. NieR Replicant is very beloved by NieR fans, especially the ones who played Dragon Guard and the OG NieR, so it was kind of crazy.
I killed so many shades when I was trying to rescue Yona. But now, I have this strange feeling like somehow they're not all bad.
Oh, and she has no more shade in her either. She has no more shade either. Oh, it's a cool shot. Holy shit. Playing this after Automata was very rewarding. I got a little dialogue from running over here, at least. Do you remember anything over here? Fighting your grandmother or anything? This is so fucking cool. What level am I? 37? I think that's how I ended the game originally. As a game, what is Drakengard like? Like, is it similar to NieR, like gameplay-wise and stuff, or is it completely different?
Bastards.
Oh my god. Yo, playable Kaine? Everyone must have lost their fucking mind, dude.
I'll crush every last one of you. Feels like there's a lot of shades around lately. Maybe I should check in on Yona's village.
Damn, there's a ton of shades here.
Die, damn you! Die! Hey, get back! It's dangerous here!
I think that's my line, buddy.
Who do you think you're talking to, bitch? Oh. Sick.
Thanks for the save.
You can hold attacks to change what they do. I mean, maybe it's not been a while. She gets like a truck. She does.
Shades have been on the rise around here lately. Now go home.
Oh, believe me, I want to. Thing is, I've got a job to take care of. See, we haven't been able to get in touch with anyone in the Forest of Myth. Somebody's got to go over there and make sure they're all right.
I'll check it out.
Someone is you. You will make it 10 feet before some shade mauls your ass.
What? Really? Oh, man. Thanks a million. Oh, wait. You should take these. I'll wait for you around here. And thanks again.
I only have the one weapon. Makes sense.
Let me know what you find in the Forest of Myth. I'll wait for you around.
Alright, Forest of Myth is out that way, right? Yeah. Damn, there's so many goddamn shades, dude. Right? I write letters every single day, but sometimes I wonder if Kaine will worry if we send too many. I've read her. Great. So now these like journal entries are Yona, like Yona diary entries toward Kaine, or just in general.
Hey, anybody home?
So there'll be nods to Yoko Taro's other games, wink wink, and Kaine stories, so be on the lookout. I mean, Kofi, I won't know what they are. I won't know what those references are because I haven't played. This is my first Yoko Taro game, but
shit.
Hold on, I'm just rereading chat. I guess Dragon Guard is different, gameplay-wise. Oh yeah, look at that. Shit. Shit. Is that a Grimoire Vice situation up ahead? That's what it reminds me of. Oh.
What are those things doing here? Wait, did they kill the villagers?
Is this like are these enemies a reference? Because this is a different design, but I can imagine this being like what
more
enemies in one of his old games look like.
Keep on coming.
Level up.
Why would robots be coming out of a place like that?
Good question, Kaine. Oh my god, you actually go into the tree?
What's this doing inside a tree?
Oh my god, you actually go into the tree.
Welcome to the Sea of Humanity. Welcome to the Cemetery of Sin and Punishment.
The hell?
You are a replicant. A manufactured existence. Individual name, Kaine.
Who are you? Show yourselves.
Remain calm. Do not be hasty.
I'm sure I can sprint through, but I don't want to miss anything.
Creepy little freaks.
So I've gotten the impression also that this would also hit differently if I played Automata. But everyone said I don't have to wait to play Automata to do this. So I decided to go ahead. But it probably has references to Automata, I assume.
This is an integrated information management database designed to resemble a perennial plant. It transmits phenomena recorded in its memory unit.
I don't understand a damn thing you're saying.
Observations of you have been recorded as well.
Okay.
Brought an end to Project Gestalt.
Oh wow.
Killed the original Gestalt.
Yeah, that was the end of the
Gestalts run wild because they have nowhere left to go. Your actions have caused the deaths of countless replicants.
Really?
Show your damn faces already!
Do not be hasty. Soon we shall meet.
Why does he?
We shall meet.
His voice gives me some EMIL vibes. Obviously, don't say anything. In the long run, playing Replicant before Automata is way better. Interesting. It'll hit differently regardless if you're even a little familiar with Automata. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I assume I could just always look back on the playthrough. I did click at one point on Frankie Lalia's NieR Replicant playthrough because I enjoy her content. And I was like, oh yeah, let me see what she thought of like what I played so far, Replicant. And pretty early on, she made like a connection to Automata. And I was like, oh, wait. I can't watch this playthrough because she seems to be playing it with references to Automata, so I can't watch this playthrough. But after I beat Automata, maybe I can go back and watch that, and I'll get some of those like Automata references. All right, can't attack that guy yet. Heads up, if you're collecting achievements, trophies, there are some secrets you can only get when playing as Kaine. Oh, really? If there's like special directions I need to go to get that, just let me know. You can go ahead and backseat and chat. Okay, I'm not really trying to get trophies necessarily, but I don't mind like a heads up, you know, like, oh, you could do this and get a whatever. Spirit capsule. Who the fuck are you?
How nice of you to join us.
I'm sure all of you in chat are like, I know exactly who these are. Damn. Gonna wait a second.
How full of life you are. We won't get anywhere like this. Now then, let us fight.
Alright. It's Shadley and Mai. This entire part was so insane before Replicant released. People had a lot of theories about this tree, and the only information we had was additional material like interviews and Grimoire Noir, the NieR Ultimania. Fuck you.
What the hell are you saying?
Administrators of this forest.
They're administrators of the forest. I feel like my lockdown is not letting me see this son of a bitch. Ow. Oh, parry, bitch. Come on, come here. Ah, I timed it too late. Come on. Come on. Oh, damn it. Fuck. I got too cocky. I could have killed him, but I just went.
Worthless heap of scrap!
Her gameplay is awesome.
How truly fascinating you are. You are just as we expected. Come this way.
Like, I assume her combat is probably a bit of a... Wait, but what's that way? I assume her combat is like... I guess it's the door. Her combat's probably like a little bit of a... Maybe a heads up for what Automata is like, possibly.
You are strong. We have taken the liberty of sampling that strength.
I have to, like, face a version of myself.
We have reproduced you at the point in your journey in which you are strongest.
Son of a... Are those things me?
This is crazy, dude. This is the last thing I expected for Route E.
There are copies of you shaped by machine. A collection of microscopic plant-based propulsion units bound together with muscle particles. The same as this very forest. A massive forest of memories coalesced by the triumphs of quantum mechanics and muscle research. A forest that records anything and everything about the world.
If you wanted me to follow any of this, you're gonna be real fucking disappointed.
Is unnecessary. After all you care for is killing. Is this not so?
These other me's are brittle as hell. I ought to be insulted.
It matters not how many copies you destroy. They will simply disperse and immediately reconstruct themselves. There is still
Yeah, this feels like a...
come to an end.
God damn, you're annoying. I'm gonna tear these freaks apart, eat the pieces, and shit them into a trash can.
Alright, this seems like a pointless endeavor.
Fucking hell.
We need to take this out the source, Kaine.
Damn it.
How unfortunate.
It makes you think I reached the end, bitch. Cool. Cool.
You little fuckers.
EMIL?
Kaine! Are you
What?
Emil?
You betcha!
Where you been, bro?
It's good
It's
to
been
see
3
you safe.
years. You have so many hands.
Yeah.
I sense tremendous power in that magic circle. I think it's acting as an energy source.
we can destroy it, all the other Kaines should disappear too.
Got it.
I'll take care of the magic circle. You focus on kicking some Kaine butt. I mean, the other Kaine's butts. Not your Kaine butt. You, the real Kaine.
Yeah, I get it, Emil. Just focus.
God, that parry!
A magical weapon forged by humans. A being who absorbed the power of number 6 and transcended humanity.
Who is that? What are those voices?
Just a couple of little fucks.
Gosh, it feels like it's been forever since we fought together.
It has been.
Seems familiar. I think there was someone else.
Oh! Does Emil remember?
Unusual phenomenal fluctuation observed. Singularity signature detected in replicant Kaine. Fascinating. Terribly fascinating.
Kaine, I did it!
Like the Matrix, she's beginning to believe. Oh my god, this is so fucking cool,
Is
dude.
that a doorway?
This is probably another reference.
Beyond here lies that which was lost.
The final hope for you to reclaim.
Okay.
Whoa. What is this place?
Okay. Without spoiling, I'm just curious. Because this came out along with Replicant, and it was a whole new ending that wasn't part of the original, and it's post-Automata. I'm just curious, again, without spoilers. Like, when you play this with the context of Automata, is it like, oh, because of what I know from Automata, this thing is possible, but it wouldn't be possible without that. That's the vibe that I'm getting.
At least there don't seem to be any bad guys around.
Emil, I didn't get a chance to ask yet with all the fighting and shit, but what happened to you back then? And where have you been? And why the hell do you have 4 arms?
Kaine, look, it's gonna take way too long to get into all that now.
Fine. I was worried, you know?
Aw, Kaine. But look at us now. Team Camille, back together again.
Camille!
Yeah, I guess so.
Camille! I'm in the ballpark? Okay. Dude, this is so sick. This is the fucking entrance to the final dungeon, I think. Maybe not.
Kaine, I feel like I've forgotten something really important.
Tell me about it.
You too?
There's the bird
Yeah.
bath over there.
I can't really describe it, but it's like my mind is filled with this weird fog.
I think I made a promise to somebody? Like that we would go eat something delicious?
Well then, we'll just have to get those memories back.
Yeah!
Huh. I mean, this is cool to, like, get the memories back from that you lost and ending D. Is at least what seems like the goal right now. Yeah, this is the fucking entrance. Birds. Birds. Okay, hold on. Before we go in, I need to use the bathroom. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. This is so fucking cool. Yeah, I'd say this thoroughly definitely rewatch this before you play Automata. Okay. We'll be curious because there's no context. You will have to make the connection at this point. Interesting. You need more context clues. Yeah, I probably this ending probably won't connect in all the ways it could possibly connect without Automata, but
Feel an enormous magical power ahead.
Just don't do anything rash. Got it?
Got it. Same goes for you, Kaine. I don't want to be alone anymore.
Yeah.
I know that usually the dialogue is measured to be heard while running through it completely, but I slow down because I want to make sure I don't possibly miss, you know? Well, I'm loaded up for battle, which I assume is what's going to happen.
Is this the Shadow Lord's castle?
Indeed.
Kaine, I'm sensing some powerful magic up ahead.
This is a very special place. To you and to the world. That is the core frame of this forest, within which a great variety of information is stored. Inside it exists all that this world is, including the memories you have lost. Rather than memory.
Oh, damn it, I probably should have waited.
Who lives and who dies.
Hear all that dialogue.
It's the one from my dreams.
I've heard that voice before.
These are your memories. A record you repeatedly rewrote.
We made it this far because you were with us, Kaine.
Damn it.
Oh my god.
What is this?
Do you suffer? Are you pained?
Shut the fuck up!
Laura Bailey. Alright, I think that's all the dialogue.
That is fucking shit purse! Just
Shit purse! Oh my god, dude. The visual fucking aesthetic. This is probably very Automata.
Where am I?
Brother, what the
Emil?
fuck?
These are your memories. These are your records. This is your world.
The hell is this?
Sweet memories from deep within. Bitter memories that were sealed away.
Shades?
Shades. Human souls that have gone gestalt. These shades are the data reproduced via your records. They are the true humans you slaughtered on your journey.
True humans we slaughtered on our journey. Oh, these visuals are so sick.
You are a foreign entity in this world. An error created by a discrepancy between memory and record.
I have not understood a single fucking thing you shitty little ass grabbers have said since we started this goddamn adventure.
Oh, yeah, the shade. Phoebe, wait, that's enough. No, I can't live without you. Alright, we gotta relive destroying this little baby boy's dream.
God damn it.
I don't want to be alone
Enough
again.
with this bullshit already.
You have heard many voices. Fear, hate, rage, suffering. Each of them has meaning.
Okay. We are incomplete, but our friends make us whole. We are mocked, abused, and hated, but our friends keep us strong. Do not stand in the way of our lives.
Stop it! Stop it! I killed Shades. That's all there is to it.
I need to hit the big fuck. That's a fire attack. Look at that parry. You see that parry, chat? Ah, damn. Not that parry. I love parry. I love parrying in games.
This is the deepest place in your memories.
Memories you had sealed away.
And this one is your worst memory.
Is it me? Is it my... No. Grandma!
Motherfucker. I'll kill you as many times as it takes. You goddamn shit fucking despicable piece of garbage!
Shit fucking.
Upgraded the data that was recreated from your evidence. Can you defeat this nightmare?
Shut your
Oh, brother.
goddamn traps for one goddamn second and let me kill it already!
With efforts in future, it cannot be stopped. There is no escaping this nightmare.
Someone else was there when I first fought this bastard. Fuck. Why can't I remember?
Ooh. Ow. Oh shit, what the fuck?
Shit right here, and you're gonna pay!
Ooh, 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 ooh.
I won't lose to you.
I can't hit that shit.
Charging up its magic. Get the fuck down here, you worthless, piss-guzzling shit rag!
Shit.
Okay, that hurt.
Did hurt. I couldn't hit it though. It was like all the way. I don't have the Grimoire Vice shit. Oh, this is not good. This is a force. This is forced. This is a forced failure.
Get out, half-breed! You disgust me. You disgust us all. We don't want you.
Help me.
Just
Ow.
leave us in peace.
Yeah, I have no health bar.
Enough already! Please just shut up! Fuck. This is bad.
Fuck. Yeah, that was forced. When Kaine's eyes flutter open, she sees a dozen villagers quizzically staring back. Oh, fuck, hold on. I don't want to cover this. Chat might cover a little bit of it. Hold on. It's going to hide chat for a second. When Kaine's eyes flutter, she sees a dozen villagers quizzically staring back. After a moment, she realizes she's collapsed on the ground, where sharp stones dig at her flesh like... Whatever. That's not important right now. She pulls herself to a knee before rising on unsteady feet and sparing a glance at her surroundings. Fuck? She mutters. What happened? Wasn't I just fighting shades? Hold on. Her mind races as her hand gropes unconsciously for the blade that has been her constant companion for so very long. Though she can't explain it, it's clear she has somehow been transported to an entirely new world.
Well, not entirely new. She recognizes the hawk-shaped weather vane twisting slowly in the wind above her, as well as the small round homes with wisps of smoke drifting into the air. Of course, they're the villagers, currently staring at her with a mixture of fear and disgust. Oh yes, they are a familiar sight indeed. She is in the Eyrie. She is home. Something the matter, girl? Kaine spins around at the voice and sees a woman ravaged by time. Her narrow hips barely seem strong enough to hold her body upright, while the shawl wrapped around her thin frame appears ready to fall apart at any moment. Grandma? Is that really you? Her grandmother's eyes grow almost comically wide before blinking several times in succession. What's wrong, you fool girl? Is your head lost in dreams? Dreams? Could this be a dream? But it feels so real. She's dead. Grandma's dead. I watched that goddamn shade kill her. So if this isn't a dream, how the hell is she here? Unless those shades killed me too. That must be it. I'm dead. I'm dead, and this is how... Oh, stop with that nonsense already. Kaine flinches as her grandmother raises a hand in the air, expecting pain to come as correction for her foolishness. But instead of a blow, her grandmother simply places the hand upon her granddaughter's cheek. The warmth of it instantly spreads from her cheek to her face before filling her entire body with a kind of beautiful light. What's wrong, girl? Asks her grandmother. Are you upset? Do you want to go home? Kaine feels tears coming to her eyes and struggles to hold them back. Though she still has no idea what is happening, she knows one thing for certain. This is her grandmother, which is such an interesting contrast to, like, when the shade talks to her as the grandmother, poses to be the grandmother, she instantly recognizes, like, that's not my grandmother. But this, through the way she's talking, she knows that it is her grandmother. Sorry, Grandma. I'm not sure where my head was at there. Well, just make sure you keep it attached, her grandmother chuckles as she pulls her hand away. Maybe this is a dream. Maybe I'm already dead. I don't know. Either way, I'm not alone. As long as Grandma is with me, it's enough. Didn't I just tell you to stop spacing out, girl? Her grandmother says with a cackle. Here, now hold this. She hands Kaine a large sack filled to bursting with all manner of fruits and vegetables. Damn, Grandma, this is a lot. Well, it's important to treat yourself every now and then. Besides, these villagers may hate us, but the bastards are more than willing to take our money. We'll lend support as we can, even if they have to hold their noses while we do it. Her grandmother trails off as if trying to remember something, then slowly turns around. Well, what do you know? In all the excitement, I forgot to buy my medicine. The thin smile wavers on her face for a moment before vanishing into a lifetime's worth of crevices and wrinkles, causing Kaine to take a concerned step forward. No, Grandma, that's fine. You go home and rest. I'll get the medicine. Her grandmother hesitates, clearly trying to weigh her own need for rest against her granddaughter's odd behavior of a moment before. Before she can start to argue, Kaine charges ahead, ignoring the small voice in her head that's telling her what a bad idea all of this is. Really, Grandma, it's fine. Go home. I've got this. She pulls her grandmother's ancient wallet from her fingers, an act that requires a surprising amount of strength. Besides, you know how stubborn I am. Once my mind is set, there's no changing it. I wonder where you get that from. Seeing that further argument will be useless, her grandmother slowly turns and begins the long journey home. Kaine watches the figure recede from her vision, waiting for what seems an eternity to ensure everything is all right. Once the frail shadow finally vanishes over the horizon, she turns on a heel and makes for the apothecary. Ho there, says the elderly apothecary as Kaine enters the store. Here for Callie's medicine, are you? Though few villagers had ever bothered to learn her grandmother's name, she and the apothecary were old friends. Perhaps that was the reason he'd always shown her kindness when so many others did not. Yeah, if it's not a bother. The shopkeeper immediately sets about his work, deftly pulling bottles and herbs from the shelves and mixing them with a practiced hand. Soon, a peculiar smell begins to drift through the store, one that immediately reminds Kaine of her childhood. There you are, says the apothecary as he holds out a small cloth bag.
Sorry for the wait. Oh, and say, that's a fine portrait you drew of your grandmother. Looks just like her, so it does. Honestly, I've never seen Callie so over the moon about anything. She brags about it every time she stops by. You saw that? Says Kaine, her eyes narrowing. Said portrait was something she had whipped up one day after getting her hands on some crayons, and to call it rough would be an act of the purest generosity. The idea her grandmother was displaying it around town makes Kaine's stomach want to sink down to her feet before slinking off into a hole somewhere. You bet I saw it, the pleased apothecary says. She brought it all the way here just to show me. My, but it's been a long time since I've seen something so wonderful. Kaine's mind begins to whirl. The picture was shit. She was sure it was shit. And yet the man's reaction displayed the exact opposite opinion. Is he just being nice to me? The apothecary, as if sensing her skepticism, doubles down. I could really tell you put your heart into it. It was simply wonderful. Thanks, offers Kaine, who just wants the entire conversation to be over. She briefly considers how she's going to make her grandmother cease her little traveling art show, but then realizes that train has likely left the station. Shaking her head to banish her increasingly shrill thoughts, she grips the bag of medicine tightly and turns to leave. Just as she reaches the door, she hears a loud thud from somewhere back in the shop. Kaine turns around to see the apothecary crouching on the floor. Hey there, you okay? When the man does not reply, Kaine moves toward him. She assumes he just slipped on something, or perhaps hit his head on one of the low-hanging shelves in the crowded shop. The moment she draws close to him, she hears him begin to scream inside her mind. My leg! My leg! My leg! My leg! Oh God, where's my leg? Panicked, Kaine looks down and discovers that the man's leg is gone. Help me! Screams a voice in her head. Help me! As Kaine looks on in horror, the man's fingers begin to shimmer and vanish. He reaches out for her with his other hand, only to find that it too is no longer there. Soon, his arms go, and his legs. And the side of his face warbles out of existence, causing a stray eyeball to roll out of its socket and onto the floor. Help! Says the voice, as if it could even be called that anymore. Look at... A moment later, what remains of the pitiful shopkeeper collapses into a heap of ash, releasing a small puff into the suddenly silent air. Damn, fuck. This shop conversation is me at every single Walmart. As Kaine stumbles back in horror, she hears a cacophony of terror rising up outside. Oh God, what's happening? My arms! Where are my arms? Why can't I see? Kaine bursts out of the store and finds herself in a nightmare. Homes slough off the sides of cliffs, taking out pieces of scaffolding as they fall. Screams echo out everywhere, creating an opera fit for hell. Villagers run in mad circles before exploding into dust, then their clothing drifting this way and that as it floats untethered through the air. As she stares at the scene, wide-eyed, a single thought suddenly inserts itself into the forefront of her mind. Grandma? Kaine breaks into a run, the crumbling world around her suddenly forgotten. She leaps from one piece of falling debris to the next, using them as stepping stones to cross a world that is increasingly losing cohesion. She continues her mad dash. Flecks of ash are brown into her face, her mouth, her eyes. Ash, 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 buildings and people, all reduced to so many cinders in the wind. Soon she arrives at her childhood home. It was once a place filled with precious memories, a place she regarded as an oasis in an increasingly mad world. Now it is nothing but a pile of ash. As she gapes unbelievably at the sight, a faint sound suddenly reaches her eyes. Kaine? She's alive. Grandma's alive! With a speed born out of panic, she leaps into the giant pile and begins shoving it aside. It stings her eyes and burns her lungs, but she continues on, heedless of the danger. Finally, she pulls a small, blackened form out of the darkness. Come on, Grandma, she whispers. We're getting out of here. Without waiting for a response, Kaine gathers her grandmother in her arms and breaks into a mad run, hoping to escape the chaos. But the wave of ash has become a tsunami, and before she can make it more than a few desperate steps, it reaches out with a cruel hand and overwhelms them. Kaine stumbles and falls, sending her and her grandmother tumbling into the ashes. One glance at her feet is enough to reveal the culprit. Her right leg has vanished at a point just below the knee. Oh, it'll take more than that to stop me, mutters Kaine as she slings her grandmother over her shoulder and begins to crawl away. We're gonna make it! We're gonna live! As she crawls, her grandmother seems to grow lighter, as if trying to magically reduce the weight of her own burden. And as Kaine continues to struggle, she hears a small, soft voice enter her ear. Thank you, Kaine. Thank you. As the voice drifted away, the last of the pile of ash that used to be her grandmother drifts away on a soft breeze. Kaine screams, an impossibly sad and lonely sound, and begins trying to pull the ashes back to her. This can't be happening. It can't be happening. But the ashes are mingling with all the other detritus from the collapsed village, and soon she can no longer tell which particles belong to who. Come on! Come on! Come the fuck on already! As she continues her frantic digging, her hand suddenly closes around a piece of soft, ragged fabric. Her grandmother's shawl. I knew this place was a lie. I knew it, and I still couldn't do anything. I couldn't save anyone. I couldn't even escape. I just felt the peace in the place, and I accepted it. I wanted it. That's why there was nothing here. No reason to live. No goal. No anything. So this is why I'm... Grimoire? Suddenly, a new voice enters Kaine's world.
Can you hear me?
What up, buddy? After a moment, the voice calls out again, louder,
Now
clearer.
then, you wish to get him back, hmm?
What's up, Pod? Him? Replied Kaine. Who are you talking about?
For the love of all the heavens, I always did know you were a handful.
Though the voice immediately begins to grate on Kaine's nerves, there is something else as well. Kind of warmth, almost a familiarity.
Are you truly so daft that you have already forgotten one of your beloved traveling companions and friends?
Says the voice, which causes something deep in Kaine's memory to surge forth. That's right. We had friends. I was fighting to get one of them back. At this realization, a blinding, radiant beam of light shoots out across the ash-covered world. Covering her eyes with one trembling hand, Kaine reaches for it.
Back now, hussy.
Oh. Oh! Wait a minute, wait a tick. That's something my boy Arkin used to use. That's probably Grimoire. It is Grimoire.
What is the matter? Do you still not remember?
He used it because it was Grimoire.
You have not time to become lost in your thoughts.
Right. Okay. Let's get him back!
Now I got some range attack.
Use my magic to topple the beast. I presume you know how to use magic, yes? And give us a show, hussy!
I don't need your help to take out this goddamn fuckwaffle!
Fuckwaffle?
Use my power to knock the creature down with magic.
Hell yeah!
Well done! Now clobber the beast!
Let's fuck it up good! Shit, this thing is tough.
Let the next onslaught be our last.
Hey, Vice.
Yes?
Thanks.
Have you been in your cups again?
Fuck your face.
Ah, that's more like it.
Absolute cinema.
Are you sound of mind, hussy? What you're attempting is extremely...
Cram it, book. I'm doing this.
I see.
Nod.
Let not your resolution waver before mere illusions again, hussy.
Don't worry. I'll do what needs to be done.
On.
Do not relent in your assault.
Time to close this out.
Okay, come on.
Let us finish this.
There you go. Dick. Got my Lego arms. Pin him up. Rock 'em, sock 'em. God damn.
So this is a replicant's potential.
Yeah, that probably connects to Automata in some way.
Gotta go back. Don't go back.
Shut up! I already made up my mind. Nobody tells me what to do. I swore I would be a sword. I swore that I would be your sword. Do you hear me? So I am going to get you back, and I don't care what it takes. Who the fuck do you think you are to just up and disappear like that, huh? I'm the one who gets to decide what my life means to me. It's my life, and I'll do whatever I want with it. So quit wasting time like a brainless fuckwit and get your ass back here now!
That's one way to put it. One way to put it. God, there's a contingent of people who is like, can this be the end of Revelation? I know there is. I know there are fans, FF7 fans right now that are like, potential model for like, let's just bring shit back. Fuck it. Why not? They're out there. They're out there. Chat, you're back. Hey, Zach, you fuckwit. Get up. Do you want to recover the person you cherish? Is there saying no? I mean, I always said people, man, I need to go back and watch your VODs to see your reaction to when we all of a sudden got to control Kaine. Yeah, it was crazy. Nah. I feel like this is a trick question. All right. Let's see what happens. What? Wait, are there multiple endings here? Okay, I actually, this is legitimately me asking chat who knows. Should I say yes to this? Ending D will be restored? Don't do this? You get to decide? Are there two different like endings that play out? Do what you want. Huh. I mean, sure. I mean, that's what this whole been building to. I feel like I can't say no. Once your data has been restored, the save data will be erased. So you can only choose this option once. Are you really sure? Fuck me. Are you really sure about this? I guess so. It seems like what everything I did was for this moment. Oh my god. The correct name was entered. All save files will be restored. Are you really, really sure? Well, they make me, they make you feel like you should say no. This is crazy. I better get more cutscenes. I don't want to just restore my ending D. I want new shit. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is. This is crazy. Dude, what the fuck? Okay, in terms of like the craziest ending possible for Revelation, maybe Yoko Taro can pull it off. I definitely have to think a bit about losing all my data.
I leave the rest to you, Hussy.
Oh. Okay. It's a white flower. The lunar tear in giant form. What's happening? Final Fantasy Tactics. EMIL. And I'm naked.
Our journey may have been meaningless.
Our past may have been a mistake.
But we're not going back.
Even if this world comes to an end.
Because this?
Wait, is baby me? I'm back to baby form?
With the people we
Still look young. Wow. Wow. I don't know what to make of that, actually. It feels kind of like... I like that it's kind of you get the recovery of him, but it's kind of open-ended from there. The world got destroyed, but they get to live inside a flower. So that's what happened? Huh. So what do I think the connection to Automata is? I mean, considering I haven't played Automata at all, it's almost an impossible thing for me to say. I mean, I guess those kids for sure. The kids seem to recognize that there's some potential to the replicants, and so I assume that might have like some connection to like whatever those kids do in Automata. Maybe the state of the world, like if we destroyed the world or whatever, maybe there's some connection to the world and the state that the world is in Automata. You're restored and her flower opened, she became a woman. I feel like this is what Taro would consider a happy ending, and the world getting destroyed is my interpretation of this ending. I mean, that's fair. I definitely want to see what happens if you choose no. So if anybody in Twitch has like the video of what happens if you choose not to bring him back, I'm curious. I just went with the vibes. So if I killed the world, if I destroyed the world, then I guess it is what it is. The game calls you a fuckwit. Does it really? I assume it would, yeah. Oh man. Laura Bailey and then Laura Disney. There was a woman named Laura Disney in the credits. I enjoyed that. That was just an enjoyable ending, you know, even if it is like kind of bleak or sad at the end. Like if we did end up wiping away humanity, if that's what actually happened, I'm not against it. Oh, if you chose no, you'd have to restart the save file? Wow. So there isn't really like, I guess that makes sense because there's not like an ending F, you know, that I've heard of at least, so I guess it's the only final ending you can get. Laura Bailey had the time of her life cursing more than in any other game. Yeah. This is the true ending. The intended ending leading into Automata. Interesting. Yeah, definitely careful with the Automata spoilers, but yeah, that's interesting. So I guess as I go into Automata, I'll probably have this in the back of my mind as like the bridge. I know, I'm excited for Automata too. Why did I say I'm gonna do Dirge next Sunday? Do I have to? That was a dumb idea. Yeah, we could put it off, or we could just like play half the stream doing that garbage. I don't know, we'll see. It's my stream. I make the rules. Yoko Taro, the only person with like all caps as their name. Yeah, I'm also eager to get some Automata. Like I would start now, but I need to, it's like an 8-hour stream and it technically needs to do work stuff. Oh my god. Parting greeting has been added to the options menu. What does that mean? Visit that woman's house to acquire a new weapon? Wait, what? Oh my god, new screen. New screen. All the weapons, all the characters. So what happens if I start from here? Oh, I could check out a trailer for Automata. Well, hold on, what the fuck is in the options menu, it said? What was, something was added. What did it say was added to the menu? Parting gift. Wait, where do I get that? Up and upgrade notice. Where do I get to the, where do I get the parting gift? Where the fuck is the parting gift? Where is the parting gift? NieR Replicant? Oh, it's in Kaine's shack outside the Airy. After you listen to the parting gift audio log in the options menu from the title screen. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Options. Parting greeting.
All right, is everybody here?
Present and accounted for.
You betcha.
Sure. All right then. Dear players, the game is over, and we have a special message for you. Thank you for playing.
For fuck's sake.
Yona, why aren't you in bed?
Oh, hey! It's my big brother. I'm so sorry. I just didn't want to miss this.
Try and take it easy on her, okay? Yeah, you wouldn't turn down a request from your adorable little sister, would ya?
Popola, Devila, you're here too?
Looks like you're having yourself a
Tyrion.
grand old time, sunshine.
Okay, who was that?
Shut up, Tyrion. You'll just make things complicated.
We haven't all the time in the world, Let us finish what we came here to do.
So it's really gonna be over, huh? Does that make anyone else feel sad?
We have to say goodbye eventually. But hey, I'm sure we'll meet again.
You really think so?
I'm getting hungry over here.
Little Automata
Wanna hurry
tease,
this
maybe?
up?
All right, once again, from the top.
I don't even know if these characters
Dear
are in
players,
Automata. All I know about
the
is
game
like
is over,
PB and shit.
and we have a special message for you.
Ready?
1, 2.
Thank you for
playing.
That's cute. That's cute. Hold on, I need to go to Kaine's, but I'm currently in the fucking... I gotta leave from where I am now. I assume this is like the ending of the game that I got myself into. Where the save is located at. Weirdly enough, the save only marks A and B as done, not D. Which feels it's wrong, maybe? Oh, you know, we could check out a Replicant video. A NieR lore video. Recovering is nuking the existence of Ending D. Got it. Fuckers, get out of my way. I don't care about this fight. No. I just need to get to the... I just need to get to Kaine's place. I feel like you should play Automata before doing lore videos. Oh, really? Well, there were lore videos that were linked in the spoiler-free guide, and they're videos that were made before Automata came out. So I assume they're safe. Because they're specifically were, like I said, specifically lore videos from before. How the fuck did I go down? Oh, here we go. Go down, brother. If the lore video you watch is before automatic release, they're safe. Yeah. Did I go into... I did. I run into a dead end. Yeah, I have to go over here. Did I just jump down there? No? Yeah, the violin is very cool in this track. I just want to leave. There we go. All right. So the last thing is to go to Kaine's place. Right. So to go back to the Irie. Arkin and Vicey are always together. Okay, bro, can you take me back?
Oh, there.
I want you to take me to Northern Plains. So you gotta take me right across. All right, off to the area real quick. And they're fucking up that boar over there. Oh, it's a weapon. So now I have Kaine's sword. Yeah, but I don't have Kaine's moveset though. I do not have Kaine's moveset, I'll tell you that. Right, I'll save it. All right. Very cool. We did it, chat. We did it. We fucking did it. Yes. Okay. So it makes ending E so memorable. So at the end of everything, what are your thoughts on NieR? I feel like I need to sit with it a little bit more. I have 26 out of 47 achievements. Thought I would have more. It was good. I really enjoyed it. I like the characters a lot. Hold on. I'll go in this view while I pull up the rest of it, while I pull up some stuff. I enjoyed the characters a whole lot. It was like it was a good story. Like, it's funny because actually now that like we did ending E, I almost like got this like detached in a way from everything else that was building up through the other endings. Like, it's like my head wasn't even in the space of my mind wasn't even in the space of like how to use what's it called, like of like the humans and how they, I was just like so absorbed in how different ending E was, that, I mean, it's funny because I've been rewatching Evangelion, and I'm almost done with the anime, and there are things now that I see it, I recognize that like what's like where the inspiration came from, like, you know, the question of what the angels are, what the Avas are, and then similarly with like what the and like a similar thing happens in NieR, right? With like what are the shades, you know? Like the moral dilemma was interesting. I do kind of wish that I got to sit in the I kind of do wish I could sit with I particularly enjoyed this analysis, but if you have not played Automata, you may not want to watch. Okay. Like I kind of wish I got a little bit more time to think about or sit with the like the original human version of myself. You know, basically what ending C or what ending B goes into, where you get to like where you get to realize the origin of the Shadow Lord and everything. Like I kind of wish I had spent more time thinking about that, or in that space. Wait, are there no, I could have swore there were like lore videos that this thing had a link to that you could watch if you haven't played Automata. Oh, video essays, 2010 video essays by Klemps. I like this series in particular because it breaks down NieR's plot in a way that is cohesive, well thought out, and easy to understand, while also entertaining to watch. This series incorporates some of the content from Grimoire Noir and the drama CD. It's worth noting the series predates the release of Replicant and NieR Automata, which means some of the analyses are outdated, but it still feels okay. How long are these? 25 minutes? 25 minutes. 47 minutes. Good lord. Maybe I might watch the first one. I was curious about this as well. Like, did I not do any of the, like, what
This time
advanced
going
combat
over
did I
some
miss
of the
out
basics
on?
of the combat system. It became quite apparent yesterday while streaming NieR that it didn't really do.
So yeah, like, I guess I kind of wish to answer the question more. I guess I kind of got to, I feel like I just wanted even more. You know what I mean? Like I'm greedy for, like, I want more of, even more about the Gestalt and the original version of myself from 1300 years ago. I just kind of want more of that. But for each individual segment of it, it was all interesting. I did like how it made me recontextualize things. Weirdly enough, in ending B, which I think is the one that tried to make me feel as, like, super guilty about my actions, I felt more guilty about my actions during Route C. I guess maybe because I had already had because my character, or the Shadow Lord or whatever, talked about my character being like a greedy, sort of like a greedy killer and just like a bit of a maniac, was how my character was described. And I was like, but fuck that. I want to save my sister. Like, I feel like I'm justified in trying to save my sister. And so I didn't feel it while I watched Ending B, even though it felt like the game wanted me to feel that sort of guilt for dooming Shadow Lord and his sister. I didn't feel that during Ending B, but I did feel it during Route C, which I found interesting. I don't like story that ends up open to speculation. I really don't want that for Revelation. Yeah, which I don't think it will be. I agree with you, honestly. I felt similar to you when I beat the game. Yeah, and it's something I wonder if I'll, like, as I go back, as I, like, think back on the game more, I wonder if I'll have different. I just feel like I may need to sit with it a little bit more. But that's, I guess, my gut reaction. I guess my gut reaction right now isn't like, oh my god, I can't believe it's one of the greatest games I ever played. I don't have that feeling. Even though I respect its ambition and how, like, daring it was in a lot of ways, it doesn't have quite that hit on me. 6 hour plus complete unabridged timeline of NieR. Is this post? Yeah, this is 3 years ago. So I'll have to save this for later, because I assume this will be spoiler territory for me. So I guess that's where I sit with it. I understand how the game wanted me to feel more than actually feel it. And it's not a huge complaint, but it's there. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt. Okay, I got you, Pod. So I am, so like, I'm actually really excited to play Automata, because I've heard people say, like, narratively this is the better game, but I also spoke to a couple people who also feel like Automata is underrated from a narrative perspective, and they really love it as a game. So you should watch how Drekengard ties into it. Honestly, it's crazy. Automata is one of my top 10 games.
Do all too good a job of explaining some of these.
I'm curious if I picked up on any of this
combat mechanics, stuff. So that's what this video is for. Before we begin, I do want to say a quick thank you to Square Enix for providing me with a copy of the game. With that said, let's get into it. So starting off with the absolute basics, you've got two melee attacks.
Let me show you guys this thing too. Hold on. Let me show you my gameplay from yesterday, from when I was, like, parrying the fuck out of. Hold on.
Final chance. Bring King.
Because I totally forgot about the block button and the parry in my first playthrough. But in this playthrough, I remembered it.
Back with all your might. Back with all.
Or was it?
to go. Keep your guard up.
Perfect block. Parry.
That statue does
Parry.
not look happy.
Anger is but a form
Parry.
of negative energy. Nothing to fear.
Parry. Got me there.
This one excels at close combat. Keep your distance.
Yeah. So that was pretty sick. Just to hit like 4 straight parries was pretty nice. I also did it to Kaine. Whenever you fight her.
Heck is that?
Flowers. Bitch. Son of a bitch. I knew this would happen.
Maybe not.
Did we
Yeah,
get
the
her?
parry is the same. Parry is the same as block. You just need to time it better. I guess that was it.
At your disposal. You've got the light melee attack and the heavy melee attack. Mapped to square and triangle or X and Y respectively, these are your bread and butter for close encounters. You can intermingle these button presses for whatever combo you wish to use. It's not a dial-up system, so you're not going to have to put in a specific input to get a specific combo. They're kind of separate. Each button press does its own thing, and it's up to you to
parry is just
figure
time
out
block.
what kind of
Just have to
combo
time
you
the
want
block.
to use. These melee attacks can be charged and they can be used mid-air. If you want to get enemies mid-air, there is an actual launcher.
I did the
game
launcher, I
decides
did the
not to
launcher.
tell you about for some reason.
I did the
But This is
launcher.
simply done similar to Automata, where you press the jump button and then immediately after you press the heavy melee attack button, and you'll launch the enemy. You'll follow them up in the air and you'll be able to sort of
did that.
combo them stylishly with whatever you want in mid-air. Just something that people have not picked up on, which is a bit surprising. But then again, the game doesn't really tell you it's a thing, so who can blame them? Moving on, I want to briefly touch upon guard breaks. Now, the charge attacks in themselves are pretty cool because you charge them up, there's a cool animation, and they do a good chunk of damage. But they also serve a higher purpose, specifically with the higher tier of enemies. These enemies more often than not will come with a shield and they'll block your standard attacks.
They got
What you
18
want to do
fields.
is you want to hit them with a charge attack to break their guard. Some enemies will be so tough that they can only be guard broke with a charged heavy melee attack, so do keep that in mind if you're wondering why your attacks just seem to be bouncing off an enemy's shield.
I did love doing
This is
zip
something the game
around.
does touch upon eventually, but it's nice to know before this tutorial decides to pop up. Moving on, let's talk about attack cancelling. One of the good
Alright,
things
Jimmy
about
Jugger,
NieR
have a good night.
Replicant's combat system is the fact that you can cancel out of a lot of your moves, allowing you to be very non-committal. If you're attacking a
did a
specific
decent
group of
amount of
shades,
that.
for example, and you see some others sneaking up behind you, out of harm's way.
I did that.
There's different ways to go about it. Or you can jump. All of these will have animation priority, I guess, over your attacks. It allows you
Cancel,
to
sidestep.
sidestep enemy attacks, or just enemies in general, putting yourself in a more advantageous position. Looking at the footage here, you can
spin
see
around?
the
Is that the spin
protagonist
around?
doing a big, wide semicircle arc, putting himself
Yeah, this shit was
behind the
sick. I
enemy.
love doing
And
this.
depending on which angle you sidestep an enemy to, you can end up in front of them or to the side of them, so be careful, because you can actually end up sidestepping into an enemy's attack, and that is not what you want. Now, to actually do a sidestep, all you have to do is lock on to an enemy, and can be, which is not
did
when
plenty
you
of
dodge
that.
straight into it, and deflecting come into play. Defending, as the name states, literally allows you to guard against enemy attacks. You simply have to hold the left trigger by default, and NieR will defend in what direction he's facing. Now, as I've just said, he'll defend in the direction he is facing, full brunt. If enemies hit you with a hard enough attack, specifically bosses, sometimes you won't be able to defend, your guard will be broken, and you'll be thrown like a cheap ragdoll straight across. Confident
Experience
in
that.
your skills, you can deflect or parry an enemy's attack by defending at the very last moment just before an attack is about to hit you.
I don't think you
If
can- I
done
don't think you can
correctly, the
parry
enemy
that
will be
boss move,
flung
though.
back as you parry their
Yeah, that
attack
was-
away.
that's what I
allowing you
wish
to
I-
hit them
I wish I
with a
remembered this
follow-up
earlier.
attack, depending on whether you press the light melee or the heavy melee. Next up, we come to a mechanic that I like to call the execution.
Executions?
Now, I'm not sure what the
is this?
in-game name for this is, but essentially, whenever you down an enemy, if you go up to their downed figure and press the circle button, or the B button by default, I guess, NieR will go into a specific animation where he wails into the enemy as they are on the ground, essentially executing them. This does a substantial amount of damage, allowing you to pretty much one-shot a lot of the higher tier enemies with one execution, so it's a great skill to have in your repertoire. The issue, however, comes with getting enemies into a downed state. Now, there are a couple of ways that I usually do this. One is wailing on an enemy and then hitting them with a launcher and then allowing them to fall onto the ground. The other way is to simply parry an enemy and then not follow up with an attack. What will happen is the enemy will more often than not stumble and then fall.
Oh, you gotta show me. You gotta show me this move.
Moving on, we finally find ourselves at the magic
You didn't
section
show me?
of the video. Spent all this time talking about melee attack. In particular, I want to focus on the Dark Blast ability. Right at the start of the game when you first find Grimoire Vice.
How do you not show... I mean, I assume he's using this like general footage.
Whilst it doesn't do the best of damage, especially when compared to attack down, the blast you put out gets. Whenever you go off and hold the button for a stream of Dark Blasts, the first one always does more damage. You can capitalize on this effect by, instead of holding down the button for a consecutive stream, mashing the button. Because at that point, every dart in the game.
Alright. It's funny because somebody was like, don't watch this video, it's gonna spoil you. I'm like, should have watched it. If I watched it, I would have remembered the situation with I would have remembered the fucking what's it called? I don't know. I would have remembered Parry. I would have remembered Parry. Wrong one. Look this up. That looks like Drakengard. Tokyo. That's an alternate ending to Drakengard 3. Oh, how's Daddy NieR? I guess the Shadow Lord looks more like the adult too.
Oh, feels good to be talking about Yoko Taro games again. Feels like it was so long ago. Now, I promised I'd look at NieR and analyse it to the best of my ability back in the end of my Drakengard 3 analysis, where I stated I'd take a look at it when NieR Automata got a release date. Well, good news, family and friends.
So even though Drakengard is like named Drakengard, which doesn't it doesn't obviously lead like in my brain when I hear Drakengard, I don't think NieR, but they are seemingly interconnected in some way. Right?
Glory to mankind.
I'm not gonna lie, this entire project was...
Oh, that's right. I gotta watch an Automata trailer. Hold on. NieR Automata trailer. Are all of these like spoiler free, chat? Like, would you recommend one of these more than others? Death is the Beginning launch trailer. Glory to Mankind. Probably not Game of the Year edition, I imagine. Paris Games Week 2015 reveal trailer. All right, so this is the Paris 2015. So this is October 29th, 2015. And then this one came out February 2017. This one came out
Everything that
March 7th. So this is the order. This was first, this was second, this other one was third. All right, let's check out the Paris Games Week reveal trailer. Oh, wow. Like, fuck, it's loud as hell. I'll parry that. You got the sidestep still. Okay, juggle them. Or launch them, rather. Oh my god, look at that side swerve shit. That's crazy cool. Oh, okay. That's pretty sick. Oh my god. The fluidity of the verticality is pretty awesome. Launcher. Dual wielding. Ow. NieR Automata. Plays more like Devil May Cry. Work in progress. So that was the first trailer. Then this was the next trailer. Glory to Mankind 119450310. 1 million views.
I never quite realized how beautiful this world is.
Oh, aesthetics. This reminds me of Ending
in
E.
charge of your maintenance, ma'am. That means I'll be performing regular checks on you from now on.
If anyone is listening to this, there's something I need you to do. If you ever meet up with your high unit 9S, I want him.
Voice actor seems familiar. 11945 AD, the 14th Machine War. Keep in mind that Hideki Kamiya said that NieR Automata saved Platinum Games from going bankrupt. Wow, that's right. Yoko Taro saved his company. Crazy. This is like 7,000 to 8,000 years after Replicant. Hoverbot seems
We're
cool.
not so different after all. Pod 153, I order you to halt all logical thought and speech.
They're not A2! I can handle this!
Androids were designed to protect their human masters.
Even if it's pointless, you still have to do it!
You two are the last remaining members of Yorha.
They have like a little bit of a Squall thing going on too. Like,
You still have to do it!
You two are the last remaining members
there's a little bit of a Scrawl kind of thing.
of Yorha.
That's not the operator. It's...
Oh, and there was a demo. All right, and this was the launch trailer.
Everything that lives is designed to end. We are perpetually trapped in a never-ending spiral of life and death.
A similar song in Replicant.
Is this a...
Oh my god! That was sick as fuck. Oh my god, that was so sick.
Is this a curse? Or some kind of punishment?
so distracted by the song being like a Replicant song. I know it's the same composer, yeah.
I often think about the god who blessed us with this cryptic puzzle. And wonder if we'll ever have the chance to kill
I'm not
him.
listening too deeply to the dialogue either.
Perhaps we're not so different after all.
Vice?
To me! We better finish this quick!
FF7 Vice? Oh my god, that's sick. Alright, hold on. This is actually, I don't want to see like some of this gameplay stuff seems too crazy cool. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. It looks fucking sick though. Alright. I don't want to know. Like just seeing that mech moment, I was like, oh, that looked cool. As I was watching it happen, I was like, I kind of wish I didn't know I get to play this crazy mech thing. So I'm gonna give it a blind. I'm gonna keep it blind.
It's pretty intimidating, so when the news about Automata's release date hit my dainty little ears, I was mixed with two emotions. Overwhelming joy and
this is so weird to see the
apprehension. For those of you new to my channel, you may not be aware of my previous Drakengard analysis videos. What relevance do they have to NieR, you limey cunt? If you'd let me finish. The Drakengard series plays an important role in the creation of the NieR universe. If you want to see the whole in-depth explanation of this, you can click these links here. Drakengard as a series wasn't overwhelmingly popular due to its average sales, at least in the West, but it developed something of a cult fan following, myself included. People were drawn in by its dark method of storytelling, and a feeling of no matter what you do, there won't be a happy ending. So of course, when NieR was revealed to be a continuation of Drakengard's ending E, which was originally a joke ending, well, it got a few eyebrows raised to say the least. Trust a director like Yoko Taro to continue the Drakengard timeline in a completely different franchise. So way back when NieR first came out, I picked it out due to curiosity. I'd heard the game was bland with its gameplay, but phenomenal came out, I picked it
Nothing is as it seems. Uncover the truth behind the world of NieR through dozens of side quests and multiple endings. Discover and master 30 unique upgradable weapons and 8 powerful magic spells. Customize your character's magic skills and weapons with the power of 120 words. Oh yeah, the words thing. It's probably like something crazy interesting in the words, like gameplay mechanic that I'm not connecting. Because I remember thinking words where I guess maybe it just might relate to the book. It's a book.
Curiosity. I'd heard the game was bland with its gameplay but phenomenal in its storytelling and music. I'm not one to shun a game for having less than fantastic gameplay, so I decided to give it a whirl. During the prologue, I started to have fond flashbacks to Drakengard due to the obscene amounts of blood that poured out of enemies in a satisfyingly disturbing fashion. Keep in mind, I had no idea these two games were linked by this point. Hell, even when this name flashed onto the screen, I didn't bat an eyelid. Mostly due to being at a time in my life where I just played a game and didn't concentrate on who made it. It was only later when I decided to Google more information about it that everything started to make sense and my head was well and truly blown. So why bring this up in the first place?
Drakengard series? This game is a spin-off of the Drakengard series and follows the 5th ending of the first
and my
game.
head was well and truly blown. So why bring this up in the first place? Well, keeping in mind that I'm such a big fan of the Drakengard series and had no clue this was a continuation, it makes me wonder how many other people have no idea this game is connected to a different game altogether. The hints they drop at us are subtle enough that you miss it if you have no memories of Drakengard's final ending fresh in your brain, so hopefully by doing this video, it'll make a few people have that moment of, holy fuck, wait, what? From the get-go, NieR presents us with something strange before we even start playing. This is mostly common knowledge, but NieR was split into two games.
You will hate Drakengard
In Japan,
gameplay.
There's NieR Gestalt on the Xbox 360 and Replicant on the PS3. In Gestalt, you play as an older man looking after his daughter.
Oh, weird. Weird that on 360 it's called NieR Gestalt.
And Replicant on the PS.
And the NieR Replicant on PS. So it was originally called Replicant on the PS3. Did only the Xbox version have Daddy NieR, or did the PS3 one have Daddy NieR also?
PS3. In Gestalt, you play as an older man looking after his daughter.
Oh, maybe it is
whereas in
just
Replicant,
Gestalt.
You're a younger man looking after your sister.
Oh, literally told me. So it was only the Xbox version that had the older guy?
The West, not being able to comprehend sexy boys, got Gestalt both on the 360 and PS3, leaving Replicant.
So like if I had, oh, PS3, there we go.
exclusively to the Japanese. But that didn't stop little old me from getting my slimy degenerate hands on it, and other than the character's age, there's honestly no difference from title to title. If you want to play as a father to a young girl, play Gestalt. If you want to play as a brother, play Replicant. The plot stays exactly the same, so don't worry about missing anything important.
Oh my god, the visuals. The visuals.
The story. On a personal note, I feel like playing as Papa NieR is a more compelling experience than the brother. Whilst I massively prefer the design to...
I mean, I haven't played the Papa NieR, so I can't really say. I thought the brother
NieR compared to Gollum, the struggle of a father trying to keep his daughter alive is a much more compelling narrative than a brother and sister. Okay, so this is how I'm going to break down this video. I'll start by talking about how the Drakengard series ties into the
I see how you could feel that way, but
prologue of NieR. And I'm not just talking about Angelus fighting the Queen.
Maybe because I'm really close to my sister, like the sibling thing is just as equal in a way.
Talking about the events directly after the Queen crumbled and Angelus was shot down by the Japanese Air Force. These stories are all documented within Grimoire NieR, a book that was published exclusively in Japan, but thankfully some legends decided to translate the whole bloody thing. So let's just take a moment to thank these faceless heroes.
Thank you!
After this, like my other videos, I'll start talking about gameplay changes and my
wow,
general
look at the
thoughts
desert.
on whether or not I think it's a positive move from the original franchise. So kind of like an
Yeah, this gameplay looks so much worse. So much worse than also any romantic feelings between Kaine and NieR would be fucking weird. Well, if it's you mean like yeah. That's I mean, yeah. I mean, because he grew up, it kind of made some sense. Oh, between her and Papa NieR? I mean, but how much older is he than Kaine?
analysis/review. Then we'll start cracking on with the general plot after the prologue.
I mean, there are guys who are like, you know, ends up dating girls in their 20s when they're in their 30s, late 30s or whatever. Old enough to be your dad. Yeah, but you can be a dad and be fairly young. Like, I remember doing this math at one point when I was in the car with my dad. I was like, because I was 30. I was like, oh, how old was I when my dad was 30? I was 13. Oh, no, wait. Sorry, I was 10. I was 10. Because my dad did have a 13-year-old when he was 30. Because they had my sister when they were 17. So they were very young when they had kids, my parents. So you could be a younger dad.
So without further ado, let's get started. Hope your bellies are empty, because trust me.
Or at least I guess my frame of reference is always different from a lot of people whose parents are usually much older.
This is going to be meaty. The beginning of NieR...
Papa NieR is 44 post-time skip. Okay. Papa NieR looks 50 plus.
...introduces us to a post-apocalyptic city, which appears to be
44.
covered in...
I don't know how old Kaine's supposed to be, but I assume she's in her 20s. So yeah, it's a little... She's just 20 flat out? Okay, it is. All right, that's extreme then.
Heavy snow. A title card pops up announcing that the year is 2049 and it's summer. We're introduced to a man called NieR.
Fucking Leonardo DiCaprio.
Hiding out in an abandoned supermarket, a strange book by his side. The book seemingly talks to him, but he's having none of that.
Leonardo
shit.
DiCaprio.
Get out of here. Shortly after, he's alerted to danger as we're introduced to the primary antagonists. The creatures, known as Shades, attempt to attack us, but we dispose of them pretty quickly. It's now that we're introduced to Yona, a central driving force in the plot whose importance will be explained as we dive further into the game. After the Shades appear for round 2, NieR tells his daughter not to touch the book under any circumstance. Guess what happens?
Of course she touches the fucking book. Like
NieR fights off the gathering Shades with the...
Oh my god, the
Guess what happens? Guess what fucking happens? NieR fights off the gathering Shades with the assistance of the mysterious book.
I need to protect Yona.
By using this book, he can use powerful magic, and during the whole introductory segment, it's a great way to get the players pumped up for powers they'll eventually receive later on in the game.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But it turns out Yona was a cheeky cunt and touched the book regardless of her father's warning. An ominous black text starts to move up her body as her father calls out for assistance. This is the catalyst to the events that occur in NieR.
I guess that's the other thing with words as like a gameplay mechanic, is that the scroll kind of are words, you know?
We need help! Please, anyone! Help! Help us!
Zangan? Literally, it is Zangan. That time jump is crazy. I remember the first time we played this chat, it was like 1,300 years.
What the fuck? I don't understand.
Alright, I'm off.
Why? Right, now before we jumped into what VHE double hockey sticks is going on here, I said I'd try and explain how Drakengard links into this intro. On June 13th, 2003, a young prince named Kaine and his dragon Angelus were transported from their world of Midgard to Tokyo, taken there by a monolithic entity known as a Queen Beast in an attempt to save their own world from the Queen and its army of watchers, grotesqueries, angels, giant flying demon babies, whatever they're called. They engaged the mind-destroying song of the Queen and came out triumphant, causing the Queen to break down into an element. They engaged them.
Those also look like kind of words, don't they? It almost looks like the scrawl.
Mind-destroying song of the Queen and came out triumphant, causing the Queen to break down into an element unknown to Earth science. Angelus was also taken out by the Japanese Air Force, causing her body to slowly deteriorate into the same substance as the Queen. This particle would eventually be called Meso, otherwise known as demonic element. Shortly after this, a small minority of people within the Shinjuku ward in Tokyo started to come down with a fatal disease known as white chlorination syndrome. It got this name due to the fact that people who caught it would chlorinate, their bodies eventually becoming pillars of salt.
NieR.
Some people, instead of chlorinating, would turn berserk and begin attacking people. The reasoning behind this is a little, you know the drill. People who came in contact with particles from the Queen were forced into a pact with a quote-unquote god. Who this god is, no one knows, but it's assumed to be the leader of the Watchers or possibly another queen. This god gives the infected two choices: make a pact and become a mindless red-eyed monster known as a Legion, or reject it and die, turning into salt in the process. So basically, you're fucked either way. So when I was talking about this post-apocalyptic city being covered in snow,
salt
that
maybe?
isn't snow. When an
It's
infected
salt.
individual chlorinates, their body will eventually crumble in the same fashion as the Queen Beast, their salty remains floating into the sky and eventually falling as what appears to be snow. During this whole fiasco, a wall was erected around Shinjuku known as the Wall of Jericho. This was used in order to keep the Legion from spreading around Japan or possibly the rest of the world. The government and troops, however, were alerted to a certain individual who was seemingly leading the Legion. This individual was named Red-Eye, and only 5 years after the Wall of Jericho was erected, Red-Eye led his berserk troops and destroyed the wall. Reports say it was destroyed from the inside, many hearing a sound that resembled the song of the Queen. Now, in Grimoire NieR, there's a picture of Red-Eye. You may not notice it at first glance, but there's something oddly familiar about it.
Hey, what's up, Liam?
Holy flipping moly!
This hasn't been confirmed. However, the similarities are just so damn apparent, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that Red-Eye is Kaine. This isn't official, remember, but considering how they never find his corpse...
We've done everything near Replicant pretty much, and so we did ending E and everything, so now I'm just curious about some of the lore. This is a video that was done before Automata came out, so it's spoiler-free.
A very likely possibility. Question is, if it is my boy Kaine, how did he turn into Red-Eye? Is it possible to make a second pact? I guess we'll never find out for sure, unless Automata expands on this.
Oh no, yeah, I kind of figured that, Mr. Smiley, because it's like talk about like they talked about it's Tokyo, so it was like, oh shit, so this dragon that got nuked was like in the real world.
During all of the havoc now slowly crawling its way through Japan, an uneasy military alliance with America is formed.
This Clemps series was put into the Reddit spoiler-free guide, where it was like, this is good to watch, like if you haven't played Automata.
Despite warnings from other countries. Through this alliance, the idea of nuking Shinjuku is brought up.
So technically it's a little bit outdated apparently, but that's fine because I don't know Automata, so I don't want those spoilers.
And despite opinions in Japan being varied, the rest of the world seemed to be perfectly fine with reminding Japan about the overwhelming power of the glorious US of A. Kaboom! The bomb is dropped. Shinjuku's destruction is heralded as a second Hiroshima tragedy, and before too long, even more nukes are dropped all over Japan, leading the country to become, and I quote, a scorched earth. By this point, Legion has been reported as being completely wiped out across Japan, so you'd think all of our problems would be over, right? Right? Well, guess again, because by nuking Shinjuku and most of Japan, this caused the remnants of Legion to be thrown into Earth's atmosphere, making its way to China, one of the most heavily populated countries on the planet. Oh dear. As it would turn out, the disease is quite similar to a zombie infection, if that gives you a decent idea of how it works. But wait, I hear you cry, saliva frothing at the mouth. Whatever happened to Angelus? Did her body burn up as it fell to the ground? Boy, that's an answer I'd sure like to know. Well, I guess I have no choice, you cute little fuck. When I first saw this scene, I was positive Angelus burnt up. I mean, with the amount of dandruff that's falling off her, you'd kind of assume that for yourself, I'm sure. Well, that's not necessarily the case. Angelus did plummet all the way to the ground floor, her corpse still intact, and this was taken away by military scientists for further experiments. After many years, they finally had a breakthrough. Angelus's corpse was proof of a multiple world theory, which states there's another world in a different universe.
Oh, multiple worlds.
During research on this multiple world, an attack was
Don't
commenced
give them
on
more
the top
ideas.
secret facility. Angelus's corpse was stolen, but by who? Not even the Grimoire covers it, but it states religious groups on North America were possibly behind it. This particular line interests me a fair bit. Reporting on the incident becomes unclear and then stops completely. Why did it stop completely? I'm hoping, praying that Automata expands on what happened to Angelus's corpse as one of the few important details that isn't covered completely within the Grimoire.
Does Automata expand on that corpse?
Read a theory that these two Automata characters, Adam and Eve, might have a connection due to Eve's cult tattoos and both of their red eyes and draconic armor. But at the moment, theorizing is all we can do, and I don't want to date this video in any way. After this, well, there's still a lot of information I need to get across, but I'm not going to drop it all at this moment. After all, there's still a few surprises I want to keep for later, and where's the fun in just spoiling it all now? So,
damn, they're kind of like blown out.
After all, there's still a few surprises I want to keep.
I remember seeing a POV about Shadow of the Colossus, like the Shadow of the Colossus remake, because it has like kind of this like kind of overexposed in the PS2 version. It's a bit more overexposed, kind of like this. There is a little bit of like a cool vibe to the original graphics, even on Shadow of the Colossus, for example, and there is here too. Like this feels like the blinding light of it, which is there in Replicant. But it just looks different here, you know?
For later, and where's the fun in just spoiling it all now? So the prologue is over and whoa, we're taken thousands of years into the future where Papa NieR is somehow wandering around. And Yona is alright? Kind of? I mean, she still has the sniffles, but other than that, everything seems to be
like the bloom kind of makes it almost like dreamlike in a way, you know?
Okay. And remember all the stuff that happened in the prologue? Well, do me a favor and forget all of that for now. No, seriously, forget all about it. I won't be revisiting it for a while. NieR explains to us that humanity is now on the brink of global extinction.
Wow, this is so different.
All they can do is just sit back and wait for the ticking clock of time to finish.
Like the coloring is so different.
Finish them all off. But despite all of this, the places that NieR visits and inhabits don't look that terrible. The guy has a nice house, the village seems to be thriving, and the surrounding towns seem like a place I'd visit for my holidays. Is this a criticism? It's difficult to say. By painting the post-apocalypse as some fantasy medieval society, it doesn't really give us the impression that these people are on the brink of extinction. Yet I still love it. I mean, don't you love it? As you can plainly see, the game is environmentally much different from that of Drakengard, and this is all a positive thing, in my eyes. Clemps. Listen here, batty boy. I remember you talking shit about Drakengard 2's colourful environments. Could it be that you're biased towards that particular game? Are you a hypocrite? No! I feel like part of the reason I'm okay with this is its change of world and, heck, franchise. My issue with Drakengard 2's sudden change in environment was down to making Midgard look more like an average family-friendly location, whereas in reality it's anything but friendly. In NieR, the location is Earth, so it would make sense the world is a little more bright, despite what Grimoire NieR has told us about what happened over 2,000 years ago. Admittedly, I love how everything looks, but you think you could turn down the glare a smidge? I'd kind of like to see the game I'm playing.
Oh my god.
Hold it! Huh? I said hold it! Over here!
Oh my god.
Thanks. Come. So what the heck
can't
can
see
you do
her
in
at
this
all.
idyllic, comfortable, post-apocalyptic hellscape? Very early on, you're given your first ever fetch quest. I know, fetch quests are kind of, what am I playing here? Flife? Cold hard reality? But what's great about these side quests is that it's exactly what they are. Side quests. They don't impact the main story, and you'll only need to complete a few for weapons, as carrying on from Drakengard tradition, you'll need to collect every weapon in the game if you want to see that sultry final ending. Despite this, I'd still recommend you do some of these. Not only will some of them make your journey a lot easier, like killing this tough to beat boar, or not so tough if you hide behind this rock like me, which will grant you an incredibly fast mount to easily traverse the wide open plains.
Oh my god, the boar goes
also
crazy
provide you with
fast.
a ton of character interactions, which is where
Compared to
most
how
of
it
the
went for
humor
me.
lies in NieR. If you play the game without exploring
Was there an extra speed I could have went on the boar that I didn't realize?
in the side quest, you may stumble upon a laugh or two, but the back and forth banter between two of the central characters never failed to put a smile on my face.
Maybe if I
Along
clicked in
those
on-
lines, some of them will present you with the backstories of seemingly random NPCs, one of the more popular ones being the old lady in the lighthouse. What starts off as NieR doing odd jobs like trying to get letters delivered to her, turns into a somber tale of a town trying to protect her from the harsh truth of her true love's death. Little moments like these are
Vroom vroom? I played 50 hours of that game and didn't vroom vroom, and nobody told me I could vroom vroom?
Delicately into the game like a bit of spice to perk up a dish. Fucking bam. I mean, what else can they throw in there? Oh, I forgot about the playthrough stopper. Friendly tip to anyone playing the game for the first time. Ignore this. Move your analog stick in the direction NieR is leaning. This will save you a lot of stress and bother, and who knows, maybe you'll actually continue your fucking playthrough. So let's go back a bit to the first side quest you get. What it does is introduce you to one of the main questing areas in the game, and it's something you'll get used to pretty quickly. This brings me on to one of my favourite parts of NieR, but also most grating, the soundtrack. When you enter the field, you're blasted with a gorgeous song which really helps bring the place to life. However, I hope you like it, because if you don't, you'll be muting your TV very quickly. The soundtrack loops, which isn't unusual. However, the songs themselves aren't very long, so if you're like me, you'll grow tired of them and eventually irritated. This isn't to say it's bad. In fact, it's one of my favourite OSTs of all time. But if I was presented with my favourite meal for breakfast, lunch and dinner, I'd grow bored of it. This is only the case for a few select songs. I'm looking at you, but you'll probably understand where I'm coming from if you played the game. Thankfully, Emi Evans' fantastic performance as one of the main female vocalists makes it somewhat okay to have the songs nailed directly into your brain. Deliriously excited to hear what she has in store for us in Automata. Of course, there's a reason why I covered all of this now instead of later, because the game presents you with a fairly standard JRPG experience for the first few hours, after being told that the game was dark and soul-crushing, only to be presented with a fairly comfortable ride of no harsh turns.
You were continually waiting, you were waiting
I was
for the
playing the
craziness.
right game. Rest assured, I'm positive this was intentional. Allowing the player to fall into a false sense of security before dropping them into a large vat of liquid suffering is a solid way to make sure that when the pain hits, it hits. Moving back to our lovable shriveled prune, he's still being a faithful father to his sick daughter Yona. It's up to Papa NieR to make a living doing odd jobs in order to pay for Yona's disease. What's nice about this village is sometimes when you're running through, you'll hear the villagers voice their concerns about Yona's well-being, and even wish NieR the best of luck.
Hey, how's it going? You tell that daughter of yours to get better soon.
A small detail which gives lifeless NPCs a bit of, well, life. What I find really messed up about NieR making a living in order to pay for Yona is what happens to his counterpart, Brother NieR. In a short story called The Red and Black, it's absolutely canon that Brother NieR at the age of 15 was persuaded to sell his own body to a man living in Seafront in exchange for money.
My god.
Whilst out on a mission to destroy Shades, the man coincidentally is part of the group sent out to dispose of them. Brother NieR takes this as an opportunity to kill the man for making him go through with the act. Sounding familiar to anyone? No? Ringing any bells? Whilst killing this man, Brother NieR picks up on how similar it feels killing a human to Shades. Just the kind of mindset you'd expect from a character who spawns from this particular series. This, to me at least, cements the idea that Brother NieR has the more canonical timeline. That isn't to say that Father NieR's timeline is non-canon, but the brother has a lot more weight to his backstory. You can't really imagine a naive Father NieR agreeing to have sex with a strange man for a fistful of cash. He'd probably just kill the fucker right then and there.
God damn, that's dark.
At worst, it just means one of the characters has a less fleshed out backstory, which if you think about it is the game in a nutshell. Cut out the backstory and put it in a book so old Clempsy can dig through it and fill in the blanks. During these introductory missions, we're introduced to an important character in the story named Popola, the leader of the village. Her twin sister Devila also leads alongside her, however she's usually off doing her own thing. Upon returning home after a few fetch quests, NieR tells Yona about a particular flower called a Lunar Tear. This flower is said to grant the wish of anyone who finds it. A fairy tale to most perhaps, but not to a little girl who would do anything to recover from her illness. When NieR returns home again, he notices Yona has gone missing. Popola tells NieR to head to the Lost Shrine, a location where lunar tears are said to grow. After traversing through this slightly dull dungeon, we reach the main room, where we find Yona and are introduced to our first proper boss fight. This is a decent time to talk about the gameplay changes to NieR compared to the older titles. In Drakengard, the gameplay was very stiff and left a lot to be desired. Magic was a slight saving grace, but overall a lot of the enjoyment came from the aerial battles. In NieR, however,
gameplay you were talking
is
to me
solely
about.
on the ground, and compared to Drakengard, man, it's a lot more satisfying. Note, I said satisfying and not good. For me, personally, the gameplay is serviceable. I never found myself bored of it, mainly due to how ludicrous spilling the blood of your enemies felt. Your dodge is responsive, your attacks have weight behind them, but there isn't much to do in terms of combos. What saves the gameplay is the magic system, which is properly implemented when we're introduced to our second central character, the one and only Grimoire Weiss.
Stop! For the love of all that is holy, stop pounding me!
Not only is Weiss...
You will refer to me by my full and proper name.
Yeah, it was better
Not only
for
is
sure, the
Grimoire
combat.
Weiss a legitimate
Everything
good
I
source of
heard. It
comedic
felt
relief,
good.
he also helps you utilize...
The combos were fairly limited though, I felt like. Like even looking at the NieR Automata combat, like it's like, oh, you could dip into an underground dodge and launch them and like do like they look like there was more possibilities.
Magic. See, NieR doesn't really use magic. It's more
And it
like he
did
channels
some,
it through
but-
Weiss. Magic can range from Wicked Weave fist attacks that are shown in the opening. There are your basic magical projectiles which can be used to counter enemy magic, which opens up a whole new...
My one complaint about the magic is like it's not really a big deal because you can go into the menu and change it anytime, but like the limitations of like how much magic you can do at once. Like you just have 2 slots, like magic slots you have to load, and then you just have to swap them out if you want something
new
different.
form of gameplay which is kind of unique to NieR, or at least a game which practices action combat. It kinda turns into a bullet hell, which is fine. I mean, I love bullet hell games. It just definitely feels like it needs a lot more polishing. There's my personal favourite, which ironically requires the least amount of work. It just looks hella flashy and gives off
Holy
the false
shit,
impression
what
that
the
I'm
fuck
good
is
at
that?
games. Weiss, wouldn't you know it, managed to get amnesia due to being broken out of his stasis a little too roughly. A good excuse for us to gather magic instead of having all of
When you play Automata, you'll immediately realize it was made by
them
Platinum
presented
Games.
to us in the
And isn't Platinum Games making the fucking Ninja Turtle movie? The new Ninja Turtle game?
start, and it leaves for some decent plot twists along the way. When we take down the boss
Last
guardians,
Ronin,
Hansel and
whatever
Gretel,
it's
we
called.
rescue
And he said,
Yona
I
and
do
escape
think
the
there's-
shrine before the door crumbles. She laments not being able to find a lunar tear, and much to NieR's horror, the black scroll starts to slowly move up her arm, causing Yona to be bedridden yet again. NieR and Weiss have a heart-to-heart about Yona's disease, and Weiss brings up the fact that if he had means of curing her, he would. A nice little line to show players that Weiss isn't just a stick in the mud. He's a grumpy old book with a heart of gold. NieR goes to speak to Deviler, who notices something interesting about our new floating friend.
Wait, you're Grimoire Weiss? Oh, that is so cool. He's the white book mentioned in the song I was singing. When the great black book, Grimoire Noir, plunges the world into chaos, the white book, Grimoire Weiss, will appear with his sealed verses. He will then vanquish Grimoire Noir and restore harmony to the world. Or so the legend goes.
Hold on. If this is the Grimoire Weiss, the holy book from legend sent to defeat an ancient evil, why on earth is this your response?
Oh, that is so cool.
It's like if Big Man J dropped down to shame me on my fascination on the human butthole, and all I have to say is, holy moly! NieR gets it into his head, but because Weiss can essentially cure all evil as long as he has all of the scattered sealed verses, the assumption is if he gathers all of them, Yona has a chance of being cured. I mean, what other alternative does he realistically have? Popola gives us a lead despite her slightly apprehensive attitude at one of her villagers chasing shadows, so we head to a village called the Eyrie, a village which has closed off trade routes with other villages due to the fear of the outside world and, well,
Go away.
just being a bunch of prats really. After being told to essentially fuck off by the village chief, we head off, but not before we're rudely introduced to one of my favourite
Yeah,
characters.
if you guys could find, there's a NieR channel in the Discord, right? If you could find any explanation of the books that are spoiler free for Automata, then feel free to post it. Is there not a NieR? There is not a NieR channel? I only have NieR Stream Tips as a channel. Hold on. I gotta create this. Hold on. NieR Replicant spoilers. Oh, Automata. All right. I just created a NieR channel, so we can add stuff for Replicant.
In all of Taro's work.
Hands off the flowers.
That's quite the outfit. Is she a shade?
Grandmother. Oh my god.
If you haven't already watched part 1, then I heavily recommend you do, or you'll be pretty lost. And speaking of part 1, I feel it's important to correct a couple of mistakes I made, as I don't want misinformation spreading around due to my video.
Twice. Why
If
is
you
that
remember
lady
the scene
naked?
where I spoke about Red Eye resembling Kaine, this is false. The picture isn't from Grimoire NieR at all, which proves how you should always double check your sources. Secondly, Angelus didn't plummet to the ground floor, instead she was impaled on Tokyo Tower and was retrieved from there. Also, if you were wondering who animated this
Oh, impaled, kind of like the grandmother.
Fantastic new intro,
Shade
then
is
you
impaled.
must go check out the incredibly talented Volta bass. It's almost a crime how he's into the fray. At the ending of part 1, I left you with the introduction of a new central character, Kaine. But before we go a little deeper into the mentality and biology of our new heroine, you may have noticed this lumbering fuck crawling over to interrupt a squabble that broke out a little while before. This colossal shade is known as Hook and has a dark connection to Kaine's past.
You're gonna pull out your teeth and cram them up your ass!
And as much as I love Kaine, sometimes the vulgarities written into the script come out a little, I think try-hard edgy is the best word to use here, though I'm sure
Was Laura Bailey the original voice as well, or was that a replicant change?
that was the point.
Don't stare your eyes out and piss your sockets.
The fight with Hook doesn't
Kinda
last all
sounds
that
like her.
long, as Kaine uses one final burst of energy to blind the beast in one eye, causing it to slink away to tend to its wounds. Vice comments on the fact that Kaine is possessed by a shade, allowing her to wield magic. And that isn't all that Kaine keeps secret from the world. If you pay attention to some dialogue text later into the game, you'll note that people fear Kaine and mock her for her differences. What they mean by this is Kaine's hermaphroditism. Kaine
She voiced both.
possesses female and male genitals, and the game handles it in the best way possible. By not bringing attention to it at all, it's merely hinted at, only being confirmed by the director himself later in an interview. Though I should probably bring up the fact that not everything was down to Taro. The co-writer Sawako Natori played a big part in making NieR and Drakengard the experiences we received. She was the individual in charge of the script writing, and I assume Taro's direction plays a large part in the script's many dark paths, so a lot of Kaine's backstory is down to her. What's fantastic about the aforementioned
straw
interview
in
with
the
Taro and Natori regarding Kaine's gender is how little Taro wanted to draw attention to it. This is exactly how I believe gender and sexuality should be approached in video games or media in general. And this is definitely a personal thing rather than a definitive statement. I can see you all tugging at your collars right now. Clem, stop. Oh god, what are you doing? Fucking stop! Taro was quoted saying, "To me, Kaine being a hermaphrodite wasn't really a point of importance, since people like that do exist in reality. We just don't know about them." I was actually surprised it garnered so much attention after the game was released. There's a similar quote about another one of his character's homosexuality, who for now shall not be named. If we compare this to current day BioWare, a company who proudly scream from the high heavens that their game includes LGBT characters, please believe us, oh please God believe us, the difference is obvious. If we look around, we can definitely see homosexuals, few in number they may be. I'm not trying to say don't discriminate or anything like that, just people like that exist, it's simply the way the world works. When Taro says I'm not trying to say don't discriminate, I have a feeling he's not trying to tell you to discriminate or that it's okay, it's that he's not trying to shove his opinion down your throat, and I massively appreciate that as a player. Anyways, I'm going to drag myself away from that topic, but we'll be revisiting it later when we meet another character who warranted a direct answer from Taro. After leaving Kaine by herself to recover, we head back to the village.
So mad I didn't do this.
Kind of put on hold for
That's what I'm actually
We're sent to do odd jobs in Seafront, which in the grand scale of things is a glorified side quest hub, but it looks pretty as
I could have been zooming around the map. I was running around normal speed like an asshole.
So I'm not exactly complaining. Things start to pick up again. We're sent to strengthen our weapons due to the increasing number of shades that are lurking in the shadows near Seafront and the village. When we reach the intended location, the scrap heap, we're introduced to a couple of minor characters, Jacob and Gideon.
Jacob, I'm hungry.
Shut your fucking mouth!
NieR is sent off to collect materials due to their mother not coming back from her scrap collecting.
I agree.
Reaching the end grants us a nice boss fight where it's obvious Taro hasn't fallen out of love with his fourth wall breaking just yet.
It's working!
Really, the mouth. Such an obvious weak point.
Oh heck yeah, I've played video game. It's also worth pointing out that the sealed verses are meant to be finding as a shot-in-the-dark remedy to cure Yona's disease are coincidentally found around each boss we kill. Talk about lucky. Upon defeating the defense mechanism, we find the mother, dead, supposedly running away to live with her secret lover in peace, away from her children. I mean, can you blame her?
Mom was always so frustrated, you know? Torn between her duty to us and her heart.
You found this next to her.
It smells like her bread. It smells like her. Damn it.
Bread?
I'm not gonna cry.
Should have been cologne.
Sees me like this.
Perfume.
Damn it.
Parting from the boys and unlocking the option to upgrade our weapons with the right materials, we're sent back to the area where the village is being attacked by shades. We reunite with Kaine and Hook, who appears to be having just the best time ever.
I appreciate this video being relatively humorous, you know?
The battle with Hook is an annoyance for sure. When you use your finishing blow on certain body parts, he'll jump over to another part of the area, which means navigating this maze of a town. If you've played the game enough, you'll be able to get your way across the area, which...
I am so intrigued by the injury on this enemy. Like this sort of like the eye injury. It's almost like in the eye placement.
Sure.
Like if there's any kind of
when you use your finishing blow on certain body parts, he'll jump over to another part of the area, which means navigating this maze of a town. If you've played the game enough, you'll be able to get your way across easier, but as you can see here, half of the boss fight was spent fighting with my lack of direction. When Hook is nearing defeat, he exhales a hallucinatory gas that causes Kaine to hear a voice she hasn't heard in many years.
Kaine, it's me.
Oh yeah, that's right, the voice was connected to this gas.
When Kaine was a little girl, she had a grandmother. The foul-mouthed old woman was named Carly, or Curly in Replicant. A vulgar yet loving old lady, she protected Kaine from the cruelty of others and taught her about her inner strength and outer strength, giving her the motivation to keep pushing forward. She even made her a wreath made of lunar tears, the legendary flower that most people could live their entire lives without seeing one. But Carly had somehow achieved the impossible. They lived their lives in a strange variation of peace, with comfort at home but ostracization out in the village due to Kaine's physical differences. And as the years went on and Carly's health started to deteriorate, most of her responsibilities laid on Kaine's shoulders. However, on one seemingly normal day, Kaine returned home to see it ablaze. A large shade tortured the aging Carly underfoot as it laughed at Kaine's inability to stop it. This shade was Hook.
Why go on living anymore, Kaine?
Is that it?
That was what snapped her out of it.
Kaine, don't speak to your grandma like that.
You're going to stop talking now. And then I'm going to walk over to you and very carefully extend my hand, reach into your chest, and pull out your fucking heart!
After Hook is killed off for good and Kaine is close to death, NieR's voice somehow brings her back from the brink. This scene, while sweet to an extent, is definitely a good argument as to why Brother NieR would make an overall more suitable protagonist. The way Papa NieR spouts off about how he and Kaine are friends now and his general body movements come.
Yes, this is what we talked about this. As soon as we hit this cutscene, I was like, this feels like a younger, like he's just like, come on, Kaine. And like, I couldn't picture an adult NieR acting like that.
Off as incredibly awkward, especially for a 39-year-old man.
Yes.
You and I are friends now.
Ugh, maybe I'm alone here? I don't know, it just feels like if an older
No, I felt
gentleman
the
rescued
same
me
thing.
and delivered that
Yeah.
line, I'd laugh in his face, then promptly vomit. Anyways, I'm picking nits. Upon rescuing Kaine, she brings up the fact that she knows a king who suffers from the Black Scrawl. I mean, who doesn't? And he and his people might have come up with a cure since her absence. So, on that note, we head towards the bizarre desert city of Facade.
Oh wow, the vibes of this look so different with this like color grading.
A city which now welcomes Kaine in with open arms due to saving one of their children from
So
a pack
dark.
of wolves back in the day. Facade is a city composed of citizens who speak a strange
There's almost like a dreamlike lightness to this location in the remake.
language and follow a few strict set of rules.
Versus
Sorry,
this.
did I say a few? I meant a few fucking thousand. One of these rules is to wear a mask that covers your face. The explanation as to why is never directly stated. Maybe it was a gag that eventually turned into a gimmick. When we enter the city, we're introduced, kinda, to a character named Fira, a young girl who was sent to Facade by disgraced parents due to her
Hook's eye injury, Kaine's left eye is possessed. Maybe it's a parallel to that.
face becoming disfigured due to burns. And
Is that the location that Tyrion is like connected to? I just thought he was like connected to her whole body. I didn't realize it was a specific
because
eye.
of Rule 32, she isn't allowed to speak due to not having land identification. I'm not sure if this rule is specifically for people living in Facade, because NieR and Frem seem to be perfectly fine having a chat if Fira guides us around the town for what seems like 10 bloody hours. After we finally stop following Fira around, we're told that the king has passed away due to the scroll.
Hey! Watch your fucking mouth when it comes to Fira, my guy.
Making a lot of the journey ultimately pointless. However, there's a slight comedic scene where we find out that the Prince of Facade has gone missing in a location called the Barren Temple, and that Rule 83,348, if the Prince goes missing, find him straight away, and Rule 50,527, only royalty may enter the temple, contradict each other. Kaine, coincidentally, knows of a rule that allows her to bend the rules a little due to the city being in debt to her. And so, we're off to the Barren Temple. Upon this playthrough, I noticed something familiar with a boss design. Doesn't this boss, and hell, these obstacles, remind anyone of the gargoyle cubes from the Drakengard series? A nice little reference for anyone who kept their eyes open. Completing this dungeon introduced Drakengard.
Wait, what?
Doesn't this boss, and hell, these obstacles, remind anyone of the gargoyle cubes from the Drakengard series? A nice little reference for anyone who kept their eyes open. Completing this dungeon introduces us to another minor character whose
That was a cool
importance will
boss.
open up more as the game continues. For now though, he serves as another excuse for a cheeky reference. Oh, heck yeah. I've played video game. So the prince, now king, is saved.
That's another
Yay!
reference.
Being in debt to NieR requests they make a new rule to allow citizens to veto rules that they don't like. Yay! We can finally go to a section of the game where I'm not just recapping the story, can actually go into depth about something. Fucking yay! When NieR returns home, he has a dream. Oh boy, here we go. The dream isn't displayed to us visually, and we're instead required to read and visualize it for ourselves. Fair enough, I don't have
I
an
love
issue
these
with
segments.
this. However, when we eventually get to the area his dream was hinting towards the location of another sealed verse, we're introduced to the Forest of Myth. I'm imagining a few of the initiated are rolling their eyes right now. The Forest of Myth is a village in a forest. The inhabitants have all been put into a state of seemingly eternal sleep named the Death Dream. I remember being pretty stoked reaching here for the first time because I'm naturally drawn to forest levels. But much to my disappointment, the real problem with this level is how you complete it. It's a text adventure.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, it's a text adventure. I love it.
Symptoms of the Death Dream are being put into a state of constant sleep and only being able to see and speak through text. Sayonara Woodland Adventures. The basis of this text adventure is to complete a riddle.
I mean, yes, if you are randomly very into forest levels for whatever reason, then yes, I guess it could be disappointing.
We'll then
for you.
continue on. If you fail at
I wonder how excited Clems was when he got to ending E and Route E that actually got to go into the tree.
said riddle, then I hope you like button mashing to get past all the same text again. Now,
Hey!
the cause of the Death
I mean,
Dream is
sure.
rather peculiar. I'm getting ahead of myself a little, but I feel it's important to introduce this character now rather than later. The Death Dream is being created by a colossal tree known as Sleeping Beauty, or at least it's a tree at first glance. Hold on.
Anybody can load up, by the way, on the Twitch side especially, because, or you could drop it in the Discord. Any really good reactions to ending E that don't spoil Automata? I guess it's probably too spoiler. I'm just like so curious about the people who are like, what the fuck is this? Because they were talking about it earlier.
Clems, is there any relevance to these bosses and characters being named after fairy tale characters? Does this link into
NieR's specialty is the constant changing of genres, which is why it's so cool. Yeah.
The answer to this is not exactly. Apparently, the reasoning behind this was NieR's original scrapped plot, which was about.
I've even picked that up from the bit that I've seen of NieR Automata. It's like it seems like there's a lot of different types of gameplay, which I'm looking forward to.
Picture books being real, and the heroes of the game needing to defeat villainous characters that come from within the books. How this story eventually evolved into a spin-off to Drakengard is a complete mystery, but I'm happy things ended up the way they did. Anyways, back to the tree. What a lot of people don't realise is Sleeping Beauty is an incredibly ancient sentient network computer being fueled by demonic element. Its purpose is to store the history of the past 2,000 years or so. But why? I'm not entirely sure whether Sleeping Beauty's real appearance is a complete mystery. Which was about worlds of picture books being real and the heroes of the game needing to defeat villainous characters that come from within the books. How this story eventually evolved into a spin-off to Drakengard is a complete mystery, but I'm happy things ended up the way they did. Anyways, back to the tree. What a lot of people don't realise is Sleeping Beauty is an incredibly ancient sentient network computer being fueled by demonic element. Its purpose is to store the history of the past 2,000 years or so. But why?
We got this vibe in Ending EPAT.
I'm not entirely sure whether Sleeping Beauty's real appearance is covered by the overgrown tree or if it's the tree itself. But regardless, its existence is crucial for one of the most elusive of endings, Ending E. NieR and Weiss managed to break the village out of its slumber, but this definitely isn't the last time we're going to be visiting the Forest of Mist.
Oh wait, was Ending E only teased in the original release, but not actually
or coming in contact with the mysterious Sleeping Beauty? When NieR returns home, he finds out something that shocks him to his core. Yona has been talking to her fucking boy, the hussy. She begs her father to go visit her new pen pal, as according to the letters, he's sick and in a lot of trouble. NieR accepts, being unable to turn down his beloved daughter. They're like a married couple, it's too cute. When we reach the location of Yona's new friend, the second we swing open the gates, all of the colour from the surrounding area is drained. To begin with, we have no real clue as to why this is the case, but the more we explore and get to know its inhabitants, the more we'll come to realise the artistic reason to making it this way. Something you may notice during this particular segment is what I like to think are callbacks to other games like Resident Evil or Silent Hill, due to the camera changes and general creepy manor aesthetic. Reaching one particular room introduces us to another central character, and one that will eventually become a staple in the franchise itself. The young, soft-spoken boy named EMIL is blind. However, he isn't blind due to a defect, he's blind out of choice. He wears a blindfold due to petrifying anyone who makes direct eye contact with him, which makes this courtyard full of statues even more creepy. This is one of the reasons why I believe the monochrome colour scheme works for the manor. It gives off a feeling like time itself has been stopped entirely, which reflects in many victims left in the courtyard, their time unfortunately stolen from them. We're sent to find EMIL's butler, Sebastian, to find out more information about the letter that EMIL apparently didn't send. Turns out the sender of the pen pal letter to Yona was the butler himself, which is also pretty creepy. He states the reasoning behind this was to ask for help from NieR, but Yona misinterpreted it as something else entirely. NieR accepts the butler's request to escort EMIL through the shade-filled halls to a location within the manor that may hold a cure for his eyes. The library, which holds the apparent cure, also holds an enemy which looks very similar to our floating friend Weiss. Grimoire Rubrum is fairly easy to take down, but it opens up a lot more questions about Weiss's origins and who the book even is. If there are other grimoires, what are their functions? What is their purpose? We'll find out soon enough.
Fuck, this book is a real asshole!
I forgot we fought a book here.
Incredible! As it would turn out, the information stored within Grimoire Rubrum wasn't a cure for EMIL, but more so a cure for individuals who went through the petrification process. So for now, we leave EMIL's mansion. The scene we get before leaving to the village, however, is one of my personal favourites. Maybe I'm biased because it's another Kaine scene, but they allow us to see a different side to her than we have before. She empathises with his hatred of his eyes due to being ashamed of her own body in the past. It's just really well directed and hits me on so many levels. The physicality of the scene is wonderful. The way she moves her hand here is something you never expect from an individual as violent as Kaine, proving to us through a physical gesture that there's so much more to her than meets the eye. She allows EMIL to touch the shade part of her body, then whispers a request into his ear, referring to the shade. He visibly flinches at this, and for now, this is all we're going to get.
Hopefully it was nothing inappropriate for a young man of his...
Yeah, what does she say? I guess he probably mentions it in the video, but I forgot about this moment. I don't know what it is. Maybe it was in Route B or something?
Speak the truth, hussy!
And after that amazing scene, we're sent back to the village, where Yona's sniffles send NieR on a seemingly innocent fetch quest to gather some herbs to ease her coughing. However...
The attack.
So much pressure.
Or maybe not.
Oh god, there's so many of them.
So many what?
Get out. Get out of the village. The shades are coming.
It's at this stage in the game where the seemingly...
You should know, but if you don't, then I don't know if I should tell you. I assume it was revealed in one of the routes. I just forget.
comfortable JRPG experience is torn from under our feet and the suffering is slowly being drip-fed into our systems.
The hell's going on?
No time. Get everyone into the lot. Someone make sure Yona's safe!
Don't worry. I'll go and get her.
Within minutes of the shades breaking into NieR's quiet little village, a Behemoth...
I mean, it's something I should know, right? So I don't know. I mean, you should just tell me. I think it's fine. The video will probably tell me.
...sized shade named Jack of Hearts breaks the protective gate and begins its rampage.
We can't let him get to the library. No.
That's kind of the point of this, to like make me, if it's not a spoiler for Automata, then go ahead and tell me. Yeah. Oh, she told him to just, oh, that's right. She told him to petrify her if her shade parts took over. Yeah. That's right. Which is what she outright tells him later during this attack.
I love you.
Within the library, EMIL is fighting back the shades via means of petrification, but Jack isn't ready to keel over and defeat just yet. After slamming his ass into the basement, you'd think victory is all but assured, right?
Give me the key!
Right.
Such a crazy moment.
Fuck.
Oh, let's break it! Damn! Oh, now to accelerate!
Dear God.
Without a doubt, this was a point in the game where I started to question what the fuck was going on. Something you may notice right off the bat is the resemblance of our main character and the Shadow Lord, leader of the Shades. This becomes especially apparent if you look at Replicant's version, which resembles the younger counterpart, and if I can speak freely, just looks miles more interesting. With this though, there's no denying that the Shadow Lord and NieR have a connection. Then with the reveal of the aforementioned Grimoire Noir, who we've met at a previous point in the game, well, it definitely makes you think, doesn't it? Vice and Noir have what I'm assuming to be a telepathic conversation where yet again, the physical acting is on point for an entire cutscene where the characters in question are fucking books.
No, I cannot. I will not.
The time has come for us to create a new and perfect world.
Noir tells Vice that both of the books...
I kind of want to rewatch that cutscene. It probably means it probably hit me way differently. This cutscene. Hold on.
There's a reason I got high.
NieR Replicant. End of part 1. Be the part. Albert Wesker is Grimoire Noir. I want to hear this conversation in full context now. Oh, it's a Japanese voice acting. A long time, Grimoire Vice. Who are you? What is this place? I'm Grimoire Noir. What? Do you not remember Grimoire Vice? We two serve a higher purpose. Fly, stay back. Why do you try to suppress the memory? Do you fear hurting someone close to you? Because he's growing connected to us. Preposterous. Your denial is preposterous. We are mere books created to serve the Shadow Lord. You have no right to forsake him. He's already straying and doing his own thing. Remember our ultimate goal? Our ultimate goal? Maybe he doesn't remember. I think it's for the end he fully remembers and still chooses. White and black shall fuse to one and set free shades to the world. This actually does remind me again, Evangelion, since I've been rewatching it, reminds me of the Lilith or like Lilith and like Adam and sort of like the two things that are not supposed to be connected at the same time, sort of thing. Use us? No, I cannot. I will not. I will never. Your chance encounter with this boy. Your collection of the sealed verses. It was all set in motion by the Shadow Lord himself. No, lies. Yeah, we know this now. Time has come for us to create a new and perfect world. We shall become as one, you and I. Become one? Vice, you dumbass! The way Vice behaves really does not make any sense when you understand his or Nora's purpose.
ロクスポ役に立たないんだったら薪代わりに暖炉にぶち込んで本気で燃やすぞこのクズ神お前のその口は私たちに嫌味を言うためにあったのだろうお前のその頭は
Oh, I love you, Shadow Lord.
いっぱいだったはずだろう仲間を忘れて魔王がどうだのこうだのと眠たいこと言いやがってふざけてんじゃねえぞ
This just reminds me how much Laura Bailey fucking crushes that scene.
Servants
cool.
of the Shadow Lords, and since they have collected,
it makes sense now though. Like everything that Grimoire Noir says makes sense in context because he's saying like, "Oh, this is what it's supposed to be. Like we're supposed to like follow this path," and it is true. Like this is what the Shadow Lord wanted in a sense.
all of the sealed verses they confuse together to, and I quote, set free shades to the world. He even lets on to the fact that NieR finding Vice and being told to collect the sealed verses were all set in motion by the Shadow Lord. Vice, ultimately confused by the current events, begins to hear the voices of his companions calling him back, one in particular being the Oscar-worthy performance of Kaine.
Start making sense, you rotten book, or you're gonna be sorry. Maybe I'll rip your pages out one by one, or maybe I'll put you in the goddamn furnace. How can someone with such a big smart brain get hypnotized like a little bitch, huh? Oh, Shadow Lord, I love you, Shadow Lord. Come over here and give Vice a big sloppy kiss, Shadow Lord. Now pull your head out of your goddamn ass and start fucking helping us!
The rest of them turn my stomach a little with the whole power of friendship vibe they have going on, but Vice eventually breaks free of Noir's control.
Vice!
Good to see you, Kaine. Although I don't think anyone has ever accused me of being a little bitch before.
We must unite. We must become as one.
I don't like you.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. In a final act of desperation, Noir sends an attack hurtling towards Vice, but NieR takes the blow. The Shadow Lord wins the fight and takes off with an unconscious Yona. Not only is NieR unable to fight, but Kaine is realizing time is running out for her as well, as the Shade is about to take over her body. She requests to be petrified in front of a basement door, stopping Jack from making his escape and the Shade from taking over.
No more crying, okay? Okay.
Oh, he looks like such a baby boy.
Never lose hope. Nice.
Spare me the goodbye, hussy. I imagine it will take more than this to kill you.
I doubt it.
See, the time jump also helps the the boy version of NieR, because it's cooler to see him like grown up. It's like, oh fuck, now he's a man, versus like older NieR, where it's like, oh, now he's older.
Welcome.
Like here, he just seems like angrier, You know?
To NieR, 5 years in the future after Yona's kidnapping. This is where the game really comes into its element, and it's a shame because I know for a fact many people dropped it before this point. I'm sure a lot of you are wondering why Papa NieR is now wearing dirty briefs on his head, and the honest answer is, they kind of make him look cool. Maybe they had no idea how to differentiate this Papa NieR with a time skip version. Again, this is something Replicant did much better than Gestalt. Now the game has changed its motive. Instead of hunting for a cure for Yona, we're hunting for Yona and a cure for Kaine. Before Popola hands us a letter from EMIL stating he may know a cure for Kaine's petrification, NieR brings up the fact that it's as if Popola hasn't aged a day since the first time he met her. But she brushes it off as an embarrassing compliment. Surprisingly, this is a pretty sly little nod to events that will later unravel. Upon reaching EMIL's mansion for the second time, he tells us he's found some information about a room in the manor called the Planning Room, which might be able to grant EMIL the power to harness all forms of magic, which can not only revive Kaine, but might be able to grant him the ability to cure his eyes. I also feel like it's a good point to bring up how on earth magic is even a thing in this universe, as I forgot to bring it up in part 1, when I brought up the fact that Angelus's corpse released a particle into the world known as demonic element. Well, by harnessing demonic element, scientists were able to develop magic. Note how a lot of the magic used in the game is blood red, just like Angelus herself. We're led to the courtyard where the secret entrance to the manor is revealed, and
so cool.
Hello? Well, this is getting more and more suspicious by the minute. Turns out the manor was a front this whole time. Back in the era after the Queen Beast fell, a group of who I assumed to be scientists and military personnel were involved in using demonic element in order to make weapons to combat the waves of Legion that was slowly spreading across the map. The method they used to make these weapons, however, were immoral. 2 human children, codenamed Number 6 and Number 7, were experimented on in order to make this perfect weapon. Eventually, Number 6 was a supposed success, but due to leaving her human heart within the finished product, she went berserk, almost destroying the facility in the process. The human child, Number 7, was quickly given the ability to petrify anything that came in contact with his eyes, allowing the skeletal beast to be kept out of harm's way. Number 6 was named Halua, and was EMIL's one and only sibling.
My sister.
This is such a cool moment too. Yeah. Sort of fusion of them.
Thank you. Halua.
Good God.
Emil's whole arc is really good.
Welcome back, Emil. You've been through a lot.
But my body.
Yeah, I know.
I can't stand to be with you when I look like this.
What did I tell you? We're here for you, no matter what.
Fuck, I did not expect. This next one's long. It's 47 minutes. Fuck me.
The series, but maybe don't have analysis. Click these cheeky links here to watch part 1 and 2 respectively. Apologies if the majority of this is story recap.
It's just like so nice to like go back through the story again after like so many weeks of playing it and like just refreshing.
But I feel it's not only important for people who want to get into this series but maybe don't have the money to splash out on a 7th generation console. I also feel it's necessary in order to give context to a lot of the stuff I analyse. Besides, NieR analysis and story recap just ain't catchy. So with that out of the way, it's time to rev up the engines once again.
Can you see my face?
Almost immediately after EMIL digivolves into SKIPPABLE via fusing with his sister Halua, he seems to have gotten over the initial shock about losing his body. The fatherly comfort or bishy boy charms emanating from both versions of NieR more than likely helping him through it. If you want to learn more about Halua, there's a short story called The Stone Flower, which is fully translated on the NieR wiki, which is just...
Really?
Oh no.
Wait, what? Is this what I read in the game? Stone Flower NieR wiki. Read that later.
To give you all a short summary, we'll be here till doomsday. It's a story about Halua and EMIL's gradual transformation into weapons, the adults taking advantage of the children's naivety, and Halua desperately trying to protect EMIL's innocence. Recently, due to Taro's rather interesting way of concealing his identity, the new body that EMIL's consciousness inhabits is more than definitely the poster child for the series as a whole. On a side note, it's strange watching multiple interviews of Taro and seeing the mouth glued shut, only to skip to the game and oh my god, I forgot it even had movement.
I sure hope seeing me doesn't petrify her. You know, in fear.
Shortly after this, we get to watch EMIL's new magic in action as he releases Kaine from her stone prison.
The beast approaches.
And the shade emerges, yeah.
But we dispose of him really easily, so yeah, just fuck off, Jack. When EMIL is shouting to Kaine to wake up from her 5-year slumber, it's important to note she first believes his voice to be her grandmother's, as before she met with NieR and crew, she was the only person who would treasure Kaine being alive. But as she wakes up, she's met with 3 misfits who are now the 3 forces who also spurn her to continue living. It's also pretty sweet how Kaine recognises EMIL straight away despite his new form, showing the two have a strong emotional connection.
Good to see you, Kaine.
You look like shit.
It's what we've all been saying. But not long after Kaine is brought back, both Popola and Devola have a rather cruel but understandable request. The villagers are scared of EMIL and Kaine and don't want them hanging around the village. It's not necessarily Popola and Devola's fault, but after the Shade attack,
Kaine response to Puppy NieR is completely different than Brother NieR. Yeah, I assume so. Yeah, like when it's Brother NieR, she's like, oh shit, you grown up.
Attacks on the village, it'd be a little unusual for the villagers to be totally fine with letting a couple of strangers who look like a floating human corpse and a woman possessed by the very thing that helped kill friends and family members roam through the village prejudice-free. Both EMIL and Kaine understand this, but NieR isn't having any of it. He realises that even 5 years ago, Kaine would sleep outside of the village, but he was too focused on helping Yona to notice. As the screen fades to black, we see a darker side to our protagonist than we've seen before. You know, minus all of this. He mentions wanting to grab and strangle Popola due to her decision, but he notes that they were only doing this for the sake of the village, and that anger won't solve anything. He actually apologises the day after for flying off the handle, but Popola aggressively defends his right to feel angry over his friend's treatment. This tiny little segment is easy to skim over, but it's pretty important, as one of the only few scenes where we get to read and understand exactly what's going on in our protagonist's head. After apologies are swapped, Popola gives us a huge breakthrough into the location of the Shadow Lord's current whereabouts. She tells us to take a boat and travel to the Lost Shrine through a secondary...
Hey, SubTXT, do you think there's going to be a playable demo for TGS? Possibly. I mean, there could be a playable demo as soon as Gamescom. Like, I don't know if public will be able to play it. But I do expect it, and I do think they'll do a stage demo at TGS, just like they did for Rebirth.
Very entrance due to the previous entrance now being blocked off. Apparently, the location of the Shadow Lord is linked into this place, so this isn't...
Which, that was like a beefy stage demo too. It was like 40 minutes.
Exactly something NieR and crew can simply ignore. When we reach the main room where we originally met Weiss, we see that one of the Guardians, Gretel, is still alive and kicking. Something else to keep in the back.
I'm curious how this video is going to cover the rest of the whole, like, everything. Like, we still have multiple endings to get through.
Back of your mind is that when Gretel crashes through the ceiling, we hear it speaking in a language that we can't completely make out. Regardless of this,
yeah, I think most likely any kind of demo would be at Gamescom would be behind
we take down
doors for like media
on the smaller shades surrounding it and take a shot at finishing the Guardian, but it's all psych and causes Kaine to just spill all of the jam. It's after this that we really finish Gretel off and we rush over to check on Kaine. But oh no, the seals storing away the QB burst free from Naruto. Okay, I'm just gonna stop that one right there. The shade that possesses Kaine takes full control at this point as she's unable to hold it back. We engage in a reasonably challenging boss fight where she jumps around like a mad woman possessed, oh wait, and pummels your unprepared butthole with waves upon waves of magical bullets. Snapping Kaine out of her possession grants us a fantastic performance by Julianne Taylor, the voice actress of EMIL.
If you transform again, we'll just stop it again, as many times as it takes. I don't care how tough it is, we're gonna get you back. I like sleeping outside because I'm with you, Kaine. I'm able to ignore my appearance and keep going dying because of you! I'm weak and sad and lonely, but somehow you make me strong! You're my friend and I need you, so you can't go away!
Something else I want to quickly point out before I move on is how NieR has some really tight voice acting all in all. Liam O'Brien nails the character of Vice, though sometimes I can't shake the fact that his delivery strongly reminds me of one of O'Brien's previous characters.
You are not prepared! Stop pounding me!
We find a mysterious stone fragment at the very end of the room and bring it back to Popola, who claims it's part of a key to the Shadow Lord's castle. The part we obtained was named the Stone Guardian, referencing Gretel. There's the Law of Robotics, located at the Junk Keep, and the Memory Tree, referencing our old friend Sleeping Beauty. The other two, Sacrifice and Loyal Cerberus, are a mystery to Popola, but we'll obviously run into them during our story progression. We're given the option to visit either the Junk Keep or the Forest of Myth, which is nice. It's nice because in order to unlock the various endings, you'll need to repeat these segments, so it's good to mix things up even by a little bit. I decided to go for the Junk Keep first, and as soon as we enter, we're shown a flashback from 4 to 5 years ago of the two brothers, Jacob and Gideon. As Gideon rushes off to harvest a piece of scrap, a large robotic foot comes into frame, appearing to cause a large amount of debris to fall onto Jacob, crushing him. Gideon, distraught at this, rushes to help, but what we aren't shown in the shot is Gideon ripping his brother's arm off in a desperate attempt to free him. This is the true downfall of Gideon, and the beginning of his complete mental breakdown. During this traumatic event, he notices the robotic life form, and from that moment on, he blames everything that has happened to his family on machines. When we meet up with Gideon in the current day, we see he's missing an arm. This is down to the extreme guilt he felt after tearing off his brother's arm, so he began to damage his own, eventually having it completely replaced with a mechanical.
Liam O'Brien, because I just literally looked him up on IMDb. This is the dude who's in a Critical Role too, right? He's one of the Critical Role guys.
One. When we originally talk to him, he seems relatively normal. NieR asks him about the whereabouts of Shades, but Gideon is more interested in robots, allowing a little break in his seemingly normal persona. Gideon hands us a weapon, however, it's not exactly in good condition. He sends us down to the basement level where we take out a few robots in order to receive some memory alloy to upgrade it. Part of me would like to think you didn't even need memory alloy to begin with, and Gideon was just sending you there to assist in his revenge. After this, well, we've got to be fucking patient. He can't fix it in an instant, not like it's a video game or anything. Whilst waiting for Gideon, I decided to let NieR go back and visit Popola, where she tells us we have some mail waiting for us, ever the helpful one. Turns out we have a royal summon from the King of Facade who's getting married. And before I jump into the wedding itself, I feel it's important to talk about something within the surrounding area facade that are pretty important, and I didn't go into much detail in
We are getting through the story pretty quickly in this video.
Part 2. The wolves. I brought up the fact that Fira was attacked by wolves, but I didn't go into detail about how they infest the desert area surrounding the city. They become a very well-known presence, and even on your first visit to Facade, we notice the leader of the pack appears to be a shade. Upon revisiting Facade, the interesting shade named Rock plays a much more interesting role. And speaking of important roles, we meet the king, where he introduces us to his new wife-to-be. Probably worth mentioning that the king is now aged 15 and his fiancée, Fira, is 10, and she's somehow taller than everyone in the room. What do you feed people in your city? Before the night of the wedding, we start talking to the party members about their opinions on the whole event, or their well-being in general. Kaine predictably doesn't want any of it, but EMIL seems quite fond with the idea of marriage, even stating he'd be willing to if he met a girl who could accept him for who he is. He asks NieR about his wedding, but NieR shrugs it off, saying it was a long time ago and it isn't important. EMIL notes that it's important to him. Oh boy, here we go. EMIL is gay. Huh? Why? What? Woo! This is something a lot of people miss, and I can't blame them in the slightest, especially in the version of the West.
Oh, was it less noticeable in the original, in like the Western version? Because it's dead obvious.
Due to NieR and Gestalt previously being married, of course the dialogue is going to be different here. In Replicant, EMIL discusses brother NieR's potential future marriage and what kind of person he wants to be his bride. Once the brother leaves the room, EMIL says that he wants to be his bride. Now before I go any further, it's probably worth pointing out that no, EMIL's sexuality doesn't really play a big part in the game itself. There's no big celebration or anything like that, it's just who EMIL is. An interviewer asked Taro about the unusual sexual preferences in his games, but Taro responded with how he never intended for these characters to be unusual. It's just how you as a person view them in the real world. The line where EMIL talks about finding a nice girl to marry is, well, it would obviously lead a lot of people. The line where EMIL talks about...
It's so funny because that was changed, right? Because I don't remember him saying that. I feel like it was more like NieR saying it in the game that I played.
finding a nice girl to marry is, well, it would obviously lead a lot of people to believe he's heterosexual, or at least bisexual, but nope. Even the interviewer asked if these feminine feelings were spurned on by his fusion with Halua, but Taro answered this rather quickly with, no, EMIL is gay. Not meaning to spotlight my own sexuality here, but more so using it as an example. But I remember being 12 like EMIL and not realising I was into more than one gender. I just thought the feelings I felt towards the same sex were natural or inconsequential and that I was completely heterosexual. But as I'm sure you can all see, as the years went on I gladly embraced my sexuality with open arms and legs. The same can be said for EMIL, I'm sure. His feelings towards brother NieR being a crush and his feelings towards Papa NieR being more like a father figure, but that schoolboy crush still somewhat intact. Though that being said, since EMIL has been around since the Queen Beast incident, this'll make him a 1,470-year-old with the brain and body of a 12-year-old, so I guess he's had a lot of time to think about which chest is best. And the wedding begins. Everything seems to be going along relatively smoothly and the celebrations are in full blast. It's fairly sweet that a short story called A Little Princess focuses exclusively on Fira's adjustment to Facade and her gradual relationship with the prince. Even after the prince saw her face, there was no prejudice. He liked her for who she was and their relationship bloomed ever since. That is until a wounded soldier interrupts the festivities, announcing that the wolves are coming.
Fira!
The acting here is so good.
Fira's death signals the beginning of the king's complete need to wipe out all of the wolves. His advisor tries his best to get the king to act more like his title, but the king is still young, and not to forget, heartbroken. When NieR and co decide to join the young king in his quest for revenge, there's a sweet scene where the advisor and the soldiers pledge their loyalty to the king, the deceased queen, and his quest for revenge, as it's not just the king who wants revenge on the animals, but he still needed to get permission from the city first, as there are rules about this sort of thing after all. NieR helps the young king and his men take down the wolves in their den, and not long after, the king deals the finishing blow on the shade. The musical cue would lead us to believe this is a sad death, but for now, we're not exactly sure as to why. This grants us the next part of the key, the loyal Cerberus. The final scene for this particular segment has the party surrounding Queen Fira's grave, as the king talks about the people of the mask living and dying by their rules, but sometimes rules are there to be broken, which is something he told Fira many years ago. Moving on, Gideon has sent us a letter confirming the weapon has been completed. When we go visit him, he asks another favor.
NieR, I want you to avenge my brother, the ones in the mountain. That little shade and his robot.
There are shades here?
Kill him. Kill that robot.
Rip him up!
Locating the robot named P33, from first glance it looks like it's being controlled by the shade perched on top of its head. Of course, NieR has no time to mess around and we slowly start to take it down. In its second form, it uses some form of magnetism to grant it flight, as it appears to be smashing.
It is cool that in the first playthrough, what the robot says is like the first kind of like hints, because I'm pretty sure you can understand what the robot is saying, so it's like the first hint about what the fuck is going on with the shades.
The roof, causing debris to fall onto our heroes. Of course, we eventually defeat the machine, where we see Gideon's psyche truly break down.
You stupid machine! You killed my family! You took everything from me!
Hitting that thing won't bring your brother back.
But he's dead! And it's this bastard's fault!
It's your fault,
Hitting
you
it
dumb shit.
Makes me feel better! No one can stop me!
Also, we get the Law of Robotics kill! Next, I decided to bite the bullet and visit the Forest of Myth in the next part, but that being said, there's a lot of interesting things that present themselves to us if we're ready to sit down and read and not just open up an online guide. This time, we're going head on with Sleeping Beauty in the form of another text adventure yet again. And since I've already mentioned Sleeping Beauty being a sentient network computer, the introduction where it talks about gathering humanity's memories like dew and storing them deep in its roots make a lot of sense. We're then shown a trilogy, kinda, of short stories. The first one is about a boy with white chlorination syndrome, hinted at by the lines, "The boy's skin is a shade paler than the bleached hospital sheets upon which he lies." It also mentions the only joy in this boy's hospital life being a young girl that would visit him, however she eventually stops and he dies alone. The next story is very interesting and I'll be returning to it later. It's about a female warrior leading an attack on the Red Eyes. The story mentions she might have a daughter, but her drug-addled mind could possibly be making it up. up. The story ends with her laughing in the middle of a battlefield, staring up at a large beast that blots out the sky. The third one is about a red dragon who fell from the heavens, but Sleeping Beauty just happened to forget about that. In fact, Sleeping Beauty has been forgetting
So were those stories Drakengard stories? That's kind of crazy.
an awful lot, more than likely due to age. It feels like it's lost its purpose, the memories it once proudly stored being lost, never to be recalled. When NieR and Weiss enter the room, they find a small shade which appears to be consuming memories in the shape of crystals. When NieR slices through the shade, crystals burst from its belly, which leads us to believe this little shade is what's causing Sleeping Beauty to lose its memory. However, it turns out that the little shade more than likely is the tree, possibly manifesting from being a sentient life form created from an otherworldly magic. Either that, or it's a shade that assimilated itself with Sleeping Beauty, becoming a physical shell for the ancient computer. When the
And I think in Path E, there was some mention of another world, too.
shade, or Sleeping Beauty, touches NieR's arm, it reacts with overwhelming surprise and joy since its complete solitude for over 1,000 years. It begins to feel emotions it wasn't designed to feel, and it managed to feel this through NieR. Whether or not it's absorbing new emotions or simply creating them from nothing is up for debate. Apparently, NieR is the key to its release, something which was promised to it many years ago, more than likely talking about its termination. As Sleeping Beauty begins to feel pain, it realizes time
And the man was the key. This was the promise made long ago. This is how it would be released. The tree's stomach begins to throb in pain.
is running short. Whilst grabbing another part of the key, I love the detail put into this section. As the world of words begins to crumble, so does the text on the screen. The final question it poses for us is who is most important to us in the world, and after that, Sleeping Beauty is satisfied, presumably shutting down. The final part of the key is found in the Eyrie, where Popola was sent a letter by the village chief talking about opening a shop and marketplace within the village that allow many visitors from around the world to come and take a look, essentially opening its arms to strangers for the first time in years. Understandably, this comes off as a bit suspicious, even more so when
You'll be destroyed! All of you! I'm scared. I don't trust anyone.
The marketplace
know about
itself
any
isn't
letter.
exactly strange, and they actually end up selling you things. This all changes, however, when a guard mentions knowing something about the letter, and when NieR tells him his goal is to eliminate every last shade. Many of the villagers are turning into shades and are attacking the party. In this cutscene, we see a supposed shade defending her brother. When Kaine takes her out, her real form is revealed and swiftly enacts her revenge. I feel like Kaine is doing this a lot. At one stage, we see what appears to be Bayonetta summoning an infernal demon, but it turns out to be a collection of the slain shades combining themselves into one grotesque mass, called Wendy. I mean, yeah, looks like a Wendy. EMIL seems apprehensive about taking down the creature, as he implies it didn't only absorb shades, but it absorbed the villagers too, though this doesn't really matter to NieR and Weiss. During the fight, EMIL succumbs to the will of his friends and fucking Expelliarmuses the frick out of Wendy, and during his second attempt combined with NieR, they manage to kill the beast. But EMIL's instincts as the ultimate weapon start to take over, causing him to essentially nuke the entire village, killing bystanders and leaving a crater where Kaine's village used to be.
I killed innocent people. I killed them all.
But you saved our lives.
Then it's all okay! Receiving the final part of the
Fucking
key dubbed
psychopath.
Sacrifice, get it? We can finally enter the Shadow Lord's castle, which is located in the exact same area we found Weiss and fought with Hansel and Gretel. Both Deviler and Popola are here to see us off, as well as passing on gossip that the village is ablaze with the news that NieR is finally off to save Yona. Popola seems a little apprehensive to see her villager go off, but she lets us go regardless. Breaking the seal to the entrance, we're introduced to one of the nicer looking environments in the game. Definitely not the kind of final dungeon aesthetic I was usually used to whenever I played a JRPG. Now I'm sure a few of you are wondering where on earth this is. I mean, it clearly isn't anywhere near the Lost Shrine, because later into the dungeon we notice we're now in a city. I'm not sure if it's meant to be Tokyo or not. Taro answered this question in an interview, stating that behind the altar there's an elevator that brings you a long way underground, then there's a pathway that leads to the castle. Position-wise, it's located behind the mountains of a lost shrine. These two doves, presumably machines, pose the party a series of 3 questions. The answers are passwords to continue on. Why did humans disappear from the world? How can humans extend their lives, and what is the destination of souls? The answers to these in order are because of a black disease, by separating body from soul, and they are placed in their corresponding shells. This is a hint towards the direction the game is going in, the direction being a fucking rabbit hole.
It's the twins from your village.
Popola, Devila, what are you doing here?
Hey, any chance you'll just go back to the village?
And down the rabbit hole we go. Devila and Popola now stand in our way, but they make it absolutely clear that they didn't want to fight with us. When Weiss begins to question their motives, Popola snaps at him, claiming he's a traitor. Shortly after, the twins appear to drain Weiss of his powers, only to reveal that they didn't copy anything. More so, they're taking back what was loaned to him. After the battle stops, the twins drop a comment that proves they're closer to the Shadow Lord than what was originally thought. They take off, asking NieR to find his own truth about the situation, and in the next segment we're greeted to an unusual room with ghostly figures having what appears to be a gay old time. But it doesn't last all that long, as I'm sure you can guess. Kaine breaks down the next door, only to find something strange hidden behind it.
Babies! It's a fucking daycare.
One of the flying shades beckons to the orbs, fusing with them and turning into a ball for some strange reason. Reusing assets, maybe? Taking down ball number 1 introduces us to Mecha Ballzilla, aka Goose, who's a primary threat for most of our ascension into the castle. Goose is apparently unable to die, but this is only due to the fusion of many shades combined into one entity. When all hope seems lost, our friends from Facade apparently found our whereabouts. They open the next door and force us out, keeping Goose busy so we can save Yona. Finally, we're brought before the twins again, where the biggest twist of the game is unceremoniously dumped on our heads. Devila and Popola aren't humans. Well, neither is NieR or Kaine. In fact, the only true human in the room is EMIL, though now it's difficult to even call him one. The twins are a couple of androids who have been around since the beginning of humanity's downfall, otherwise known as observers. Androids would later appear in Drakengard 3 and are the primary focus of NieR Automata. These two specifically were created primarily to watch over replicants till their gestalts could rejoin them. What the fuck did you just say, Clemps? You having a stroke, my dude? Gestalts are the original name for shades. Shades are humans, or at least the souls of humans. Replicants are, well, what we originally thought were humans, so people like NieR, Kaine, the villagers, etc. Project Gestalt was a last resort by humanity to keep the race alive, by separating body and soul via touching mass-produced versions of Grimoire Noir. Replicants were originally meant to be shells that Gestalts could rejoin after the White Chlorination epidemic was over. However, due to a rather big error in the system, replicants became self-aware, making it impossible for the Gestalts to fuse with them. This causes a majority of Gestalts to relapse and go.
And the scrawl didn't really like totally go away either. Even our like replicant form of Yona
berserk. However, it also affects the replicant in the form of the Black Scrawl. But this isn't the case for many shades, as most completely retain their sanity. Something that a lot of people miss on their first playthrough is how the little shades that you first fight in the game near the village entrance don't attack you at all. They also drop school books. NieR has been slaughtering children.
Son of a bitch.
A very fair question to ask is, if Gestalts are mere soul, NieR has been slaughtering children don't attack you at all. They also drop school.
Fuck, that's right. I was picking up school books.
NieR has been slaughtering children. A very fair question to ask is, if Gestalts are mere souls of humans, why can they bleed? Taro answers.
When I first learned the twist, I was like Square going full Blade Runner with books.
Saying that when Gestalts are attacked, their wounds temporarily return to their human state, which is why they can bleed and die just like a regular.
Oh my god, really?
Gestalts are mere souls of humans, why can they bleed? Taro answered this, saying that when Gestalts are attacked, their wounds temporarily return to their human state, which is why they can bleed and die just like a regular human.
Oh, that's dark as fuck. Oh my god, Taro. You fucking
Something
madman.
which blew me the fuck away during my research was how much thought went into the little details in this game, specifically the scroll. I'm just gonna transform into Professor Clemps here for a second. You'll remember I mentioned that the Black Scroll appears
Yeah, Blade Runner also uses the words replicants.
to be some kind of text, right? Same applies to when you use magic. The symbols that we see are all part of a celestial alphabet. There are a series of 4 letters from this alphabet that link all of the Drakengard games and NieR together. They were found on the Seed of Destruction that Furiai entered. Some of the seals in Drakengard 2 also have these letters, and finally, the boss seals within Drakengard 3. What these stand for are A, C, G, and T. Adenine, cytosine, guanine, and thymine. All of these are found within DNA. The general consensus seems to be that the black scroll is meant to show how the DNA synchronization between Replicant and Gestalt has well and truly messed up. Moving back to Project Gestalt, the fusion between Replicant and Gestalt was meant to be performed with a fusion of Grimoire Vice and Grimoire Noir, hence the line, set free shades to the world. However, due to Vice's memory loss, he's seen as a traitor by Devila and Popola, by not allowing humanity to return to their new bodies. In fact, what's interesting to note here is how Vice was originally human himself. In the short story, And Then There Were None, it's read in the perspective of Vice.
Ew. And then there were none. You know, everyone talks about FF and Nomura like having a connected, like disconnected extra media that adds more context. These fuckers have it too.
Vice as a young man being put into a room with various strangers in a kill or be killed situation, each with a strange blank book by their sides. All of the people within this room are or were previously children soldiers working for the Hamelin organization. It's also important to note that the Hamelin organization later went on to create Project Gestalt. These children soldiers were given the very first anti-white chlorination syndrome drug named luciferase, as it was more effective with
Texas.
The Hamelin organization would proceed to send these children out to vanquish the legions as they could no longer be infected. Within the room is a young woman who he became acquainted with on the battlefield due to saving her from being frozen with fear in front of legions. Vice grew attached to this girl. Later on in this room with no clear exits, a fight breaks out between a man and a woman. The woman slaps the man and the man goes to strike her. However, a black hand reaches out from the book beside the woman and crushes the man. The book that belongs to the man sucks up his corpse, the cover turning aquamarine in colour and a strange face materialising on the front. As voices fill the room, presumably from scientists telling him that only two can remain, a bloody battle breaks out. The man we know to be Vice works together with the girl, but she protects him from a vital blow, being impaled by a black spike. As her body was being sucked into her book, he desperately clung onto her hand, begging her not to disappear, but it wasn't enough. Her book turned blood red, the face on the front not resembling hers at all. What's tragic about this is all these years later, Vice couldn't remember the book of the woman he begged not to disappear, even when they were face to face. The man that murdered the girl would eventually be Grimoire Noir. Him and Vice were the last two men standing. However, the voices never once said that the remaining two would leave. The men we know to be Vice and Noir are sucked into their books, and as he learns of his new name, Grimoire Vice, he couldn't stop laughing. Moving back to the final confrontation with the android twins, they want NieR's shell to return back to its rightful owner. I'm sure a lot of you can assume who NieR's body was originally meant to be for. They engage us in battle, and we manage to mortally wound Devila. The scene where Devila tells Popola she loves her as her final words is not only heart-wrenching, but also another memorable scene that stuck with me long after my first playthrough.
Popola. Let's stop.
We talked about this in ending D. The ending C and D run, is that like it was interesting how they have similar emotions for one another, despite the fact that they're also so as aware that they are not real as we are supposed to be. There was just something interesting in the fact that they were like, this is not what you're supposed to do. You're replicant. But they also are feeling these same emotions for one another. So they can't deny the experience that NieR is having, which I find that part of the experience to be very interesting in terms of the sort of lack of like a clear binary in all of this, you know?
Stop.
Honestly, it feels like if replicants live long enough, they gain emotions. Somehow it's weird.
Stop. You want me to stop? You think I have the luxury to stop? You cut down my sister like an animal, and you tell me to stop?
Popola, wait! It doesn't have to—
No one stops! It's way too late to stop! No one stops!
Popola completely breaks down, initiating a massive
As the transition moment, it's a sick moment too. Like the nobody stops.
magical attack that EMIL protects the party from. Popola retaliates, but EMIL, not wanting to see his friends die, decides to sacrifice himself. He bids farewell to his friends, saying that once he hated his eyes, and now he hates his body. But now he feels there's something else there instead of hatred. Pride.
Doctor.
Coppola and EMIL are gone, and the next scene where Kaine and NieR are silently grieving over EMIL's departure is by far my favourite scene in the game, as it shows Taro and Notori have a deep understanding of the character. NieR is crying, Kaine seems defeated. Not long after, she begins to beat up NieR, pinning him to the wall. The 5 seconds we get here is the indication we get towards Kaine.
This works so much better with young
And his
NieR,
feeling towards
brother
him,
NieR.
that they have now evolved into romantic ones. Kaine has never been able to express her emotions well. A lot of the time she comes off as violent. This physical outburst is a way for Kaine to express her emotions. Even Taro in his interview stated this is the most romantic part of the game. It's a fucking perfect way for us to understand how Kaine's thought process works, and further grounds her as one of my favourite characters. Finally though, the long adventure comes to a close. NieR comes face to face with the Shadow Lord, and Yona is now in clear sight. The Shadow Lord is NieR. This NieR. His entire goal was to get the replicant of Yona in order to fuse her Gestalt with it, despite the fact that her Gestalt was relapsing, causing the scroll to appear on the replicant. The Shadow Lord was the very first Gestalt to ever keep his sanity after touching Grimoire Noir. Before this, the Hamelin organization would hand out copies of Noir to survivors, watching them turn into relapsed Gestalts. With the first sentient Gestalt, it was possible to create further stabilized Gestalts, giving humanity another chance to survive. Yona's Gestalt was put on ice as a thank you for helping the project succeed, promising him that her relapsing would be cured. But, after thousands of years, this was obviously a false promise, and the Shadow Lord decided to take matters into his own hands. What he didn't take into account, however, was that his replicant would share his same burning desire to rescue his daughter. After beating the Shadow Lord, NieR gets to see his daughter for the first time in 5 years. But...
Dad.
Yona.
Scene.
Yona's Gestalt talks to the Shadow Lord, telling him that she doesn't want someone else's body, and that there's another soul in there with her, wanting to see Replicant NieR, implying that if Gestalt and Replicant were to combine now, there would be more than one soul, as Replicants are now sentient. Gestalt Yona tells her father she loves him, as she releases her soul from the Replicant, dissolving into the sunlight. The Shadow Lord is understandably not best pleased.
Oh, bother. One moment, please.
You okay?
Fine, just fine. Alright, no, I'm not.
As much as it pains me to admit, it's time to say goodbye to our good friend Grimoire Weiss. Being pushed past his limit, he decides to give NieR one final chance to finish the Shadow Lord off, before sacrificing himself for the greater good. He mentions forgetting about the proper pronunciation of his name, as he's now grown rather fond of Weiss. After avoiding this hellish bullet hell segment, there's a moment where we see NieR having doubts about what he's about to do. He pauses, shakes his head, reaffirming to himself that what he's doing is right, and ends the Shadow Lord or the original NieR's life.
Oh God, no.
Oh, please, the girl is fine.
Weiss returns to us for a moment as a disembodied voice, though it won't be long before that goes too. He tells NieR to recall his memories of spending time with Yona to bring her back, and after typing in who she loves more than anyone, she wakes up. The reunion is sweet, but Kaine begins to leave. NieR offers for her to stay with them, but Kaine insists she has other shit to take care of. As NieR goes after her, Yona stops him by asking him to look outside with her. This is a scene created by Notori, and Taro was quoted saying it was an amazingly twisted scene, as he wanted a beautiful moment where they look out onto the sky, but Yona chimed in at the worst possible time when Kaine was taking her exit. I mean, Yona's kind of a little shit. It's like, no, it's mine! But I suppose Yona still has the mentality of a 5-year-old girl, so it kind of makes sense. You'd also think this is supposed to be a happy ending, right? Well, guess again. By killing the Shadow Lord, it means that all of the stable Gestalts will relapse, causing a widespread outbreak of the Black Scroll, meaning the end of all Replicants and Gestalts as we know it.
Wait, what? I didn't put that together.
Again, by killing the Shadow Lord, it means that all of the stable Gestalts will relapse, causing a widespread outbreak of the Black Scroll, meaning the end of all Replicants and Gestalts as we know it. Quite the silly sausage, aren't you? After this, we get ending A. In a flashback, Gollum and Walking Disease know how it's pretty sunny today, and the Shadow Lord and Yona meet together in what appears to be an afterlife. Wow, is that it? Oh, that's it. I mean, I guess it's only the first ending. Surely they get better after this, right? Spoilers, they fucking do. Oh. After ending A, NieR was lifted pretty high into my favourite games list. You start off the game after EMIL rescues Kaine from petrification. There are a number of things new to this.
I didn't realize that. What in-game would give me that hint, Pod? Maybe the Gestalt papers if I read them again, though, before the final ending. Or before ending D. I didn't put that together, though.
This segment, but for now I'm going to revisit a story that Sleeping Beauty told us in the Forest of Myth. And since this part of the game is focusing around Kaine, I feel it's a good time to drop it. This is a complete theory on my half, but I feel it makes a lot of sense. Hopefully much better than Kaine being Red Eye. The story about the female warrior fending off the Red Eyes, forgetting about her daughter? I personally believe that this story is referencing Kali, Kaine's grandmother. Now the Kaine and Kali we know are replicants, however, as with every replicant, they must.
Yeah, I don't want to play the game, but I guess not everyone does. It's also been many years ago, so maybe it's possible I watched a lore video.
Must have had a human counterpart at some stage. In the drama CD, Kali is one of the main characters for a little while, being a PTSD-suffering warrior who gained a reputation due to being the woman who fought off a huge majority of the legions. This story irks me a little, like how all of the characters in their human form somehow bump into each other like the world's biggest coincidence, but this is something I can give a pass to. Another thing, before I move on, is how Kaine was told since she was a little girl that her parents had passed away. This is false, as she's actually a program baby created from Kali, Kali's husband, and a combined analysis of Legion's attack patterns. My guess is Kali adopted this girl, having forgotten her other daughter. At one stage during the drama CD, a bloody incident with a Red Eye causes Kaine.
Wait, what?
Warrior who gained a reputation. Kali, Kaine's. I hope you feel it's a good time to drop it. This is a complete theory on my half, but I feel it makes a lot of sense. Hopefully much better than Kaine being Red Eye. The story about the female warrior fending off the Red Eyes, forgetting about her daughter? I personally believe that this story is referencing Kali, Kaine's grandmother. Now the Kaine and Kali we know are replicants, however, as with every replicant, they must have had a human counterpart at some stage. In the drama CD, Kali is one of the main characters for a little while, being a PTSD-suffering warrior who gained a reputation due to being the woman who fought off a huge majority of the legions. This story irks me a little, like how all of the characters in their human form somehow bump into each other like the world's biggest coincidence, but this is something I can give a pass to. Another thing, before I move on, is how Kaine was told since she was a little girl that her parents had passed away. This is false, as she's actually a program baby created from Kali, Kali's husband, and a combined analysis of Legion's attack patterns. My guess is Kali adopted this girl, having forgotten her other daughter. At one stage during the drama CD, a bloody incident with a Red Eye causes Kaine to go into her offensive form, ripping the Red Eye open. Another hugely important part of this story is the introduction of a man named Masayoshi Yura, someone who forcibly took over the Hamlin organization. The man was sadistic and prone to fits of anger where he'd beat up or in worst cases kill whoever it was who disobeyed him. He was also noted to be especially harsh to EMIL, who was obviously alive back then and was part of a Hamlin organization in the form of a weapon. During an incident where a Red Eye was located around Kali's mansion, Yura ordered his men to kill the beast, but no surprise, they couldn't. He then forcibly gives EMIL a drug which accidentally causes him to go out of control, making Yura flee from the battlefield, becoming a fugitive. Yura changed his name to Tyran, and successfully turned into a Gestalt. However, the government discovered his replicant and destroyed it, meaning Tyran will forever be without his original body, causing him to take control of other people's replicants. One of the replicants he half-possessed was Kaine after the death of Kali at the hands of Hook. This gives
It might have been in the backstory when he took over her body, but I don't remember. That's fascinating. Okay.
Off a little bit of insight as to why Kaine is such a violent, hate-filled individual, as she has to be filled with dark emotions, or Tyran will.
Tyran was always a huge piece of shit, but I didn't know his backstory exactly. Or the fact that, like, yeah, without having a replicant, like, that's why he's taking over other bodies.
Take over at any sign of emotional fragility. By the way, I'd like to add that Tyran is pretty much the Leonard's fairy of NieR.
It's home to so many terrible little memories, isn't it, Kaine?
I can't fucking stand this edgy motherfucker. After ending A, you can sometimes hear Tyran talking to Kaine, often mocking her or the things she's killing. Tyran's inclusion to this game is necessary and appreciated, however that doesn't mean I have to like him. He acts like a 13-year-old discovering Gaia Online's roleplay forums, and that just ain't fun to listen to. Another thing that the game flips on its head during the hunt for ending B is the perspective. We've seen the story primarily from NieR's eyes and his frantic one-minded goal to rescue his daughter. Now we get to see the story from the Shade's point of view, which ultimately paints NieR as an unfortunate villain. We get to see the story of Gretel after Hansel's death, getting to know the incomplete Gestalt children and understanding them as equals. We even get to see what Gretel was saying as it encountered us for the second time.
My friends.
But sadly, we know that NieR kills the children and Gretel not being able to protect them and itself. The wolves in Facade even have a more fleshed out story. The wolves' Shade leader, Rock, is bitter about humanity over replicants turning what used to be a forest into a harsh, desolate landscape via unknown means. The Shade seems to believe that replicants in Facade can live besides others, but after soldiers from Facade wiped out a majority of the pack, including youngsters, it causes the Shade to launch a furious counterattack, something we know doesn't end happily for anyone. When the king plunges his spear into the Shade questions what they've done to deserve such a fate. In its final moments, it sees its owner, who he affectionately refers to as his father. The owner must have prioritized his pet's life over his own, thus making the animal into a Gestalt before himself. He asks the creature to think of him now and again, and it's clear from the name, Loyal Cerberus, it still does.
You want a dog? But you'll do.
The Ares story isn't really expanded, however, knowing about the Shade's real identity gives us a little more insight into the Ares xenophobia. A few theories have been flying around about how the Ares might be the only place NieR visits where the population know about the Shade's real identity. If this theory is true, the villagers obviously split with this news, some of them shunning the idea and others gladly accepting it. Some may willingly be giving up their bodies for the Gestalts to enter, or are trying to coexist with them. The final segment we get is probably the most important as far as short stories go. I'm talking about the story of P33. The story starts off with a Gestalt mother and her child named Khalil being chased into the junk heap by replicants. The mother decides to protect her child, but presumably dies, leaving the child alone. P33 is hostile to begin with, but later warms to the child, showing something similar to empathy, which eventually blossoms into friendship, gaining the nickname BP. Fast forwarding, we see Jacob and Gideon collecting scrap. Gideon rushes off ahead of his brother, the siblings' loud voices and heavy footing dislodging part of the ceiling, causing Jacob's death. BP and Khalil were in the wrong place at the wrong time, Khalil even stating that Jacob's death was terrible and that the two boys seemed nice. Unfortunately, they become the main driving force for Gideon's maniacal revenge against robots. During the final confrontation with BP and Khalil, the moment where BP was smashing the ceiling wasn't to crush us with debris, but to get Khalil out to safety to see the outside world, which they promised each other they would go explore as friends. Khalil passes away before BP, saying how he wishes they were together forever.
One of my favorite
BP
Shade
is second
stories.
to go, but not before dropping us with another painful guilt trip.
BP alone. BP.
This is probably, this is one of my favorite Shade
But
stories.
turn those frowns upside down, because in a novella from the Drakengard 10th anniversary box, it tells us that BP made it out from the junk heap alive, having lost most of his memory, but remembering the words from him, begging him to go and see the outside world. Along his journey, he finds other robots and persuades them to join him on his hunt for the outside world. Eventually, BP and the other robots have become a single assimilated sphere, no longer resembling a human form. The entity formerly known as P33 escapes the junk heap and sees an unusual sight. Machines, which the BP hive mind note as being an alien race, are fighting a group of what appear to be humans. They aren't human, however, and are based primarily simple command into every machine.
Automata connection.
Let us live. After a while, the fighting ceases. A feeling of brotherhood and solidarity replaces the fighting. The BP hive mind lets out a cry of joy as they exit the stratosphere and see the stars. They finalize it with a song. We are headed even further into the outside world, just as we promised you. We are alive just as you were. We are singing, singing, singing. Will our song reach you? Will our feelings reach you, wherever you are? Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Oh yeah, ending B. I kinda got a Little bit sidetracked there. There are a few things here that are different about the Shadow Lord's castle. The first being these mysterious shade orbs that NieR cuts down with no second thoughts. These are fucking Gestalt babies. Jesus Christ. Secondly, we get to see the demise of the King of Facade. This is something that's left up in the air in Ending A, but this just stamps on your hopes like a flaming bag filled of shit. The ending itself isn't really anything special. It's just a little extended version of the moment with the Shadow Lord and Yona in the afterlife. Kinda cementing the original NieR's ending in stone a little better than Ending A. Oh yeah, and one more thing.
Oh yeah. Oh, EMIL.
Wow, that was crazy.
As many of you are aware, especially been keeping up to date with Automata news, is that EMIL the games to sum it up in this quick segment. Hey, you alright fam? Look at you neat, I'm out mate, to each other, as they both revolve around Kaine. Ending C starts us off from Kaine's
Apparently some of this stuff was in the, because this was before Automata came out, but I guess some of this stuff there was news and things were already kind of
departure from NieR and Yona. Tyran begins to go on an edgy baby boy rant about how killing was totally fucking rad. However, he quickly changes his mind, claiming that it now feels empty. In fact, there's a line he says in a previous room that hints towards his changing nature that just makes my skin crawl.
Hey, sunshine. There's something kinda weird happening in your heart. The hate is gone.
Let's talk about her, not himself.
It's just a bunch of white light now.
Tyran is about to relapse. If he relapses, so will Kaine, causing them both to go berserk. Kaine asks one final request from NieR.
I want you to kill me.
During the battle, Tyran makes his first vocal appearance to NieR. He states that when the time is right, he'll pin Kaine down so NieR can save her. It'd appear that even Tyran, formerly known as Yura, has also had a change of heart. And when the time does come, NieR is presented with two choices. Kill Kaine and end her suffering, or make her human again, destroying Tyran and completely wiping NieR from existence. If you choose to kill Kaine, she dissolves into nothingness. Tyran speaks to NieR in the same manner that Weiss did, telling NieR that as a being who has been tormenting Kaine for years, if he tells him that she's free now, he wants NieR to believe him. He also delivers a final message from Kaine.
Thank you.
If you choose to sacrifice yourself in exchange for Kaine's life, well, everything is wiped. Yep, you heard me. Your weapons are wiped, your items are wiped, your save file is wiped. NieR is completely and utterly removed from existence, not even a memory remaining. That is, unless you're a cheeky cunt like me.
Hey, I just ID'd your body, and he's cute. No way. I'm getting hacked.
A pork skin?
No, this is major. They've already burned through the
PSN.
public firewall.
Kaine wakes up and is greeted by Yona. Yona asks if she was the one who saved her as Kaine looks around an empty room. After touching Yona, she has a brief flash of a man she doesn't know, a memory she shouldn't have. She begins to cry as she says it's almost as if she's found something very special. As a way to finish this Goliath of a project, I thought I'd run over Ending E, an ending which was exclusive to a novella. Even before Ending E,
oh, really?
There's a segment in the drama CD where after the events of the
I wonder
Shadow
if it's the
Lord,
same
Kaine
Ending
gets
E.
attached to a villager who showed affection to her, but he's killed in a shade ambush. Kaine storms into his house where the little sister is mourning over his body. The sound of ripping clothes can be heard and loud banging. Now, one of the more common theories, also keeping in mind how the sister is completely freaked out by this, is how Kaine is fucking the corpse. Moving on to Ending E. In this ending, Kaine reaches the Forest of Myth, hunting for more shades to kill as a way for her to vent her frustrations about feeling like she's lost something precious. However, a lot has changed since our last visit. Power cables have now completely covered the ground floor like tree roots, a strange green sap or oil accompanying them. When Kaine reaches the most strange-looking tree in the forest, the vines materialize in the form of a young man. Kaine cuts off the head of this man, but the vines simply materialize again. The form states its name, which is lost in translation, but it states that the forest is now entering its final transition, the complete reset of the Replicant and Gestalt program. The entity who I assume to be Sleeping Beauty's final form sends a wave of non-sentient P-33s after Kaine, eventually throwing out a copy of Kaine herself to fight, which is rumoured to be an android. Not long after, EMIL coincidentally finds Kaine, now sporting a makeshift body. The two team up together, and in a final blast, they take down the enemies.
Feels like it's somewhat similar, but a little different.
Core, a young man or sleeping beauty, compliments how far replicants have come before it dissolves into a giant puddle along with the forest. EMIL protects Kaine from the storm of power cables that are now flying wildly out of a forest demise, but Kaine eventually reaches an area of blinding light that she thinks is the border between reality and a dream world. She feels something familiar to her in this light and tries to grab it. Whatever it is tells her to stop, but she refuses, exclaiming that she must get this back no matter what the consequences. She feels an invisible force pushing her forward, telling her, "I'll leave this guy to you, lingerie woman." I can't say exactly who this is, but I know exactly who I want it to be. She returns to reality, the forest of myth being replaced by a techno-organic flower resembling a lunar tear. In the center is Kaine, holding a young boy in her arms as EMIL floats towards them. The trio have finally been reunited after
So they did have that ending, but maybe the stuff in between was a little bit
3
different.
long years. I legitimately hope I helped some of you understand many of the details that the main game left out, and maybe agree or disagree with many of the points I made about Taro's writing or the game in general. I think the biggest compliment to me will be knowing how many people actually went out and bought the game or previous titles, becoming fans of this bizarre series themselves. As to whether or not I think you should play the game, I'm going to say you absolutely should. If you don't own a console that plays it, then that's understandable, but I...
Very cool. I'm looking forward to getting into Automata now. I streamed for 10 goddamn hours, chat. Holy shit. Thank you so much for hanging out. Not to make this unceremonious, but our next stream will be Thursday, August 13th. We might start a new game as well as chat a little bit about FF8. I'll do a little bit more on that, but we'll see. We'll see what the vibe is. I'm also gonna raid on Twitch into our old friend Prof Noctis. I could probably raid into him on YouTube also, now that I think about it. Let me see, is he online right now on YouTube? So I can do both. I can raid both of us, both groups in. Is he live? He's not live on YouTube, son of a bitch. So just on Twitch, we'll raid you in. But yeah, next stream, thank you so much, chat, for hanging out. I know this is an insanely crazy long goddamn Jesus Christ, what a stream. But thank you so much for hanging out. I can't wait for more NieR, honestly. I'm probably gonna download Automata right now. But anyway, thank you so much. Have a good night.